This hour is brought to you by MemphisFarmers.com. Insurance coverage backed by a local agent and a brand trusted nationwide. We are farmers. MemphisFarmers.com.
Check it out right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now,
the 3 times sexiest man in Millington, Johnny Harden.
Yo, 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 yo! Did you have a happy Thanksgiving? Did you see your family? Did you eat some turkey? Did you have pumpkin or sweet potato pie? Some green bean casserole? Did you get a little driznok? I hope you did all that and more, because you know what? Thanksgiving is about family, friends, great food, great people, and unbelievable ball games. And guess what? We had everything yesterday. Some unbelievable turkey, unbelievable side dishes, and then the football. Holy cow! The main dish, which was the Cowboys, would be like that turkey that explodes. I think it's in Christmas Vacation where they cut it. It looks so pretty. And then it just like opens up and there's nothing
just dry.
in it. Yeah, there's nothing in it.
They open it.
That's the Cowboys, dude. And that's
Dude,
kind of like it's kind of like what it sounded, by the way. I've heard that noise once before too. It was just a different place. But Cowboys made that noise yesterday. It was disgusting. It was embarrassing. And I have to say, all the people out there who are Cowboys fans, how heartbroken was that? Couldn't be as heartbroken as, well, Ole Miss. Because you know what? As hard as it must have been to lose to the Patriots on the road, then have two BS calls go against you, and then they come out on Monday and they're just like, yeah, hey, we missed those. Sorry about that. You might have won the game against the Patriots. But then you realistically, at home, not in the elements, you came out and usually would maybe look decent. But you can I say this? You pooped the bed.
I'm going to be honest. I said about all I could about the Cowboys and in that game. I was not the Egg Bowl. I was angry watching it. It was just, in my opinion, and you probably will attest to this as well, just bad football all around. Just not fun to watch.
Well, I was going to say, no.
Although the ending did bring some drama.
I was going to say, the ending was so damn exciting, in all honesty. That 4th and whatever 20, and he throws it like 50 yards, and he can't even throw the damn ball. Like, my daughter also,
why is Mississippi State letting someone run behind them?
I can't.
That's what I mean by bad football.
No.
Yeah.
Gabe, and this is what I'm about to say. As somebody who is a professional, a guy who watches film and loves this and lives this, Gabe, not one thing he said is unequivocally wrong. Everything he said is 100% true. But for the average Egg Bowl fan who's a Mississippi State and an Ole Miss, and watching the Mississippi State family flip out, and watching the Ole Miss family flip out, and then watching the whole war go in between, I have that because my daughter, which is still crazy, she now goes to State, but she still went to Ole Miss. But the only reason she goes to State now is because she's a biomedical engineering major. And that's at Mississippi State.
Okay.
Yeah, dude. She just took like this class about blood, about your hemoglobin and all
you
this
sure
stuff.
She's your daughter? Like,
dude,
what?
she's a young dude. Don't even get me
That's
started.
crazy.
Yeah, dude, she actually got to go to the White House. She's so smart. And like presidential certificate and everything. Got like Obama's signature. No, I don't. She does, but actually, you know what? I actually do have it because I'm her dad.
No, but my problem with
jerk.
last night looking at Elijah Moore. This is a guy earlier in the game. Did you see him call a fair catch and then after he caught the
he
called
smoked.
it and then he
That
caught
was
it
his
and then
second
called a fair
stupid play.
catch.
That's what I'm saying. It was the second stupid play of the game. I mean,
And
he's
then-
made 2 stupid plays.
And then you want to pee in the end zone.
And then this is what I'm going to say. In all honesty, and I haven't even introduced myself or my good buddy, and I just came in and started talking about like turkey and Thanksgiving and family because I know there's so many people out on Tiger Lane right now listening to us, getting ready for what is Cincinnati. And that is what I was trying to say is, you know, the dry turkey that blew up yesterday, oh yeah, that was the Cowboys. But you know what? The juicy turkey was the Memphis Tigers in basketball yesterday. And I don't care about what Drew was saying, and I love you, Drew Barrett. I love you, and I hope you're driving to the game right now because Drew's and see, this is the thing is Drew's a big Tiger fan, loves Tigers more than anything. Just like, you know, John Stacy, him and them do the Blue and Gray show every single Sunday. Huge Tiger fans. Sometimes I think they expect too much. No disrespect, no not being rude. I feel like, you know, between John and Drew, John's older, Drew's young. You think they would be able to like have some kind of common ground. But between both of them, I feel like they expect too much and don't realize where Memphis has come from, what they are now. I mean, we went through the Josh Pastner era. We had the Tubby BS. We've been slapped by the NCAA this year. We've had to have Wiseman and all this stuff coming on. This is hanging over the Tiger team. You got a diaper wearing Lester. He gets injured. And, you know, bad things go wrong. But guess what? The team just keeps damn winning. Their one loss is against Oregon on the road, right? I mean, am I on drugs? Or did they lose another game that I missed?
No, that's only one.
Oh, that's right.
But when you look at the team, like a neutral site game against
Without-
a tournament team
without Wiseman,
without
and
2 of your
Lester.
starting 5.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes, you can talk
and by
about
the way,
that
can I
second
ask
half.
you something real quick? This is what I'm proud of because I always say basketball is a game of runs, and if you watch anybody, it's about runs. The Tigers, when they go on their runs, they are dominant. They also, it feels like, stop other teams' run just shy of taking over, and that's actually a show of maturity for a very young team. And the other thing is for them to have that 2 minutes, the last 2 games, and when the pressure is at its most, like when you're in front of your fans and the pressure is not just like, you know, from being on the road, but you have your own fans in the building, like 13 and change strong, all weighing down on you. You hold on to beat Ole Miss in a very, very big rivalry. Congratulations. Then you go on the road to New York on Turkey Day. And NC State, by the way, was favored by a dead gum 2 points. Ha ha. By the way, I loved that game. Memphis plus
I mean, look.
150.
I had this conversation with Drew just a minute ago about, you know, they were up by 16. Yes, they let them climb back in the game, blah, blah, blah. But with that being said, they held the other team's best scorer to 7 points with freshman guards playing defense on him.
And that guard, by the way, will be playing at the next level. 6'5" superstar, can shoot, can do everything.
CJ Bryce. I mean,
correct, sir.
that's all I'm trying to
Good
say
job.
is this Tiger team through the early season, especially with down 2 of your starting 5, that was a mature game to go in and at least win. Yes, you coughed up a lead. Yes, there was things you need to clean up. Turnovers have been a problem.
I saw people complaining about Penny and his constant rotation. He was trying to find, and he found it. He was looking for it. You know what? When you have such a deep bench, even when you're down 2, sometimes you have to find the pieces that actually fit. And he finally found him a little bit late. And the interesting thing is he started off big, and it helped them get that lead. Did you notice he finished extremely small because he wanted ball handlers? They had the lead, and he wanted guys that could hit free throws and shoot from outside. And he had all these small guys separated and so fast, and it worked. That's what I'm saying. This team can play in so many fashions, and that's the thing about Penny is he's not afraid to go with a different style. He can go super, super, super big, and he did it. And you talked about it, Gabe, and you were right.
And
on.
I was telling you, you need to throw DJ Jeffries in the starting lineup. You're not a shooting team right now without Lester, and I know he hadn't been good through the early season. But DJ Jeffries, Precious Achua, and they started Isaiah Maurice. I think Lance Thomas should if he can control his fouling.
Starting.
If he can control his fouling.
But dude, if you just started for 3 minutes just to get him it seems like if you get him acclimated and you can get him in and out in those 3 minutes, it's almost like he's more involved in the game, and it doesn't take him to warm back up. Because if Lance, sometimes it takes him a minute to warm up, but if he warms up, did you see how nice some of his shots were? Did you see the way the guy was going up in sky and getting those boards and putting his butt on everybody else's body? He's a strong dude. He's built like a brick house. Let's be real. Him and Precious, they're so big down low.
But him versus Isaiah Maurice, athletically and scoring wise,
but no,
it's not even a contest.
It's not even a contest.
That's what I'm trying to say. But in the end of the day, you're going to have to find a way to keep Lance out of foul trouble, like he has been this whole season.
But it's been fun. It's been interesting. It was awesome. And again, I want to say welcome into Johnny Radio's Happy Hour finally after 10 minutes. I am your sports mixologist, John Harden. You can reach me at Twitter at Johnny_radio. Y'all know that voice. That's Gabe Kuhn, played at the University of Memphis. He's been my producer for a while. Super, super great guy. And by the way, just so you know, me and him are going to rock and fire all the way till 2:30. And then we're going to the Apple Cup on these airwaves. That's right. You know what the Apple Cup is. It is not some witches or it's not some kids dipping and making caramel apples. That would be cute. No, it's Washington versus Washington State. I know it's a complete left coast game, but hey, Ryan Leaf ain't playing in it, but he might be announcing. I don't know. Who knows? But he's doing really good. But Washington State and Washington, you got Jacob Eason. I mean, the fact that Eason's playing in this game.
And y'all know who leads the country in passing yards?
No.
Anthony Gordon for Washington State.
Get the heck out of here. Is that so
well, of course,
hold on.
It's Mike Leach.
I was getting ready to say, you're telling me Mike Leach has got a quarterback leading the nation in throwing? Oh, I feel like I'm
Where are we
crazy.
At? No way. This is a Twilight Zone.
No, I love that. It's so interesting, Gabe. How is it that he does it every single year? Like
what
he did with
crazy?
Gardner Minshew and calling him in. He just does it with different guys, and he does it.
Here's the thing. I can't put a finger on why it seems like every freaking quarterback he gets is so accurate.
Sorry.
Like, doesn't it seem like that? It's just like they have pinpoint accuracy. They don't have big arms necessarily.
What it is,
and his mind is good.
I'm going to tell you something.
He's
what
got
it
a great
is he reminds me of Steve Spurrier in the aspect he outsystems the other team. And if you realize, it doesn't matter what his quarterback is, he looks over the defense, he gets an initial read, and you watch it. Gabe, you'll respect this, especially as an offensive lineman, because you don't have to hold your block as long. The quarterback gets the ball out of his hands under 3 seconds, and it's always a short little slant or an out or a seam route, and it's to the guy that's on a mismatch, and it's realistically, they're basically throwing to a spot and letting a man-on-man coverage and letting his guy outplay the other guy. It reminds me of Spurrier in the early 90s.
You say I'd appreciate it as an O-lineman. I'll say this, though. O-linemen from that school rarely get drafted.
No, they rarely do because of
the scheme.
Rush.
But at the same time, like, with Mike Leach, like, obviously it's a scheme.
I was saying you would appreciate only having a hold block for 2 to 3 seconds.
But how does he continually get quarterbacks who have this accuracy? That's something that's not really coachable necessarily, I feel like.
He obviously, and this is why I said Steve Spurrier did it. But the thing is, Mike does the same thing. He brings in 6 quarterbacks every single season. Steve does too. He doesn't care if you're the number 1 rated dude or not. I mean, remember Danny Warfel? Danny Warfel was the dude who was like he was a preferred walk-on when he came to like Florida almost. Like, I mean, it was basically like he was like the 6th dude on the depth chart, and then he became the starter, and everything else became history. Now, he wasn't a good NFL good NFL quarterback because he couldn't throw a ball that could break a glass. Like, he couldn't throw the ball through this glass right now. Seriously.
I don't think you could. I don't think I could. That would be a strong-armed dude. Jamarcus Russell could do it. Russell could do it.
But he's also probably high as giraffe. You know what?
Sipping on some scissor.
Sipping on some scissor. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, Urban Dictionary. You need it just like I do. God, I was on the same. And by the way, I've been completely all over the place. First of all, again, welcome into Johnny Radio's Happy Hour. Y'all know Gabe. You know me. At G_Coon71. At Johnny_Radio. I'm in the Family Leisure Studio where family and fun come together. Family Leisure is just north of I-40. Everybody's out there with Black Friday. All kinds of stuff is going down because it's going down for real. I want to remind you, and you're going to laugh when I say this. You're going to say, John, that is probably stupid. Well, I can tell you something. One of my favorite thing in the whole wide world about Thanksgiving is that you don't have to give presents and you get to see your entire family and you get to eat. And that's what I love about Thanksgiving. But I will tell you, this year I did something that I've never done before. I test drove my entire family on CBD. I brought an entire gift bag of CBD products to Thanksgiving, from bath balls to help you, put a CBD ball in your bath and then it relax all your muscles, to coffee, to tinctures, to oils, to gummies, to go to sleep, all kinds of stuff. And what I'm saying is I went to your CBD store, and if you want to go, they have great gift sets. I think you could just talk to the people, tell them what it is that they're dealing with. Plus they have pet products. By the way, my dogs are absolutely insane. I took them over to my parents' house. There's all kinds of people, like 20 people. My little bitty puppies are cute as heck, but they jump up and down. They go bananas. Gave them their CBD. People were like, you got your dog high? No, I gave them CBD, yo. And they were relaxed. And they were good. They were great. And I was so proud of them. I felt like a great dad. You know what I mean? I was like, these are my puppies. Oh, these are my grandchildren.
So you prefer, I'm a dog guy too.
Mm-hmm.
I need CBD.
Works
CBD
great.
is good for chilling them out.
Dude, it just makes him not so aggressive, like
Okay.
so jumpy and
Yeah.
no, the tail is still wagging. Freddie's tail, Penny's tail, they were still happy to see everybody, but they just weren't like jumping on everybody and trying to get in everybody's plate. They were very reserved. But what I'm saying is your CBD store is where I got all this stuff from. So go over there. And by the way, seriously, people, say goodbye to pharmaceuticals and hello to CBD. You'll be glad you did. But now I want to get into, was there a guy on the phone, by the way?
Still on, actually.
Who is
Mitch.
it? Mitch.
He wants to talk Tiger B-ball.
Man, tell Mitch to bring it on. Mitch!
Johnny Radio, my guy. How are you doing, man?
Dude, I'm doing good. How are you doing, Mitch?
I'm good. I won't keep you long.
No, you're good.
I'm traveling right now. Hey, I wanted to come on and talk about Tiger basketball here. You guys talking
Let's
about
do
that.
it.
First, I did want to thank you publicly for being so awesome and being a mentor to me, man. And I've been meaning to come on your show and do that for a long time. But what you mean to me, and I know what you mean to the city of Memphis, man, you were one of the best guys in the business, and I would not be in the position I am in my career without you, John Harden. So I just want to tell you that, brother.
You.
I love you, man. So,
Thank you. I love you too, brother. You just, man, thank you for making my day.
Dude, you're good. Hey, so Tiger basketball yesterday. I know a lot of people are freaking out. I've seen a lot of things on Twitter, and I haven't been on as much with the holidays. But one thing I'm going to say, freshmen are going to make freshman mistakes. You know, everybody's talking about the comeback by NC State and this and that. This Tiger team, they showed great poise, not only in the Ole Miss game to hang on to beat an arch rival, but also to show that poise against NC State. You know, when you weather the storm, when you come out and you just take those punches and you still get a win, that bodes well for March. And I published an article. I'm going to publish another article probably tomorrow talking about the takeaways from the Ole Miss game and now the NC State game. And that's the same thing. You know, I know rebounding and this and that, you know, we'll nitpick all we want. But when you look at this team and you look at the body of freshmen like we have right now, I tell you what, give me that in March and let me take it against the field and let's run, because there's not a dominant team in college basketball right now.
And I am with you, and that's why I think the odds are where they're at. But I'm going to also tell you something, Mitch, that I think is very, very impressive and very, very interesting. And, oh, my goodness, Dr. Starchester just texted me, too. Man, miss and love you, too, brother. It's like a nice little love fest right now. But I'm going to tell you something about Memphis, who I love. DJ Jeffries, everybody told me last week that he's the most important player without Wiseman and without Lester. If DJ Jeffries doesn't come out, this is what I was told, and have a double-double, Memphis doesn't stand a chance to beat NC State. I said I think you're absolutely smoking crack and on drugs, because I said this team is deeper than one player, deeper than two players, deeper than three players. And you had Precious do what he needed to do. He had 15 points, 11 boards. He was balling, but it was Boogie who had 21 points, and then Tyler Harris with those 14 points down the road, which were so big. And it was also the 7 assists from Alex Lomax that helped get them the lead. Again, it was a total team effort, and it doesn't take one player to do one thing to make this team win. Again, this team is, you never know who you can have to lean on for this team to win, and that's why Penny was, rotating people in and out so fast. And when he found it, he got it, and they got the W. They won 83-78 over NC State, giving them their second loss of the season. They're 6-1 with their only loss being Oregon, and they don't have Wiseman, and they don't have Lester, and they're learning how to win basketball games. I'm proud of Memphis right now.
And I am too. And I'm going to tell you this right now, and you hear it all from Coach K and all the blue blood coaches. When somebody goes down, whether that's an NCAA suspension, whether that's an injury, you have to be your brother's keeper. You have to keep your brother's back. And I'm going to tell you right now, I am so dang proud of how Memphis has come out the last two games and have played brother's keeper. And it comes down to coaching, and you can talk about how Coach has seen Penny Hardaway, X and O's, this and that. But these guys genuinely love each other. I mean, they love each other. They have each other's back. And when you look at overall in college basketball, there's not the egos that there are on Duke or they're on, North Carolina. There's not the ego. These guys love the city. They love each other. And they want to go out there and play for Memphis. And, last year, we're not going to get into names and this and that. But last year, you had a little bit of that ego. You had the old puppy guys. You had the new Penny guys. And there wasn't that mesh. There wasn't that,
Yeah, they're playing for something bigger. And I got to say one thing before I let you go, Mitch, because I got to get to Bill before I go to the break. Wiseman, I think, a guy who's not playing, he's suspended until January 12th, is also a guy who is standing, who supports his teammates, who supports the coaching staff, who supports the city, who's constantly tweeting out positive message, Bible verses, sweet things. He's just such a great kid, and he's handled the situation in such an amazing way that he's helping the team grow. So then when you add him when he comes back, they're just going to be that much stronger. Mitch, you be good out there. I absolutely love you, and thank you so much for calling, and I will talk to you very soon. Next up is my man. Is this Bill, the mayor of the Bush?
What's up, Mr. CBD?
Dude, thank you very much, man. Let me tell you something about that CBD. That stuff is diz-ank. I love it, man. And it ain't even got THC in it. I love it. But hold on, before I tell you something, the mayor, because I know you've been working hard. By the way, you've been on Twitter just tearing things up, and I know you're working really hard in this world. But I want to honestly ask you this real question before I get to anything else. Am I crazy to be proud of the fact that Memphis could go to New York and beat an NC State team who's got a bunch of veterans and seniors and a very, very experienced, guard, and they go out there and do it without DJ Jeffries scoring, what he score, 4 points? I mean, you know what I mean? And everybody told me if DJ doesn't have 20 points, they don't stand a chance. Man, they won by 5 points with DJ getting 4.
I talked about this a long time ago, and everybody's so worried about, were they going to put all these 5 stars and 4 stars? These guys aren't going to get along. I said, these guys, number one, they have their leader in James Wiseman. They trust their coach. You can't say this about all these guys going on, Calipari and Krzyzewski and all these other guys. They trust Penny. They're not bothered at all about all this crap. They're letting him deal with the NCAA. They don't care. They're here to play basketball. They have faith in this coach, this coaching staff. So whoever has to play, plays. These guys just want the ball. And DJ, is he worried about having 4 points? He's excited that Boogie had the game.
Exactly.
They're excited about who plays. These guys want to win. They're playing together, and when James comes back, there's not going to be any conflict. I've already heard this talk.
Not even that. It's not even that. Can I interrupt you, Mayor? I'm sorry.
I know. Go ahead, baby.
I was going to say, it's not just that, because, Malcolm is now coming back and getting healthy and starting to, work his way back in, and they root him on. And then Wiseman is tweeting out things of love for all the people doing their thing. They are rooting him on. They are wanting Lester in his diaper to get healthy.
Worried. You're right.
They are realistically.
They're just chilled out. They love it. They have respect. They trust. That's the key word. I said, you guys don't understand what it means. When people trust each other, there's no problem. They're not worried about if I didn't get my shots today. It don't matter. I'm going to get my shots. It ain't no big thing. We're here to win. That's what these guys have. They have a trust. That's why they all came here. They have a trust for each other, for their coach, and so that's why they're going to be fine. And when James gets back, Wiseman gets back, this team is going to be like freaking. Just imagine you drop a superstar, potentially the best player in the country, onto a team that's already knocking at what? 10-2, 11-2, 12-2. I mean, it's like, are you kidding me? That's not right. It's unfair. It's what it's going to be like. It's going to be completely unfair. But just watch it.
Dude,
Light up some more of it.
Hey, Mayor, I'm about to put you on hold, but I'm about to give you some extra love. I'm going to tell you a little something before I go to break, because I got to get to a break real quick, pay a few bills. Everybody out there, I hope you're enjoying your Black Friday today. I hope you had a wonderful Turkey Day. Tigers had a wonderful Thanksgiving. And again, I just want to say this. This is as a reminder to all of y'all, and to especially, I haven't even said this yet. ESPN, shame on you. The announcers, I tweeted it yesterday. If you come to Memphis talking like that, you will get slapped upside your damn head. I don't know. I didn't know you worked for the NCAA. I didn't know you were so full of crap. And let's just be honest. To say that Penny Hardaway is a bad person and he should be suspended because, God forbid, he gave $1 million of his own damn hard-earned money to his university, did not know he was going to be coaching. And by the way, then when he wasn't coaching, instead of being in a shake joint or out doing a bunch of yayo with some hot chick in a bed, he was out working with young kids, helping them. And he did it because he wanted to give back. He didn't do it because, again, he had to. Was he out there looking for, does he sit there and say how he helped Alex Lomax and how Alex Lomax lived with him? The only thing is because Wiseman is the number one recruit in the country. He was ruled eligible twice. Penny paid money out of his pocket to help the family come here to Memphis to help a young man to reach his dreams. Again, this is a guy who's doing positive things in the community and for people to help them reach their dreams. And I'm sitting there watching the game and listening to them and saying, how dare Penny Hardaway? Dude, I agree with one thing. I'm sick and tired of the kids having to pay for this. And it does stink that Wiseman suspended 12 games. But I will never, ever, ever appreciate or have any more respect for y'all, especially when you go on air and not talk about stuff that you don't know your head from your keister from. And you know what? I got to pay some bills. I'll come back and actually address this on the other side. And again, shame on you, ESPN. Don't touch that dial. This is Sports 56, 96.1. Tigers won 83-78, and the Tigers are going to drop Cincinnati like a bad habit on Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7 FM.
Search Sports 56 on Facebook and give us a like. And follow us on Twitter at Sports 56 WHBQ.
When you're in need of quality jeans, shirts, and boots, think Frontier Western Store in Olive Branch. Frontier has thousands of square feet of merchandising at everyday low prices. Tons of jeans by Carhartt, Wrangler, and Ariat. Whether you're after classic denim jeans, dungarees, or work pants, you'll find them among Frontier's amazing selection of stylish modern fits. Flame-retardant jeans and shirts now available as well. Colder weather is on the way, and Frontier is prepared with overalls, coats, and fleece jackets. Women's Sherpa jackets by Simply Southern starting just $29.99. Don't forget the boots. Frontier boasts dozens and dozens of styles of boots, work, dress, or play. Come try on the latest boot trends as well as proven classics, Ariat, Durango, Dan Post, and many, many more. You are guaranteed to find your next favorite pair at Frontier. Frontier Western Store, 5880 Goodman Road in Olive Branch, or shop online 24/7 at frontierwesternstore.com. Family owned and operated since 1967.
For the best lineup of quality, fuel-efficient, and fun-to-drive vehicles, get to Wolf Chase Honda and Wolf Chase Nissan. Over 1,000 new certified and pre-owned vehicles in one great location. Catch the savings now during our huge model year-end sales event. Score an amazing deal at Wolf Chase Honda and Wolf Chase Nissan and get to the game in style at Germantown Road and Highway 64. Family owned since 1981.
It's car buying time now during Wolf Chase Nissan's Summer Savings Event. More cars, better offers, and bigger savings than ever before. Model year-end savings on every new 2019 Nissan in stock. Financing as low as 0% up to 60 months on select models for qualified buyers with approved credit through NMAC. Hurry in for exciting summer savings. And remember, if your car says Wolf Chase Nissan, you've got the best deal. WolfChaseNissan.com.
Bria's Fashion Boutique is the worst. First, they asked me if I needed help finding anything. Just because I'm gorgeous doesn't mean I need help.
No matter how hard you work for your small business, online reviewers will find something to complain about.
Then they tell me they're having a sale. Oh, so you're assuming I'm poor. Cool.
And while Progressive can't save you from these trolls, we can help you save money on commercial, auto, and business insurance.
Also, they tried to give me the friends and family discount. I'm not your friend, so...
Get a quote online today at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliated and third-party insurers.
Come to Holly Chevrolet in Marion to take advantage of end-of-year savings. Right now, save over $9,400 off MSRP on the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever. The all-new 2019 Chevy Silverado Double Cab LT Z71 All-Star Edition. Or get a great deal during their Black Friday sales event. Take 20% off MSRP on select 2019 Traverse, Impala, Malibu, Cruise, and more. Stop by today and check out Holly's large selection of new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs ready for you to enjoy. And at Holly Chevrolet, it's a no-pressure, no-hassle environment. As a matter of fact, there's no Badgers. And never pay a dock fee. Find new roads at exit 14 off I-55 in Marion, just 15 minutes from downtown Memphis, and online at hollychevrolet.com.
2019 Chevy Silverado Double Cab LT Z71 All-Star, stock number N3607. 20% off MSRP on select models only. All discounts, rebates, and incentives are included and applied. And must qualify and finance with GM Financial under 2005 on your original product. Prices don't include tax, tag, title, or registration. Take delivered by Lily 3019. See dealer for details.
Hi, I'm Troy Five-Ash, owner of Five-Ash Roofing. If you need a roof for your home or business, we hope to hear from you and we will work hard to earn your business. We are experts and certified in residential and commercial roofing, siding, and gutter installation. We have been serving the Memphis area for over 20 years, and now with two of my sons working with me, we plan to be here for many years to come. So if you need a roof, please give us a call. On a personal note, what a great time to be a Memphis sports fan. With the Grizzlies' new look, the Redbirds, the 901 FC, and the Tigers football and basketball teams, it's going to be a fun year. Thank you to Coach Norvell, Coach Hardaway, and their staffs for your dedication to your student athletes, the University of Memphis, and to fans like me who have waited forever to have both the football and basketball teams ranked at the same time. Five-Ash Roofing, fair, honest, and ethical, 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com. 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com.
Five-Ash Roofing, it's what we do. We're here for you.
There's a new commissary in town in Collierville. Germantown Commissary is doubling. Yeah, they're still going to have the old Germantown Commissary by the tracks, but now there's a huge new Germantown Commissary in Collierville at Poplar and Houston Levy Road. It's huge, too. There's a drive-through. There's plenty of parking, no telephone pole to get in your way, a cool patio. It's right by the track, so the tradition continues. And this is a tradition that's been around forever. That commissary is famous for hickory-smoked, slow-cooked Memphis-style barbecue. They've got a private party room at the new one in Collierville. Self-catering still continues. Party packs for $5.95. Basically, the great ribs, the great pulled shoulder, the great deviled eggs. Everything is there in Collierville and Germantown now. So there is now a Germantown and Collierville style of barbecue. It's called Germantown Commissary.
Can't you give me 5 more minutes?
Country music star Scotty McCreery will be at this year's AutoZone Liberty Bowl, and you want to be there too.
This is it. This is now.
The American Idol winner will perform at the President's Gala on December 30th at the Peabody and at halftime of the AutoZone Liberty Bowl game on December 31st. Get your tickets today by calling 795-7700. The Tennessee Highway Safety Office reminds you that fans don't let fans drive drunk.
Now back to Johnny Radio's Happy Hour.
Get over here.
This hour is brought to you by MemphisFarmers.com. Insurance coverage backed by a local agent and a brand trusted nationwide. We are farmers. MemphisFarmers.com.
What is up? What is up? I love my job. I love my city. I love the holidays. And I love the Tigers. And you know what? I'm a journalist until I talk about the Tigers. Then I might get a little biased. But damn it, I'm still honest. And I tell it up straight up as it is. When they ain't playing good, I straight out there call them as they are. And I say, you stink. I drop drops past them like a bad habit. I said, Tubby, Pacow. Who asked that question that made him go banana sandwiches, that made him go all over ESPN? Who was that guy? Who was that? Oh, yeah, that was, I don't want to do that. That's kind of, that would be, I'm
weird
giving
flex.
thanks.
Weird flex.
Oh, but that was a heck of a question. Smoked him. He went all into that whole thing, but anyway, remember he couldn't say, what was it? I said, mass exodus, and he couldn't say that. It was so bad. Anyway, point is, I love y'all. Happy Black Friday. But the biggest thing is, congratulations to all the Memphis fans who watched Memphis win 83-78 over NC State. But I wanted to bring this up. Fran should literally shut his mouth. And when I say this, he was an embarrassment to broadcasters everywhere. And there was a tweet by Richard Coleman yesterday that I wanted to read. What do you think about this, Gabe? A lot of misinformation was spewed out of today's broadcast. If you don't know the facts, don't make up crap to justify the NCAA's incompetence and injustice. That was garbage. Dump of an announcing job today. Thanks, ESPN.
You know, personally, watching the broadcast, when I heard Fran Fraschilla open his mouth for the first time, I knew that Memphis was going to be all over him. He was not
full of it.
He would look. I don't care what your take is, but if you're going to bring it to the table as
you better know
I'm right, you're
about.
wrong, I've been here before, you haven't, and everything I say is correct, then you're going to come off as a pompous you-know-what.
Mm-hmm.
And that's sort of what I thought of that. I thought the Jay Billis stuff from earlier in the season was a little overblown.
I will tell you one thing, though.
But I think Fran
NCAA
Fraschilla went way too hard.
No, he went way too hard. And if you back an outdated system like the NCAA and you become their water boy to carry their water for them, and you sound the way you sound on national television, you don't know what you're talking about, and then you attack a man, again, who gave his own hard-earned money to his university. So, oh, my God, he was a booster. So if he didn't give $1 million to the university, we wouldn't even be talking about this. He was a good guy. Or if he wasn't a good guy and didn't, help Alex Lomax when he was a young kid. God, I could tell y'all some stuff, but I'm not going to. Oh, he helped out Wiseman. But you know what? We talk about them because they're actually playing. What about the other 20 kids that he helped out who are playing, played AAU basketball, who graduated high school or now are going to college? We don't talk about them. We only talk about the number one guy in the country now because he's the coach of the University of Memphis. This guy didn't get arrested. This guy came back and gave to Memphis. He loves his city. He loves helping out young people. He's not in a shake joint. He's coaching basketball, man. And he's not a little short dude trying to make millions of dollars because he already made his millions of dollars. He's literally doing this because he loves to be a Memphis Tiger. He loves this city. He's not becoming a coach to become famous. He ain't Josh Pastner. He wasn't sitting on Arizona's bench writing up plays. He wasn't throwing the ball to all the guys while they were shooting at practice. You know what I'm saying? This is not Josh Pastner. This is Penny Hardaway. A guy could have gone away, has millions and millions of dollars, could have done whatever he wanted. But he decided to help kids, and now you're going to crucify him? Shame on you, Fran. You're an embarrassment to the human race. And I said it yesterday, and I wasn't joking. Humanity. Human beings everywhere. Any person with a conscience should be disgusted by what you spewed yesterday. You were the most vile, disgusting person on Turkey Day. In fact, you were the Grinch. In fact, you stole everybody's turkey. You urinated on it. You're like Art Kelly on a bad day.
Whoa. Okay. That was a lot of different references wrapped into one.
Don't like you, Fran.
I think that's the bottom line here. I think that's what the point is.
Well, don't come out and start lying about Memphis, man.
Yeah, I mean, he overstepped, in my opinion.
Overstepped? He literally not just overstepped.
He wasn't even talking the game at points, and he was just absolutely
Penny
urinating.
should be suspended for at least 12 games, too.
At 2? No.
No, he said 12 games. He also, remember when he said that
here's where
Penny should know better? He's the adult. Penny should know what? He knew 11 years ago that giving $1 million to the university was going to get him in trouble. He knew when Wiseman was a little kid that helping him. But by the way, they don't bring up the other 15 to 20 kids and their families that he helped out of the kindness of his heart. And that's what ticks me off. They don't tell the whole story. They just bring up James Wiseman. They don't even talk about Alo living with him when he was a kid. It is flat out wrong. And again, you know, OBJ can do have a girl doing yayo in his bed, and we love him. He can also be a moron and give like Tom Brady goat boots. He can give Landry a $1.25 or what was it, $125,000 watch for his birthday. Stuff that I want to throw up in that stupid. Hey, Jarvis Landry, you're a millionaire. Here's a $125,000 watch. But Penny helps out a family, gives them $11,000, $11,500. But Fran Fraschilla wants to go on television and say he's a bad guy for giving $1 million to the university and helping out kids. Fran, let me tell you something. You got your stuff messed up. You ever heard of the golden rule? Do unto others as you would do unto you. Well, see, Penny is living that lifestyle. I mean, come on. Fran, do me a favor. Take a long, long walk off a really, really short bridge. Please. Seriously, do the world a better place. Make the world a better place. Isn't that in my show?
Oh, my gosh. Yo.
Didn't say you had to die, man.
Okay.
Water be cold, man.
Okay.
Just don't.
All right.
I just don't want to hear him talk anymore.
All right. Yeah.
Hey, 67129 at the First Bank text line. Or you can hit me up at the First Bank phone line if you agree or disagree. But I thought, honestly, it was the biggest lie, the biggest tank job. And it was an embarrassment because you have some old dude talking about the NCAA like there's some great. Oh, the great in all my. It's like the dude talking about the Wizard of Oz. Like he was really like some wizard and not some dude who was sitting behind like this thing and making up some BS. I ain't gonna get into it. You know I'm crazy. I love all of y'all. I'm just happy that the Tigers kicked people's tail in. They didn't have Wiseman. They did not have Lester. They still dominated. And it was really, really nice. And I'm proud of Penny. He is a good coach. And by the way, the other thing is to sit there and say, this isn't high school. He's gonna have to learn how to coach without his best two players. I don't know if he can do that. Well, dude, he's won his last 2 games, hadn't he? So how about you shut that trap, too? This is hilarious. Now, speaking of other traps that need to be shut, are you ready for this one? Cincinnati. All you people at Tiger Lane, are you ready to go banana sandwiches? Are you ready to get crazy and go wild? Because I'm telling you right now, Memphis has started slow this year. Can they start out fast? Can they come out quickly and jump on top? Because if they get on top quick, they could make this thing a absolute beatdown. If they start out slow, it's going to be like we've watched a lot. They go to halftime, make adjustments, come out in the second half, and usually smoke people. But I don't know. I just have a feeling that they are going to come out this week. I feel like my man Brady White. I think Kenneth Gainwell. I think Coxie. I think everybody and their grandmother. I think Gibson. I think all of these guys are going to come out, and they're going to be baller shot callers. And I'm sorry. I know that they beat Temple 15-13. But, man, did you watch Memphis drop 49 on South Florida? 14-9?
Yeah. Slow start, though. Slow start.
Oh, yeah.
Don't
really
want that to happen.
Slow start. But you know what? If they would have had a fast start, could you imagine? What was it, 60-70? But see, what I'm saying is today, Cincinnati, 10-1, 7-0 in conference. You're 10-1, 6-1 in conference. Beat them. We play them again. We drop them today. We drop them next week. And guess what? We going with the Cotton Bowl. Cause it know it just soothes the soul. Man, Cotton Bowl, I think we're going to make that a new song around here in Memphis. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, but always remember MemphisFarmers.com. My man Daniel Gatlin on Sports 56, 96.1, and of course, 87.7 FM.
Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy get you through the midday with Sports 56 Middays. Delivered by FedEx. Weekdays from 10 till 1 on Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7. You already know you can listen to Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7 anywhere with the Sports 56 app or at sports56whbq.com. But you can also keep up to date with everything going on by keeping up with Sports 56 on social media. Be sure to follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch for information on breaking news, chances to win prizes, and video of all the shows. Don't miss out on anything that's going on. Stay in touch with Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7 on social media.
The Christmas cheer is in the air. Santa Claus is still alive and well. Gateway Tires is teaming up with Toys for Tots. We want to see some smiling, joyful faces on all the children this Christmas season. So talk it up, Toys for Tots, and spread the word and make a difference this year. Give 1 toy or 10. We are thrilled for your tremendous love and generosity this year in making a difference in a child's life. Drop off your Toys for Tots at Gateway Tires till December 20th. All DeSoto and Shelby, Memphis metro locations, and also Oakland and Atoka.
At Amazon this holiday, our Black Friday sale has new deals all day. There'll be more, and more.
Woohoo! I love it all!
Amazon's Black Friday sale, delivering all you need for less. Ends November 29th.
Everybody needs somebody to love. Someone to love, someone to love, someone to love.
You'll see the dedication in every single step. You'll see it in the smiles when smiles are hard to get. You'll see it in the little things that add up to success. The caring and passion are the things that we love best.
Wolf Chase Limb Brace is your Mid-South provider for orthotics and prosthetics. They are an ABC accredited facility and their practitioners are ABC certified. At Wolf Chase Limb Brace, their services include artificial limbs, legs and arms, braces of all kinds, and custom molded inserts. You can call them today at 901-507-7821 for their location on Highway 64 in between Germantown Parkway and Appling Road, or visit them at their new location in Jackson, Tennessee. That number is 731-660-5900, or visit them on the web at wolfchaselimbembrace.com.
Dedicated our life to yours. Wolf Chase Limb and Brace.
No matter what's your past credit, no matter how much you owe on your trade, no matter if you tried to buy at another dealer and were turned down, Sunrise Buick GMC can get you financed. There's never been a better time to trade. Sunrise has hundreds of new vehicles and over $5 million in used car inventory, specializing in cars and trucks under $10,000. Sunrise has the lowest prices and will not be undersold. Bad credit, bankrupt, slow pay, Sunrise gets you financed when no one else can. Check out the inventory and apply online at sunrisememphis.com. The November blowout sale going on now at all Sunrise locations. Covington Pike, Wolf Chase, and Collierville.
Memphis, it's official. Crab King Seafood is where it's at. For the most flavored seafood and biggest plates, run to a Crab King's near you. Visit our Bartlett Cordova location at 7140 Stage Road or our East Memphis location at 5992 Knight Arnold Road. Starting this week, get 3 juicy snow crabs, 17 shrimps, 2 whole sausages, 2 corn, 2 eggs, and a large side of potatoes for only $43.99. That's right, $43.99. The price, the portions, the service is why Crab Kings is #1. Make the right choice the first time. Make it Crab Kings. Come and devour our tasty snow crabs, king crabs, shrimp, salmon, and catfish. Enjoy Memphis' best tasting pastas with your choice of toppings. Visit our Bartlett Cordova locations at 7140 Stage Road or our East Memphis location at 5992 Knight Arnold Road. Crab Kings is open Tuesday through Sunday. For more information, Google Crab Kings Memphis or download the app. Crab Kings, a Memphis original.
Now back to Johnny Radio's Happy Hour.
Kick it over here.
This hour is brought to you by MemphisFarmers.com. Insurance coverage backed by a local agent and a brand trusted nationwide. We are farmers. MemphisFarmers.com.
Thick and thin, I'm your pusher man. I'm your pusher man.
Yes, I am your pusher, man. And you know what I'm pushing all over you? I'm pushing Memphis Tigers on everybody because you know what I believe? I believe the Tigers are going to play in the Cotton Bowl because they're going to pimp slap Cincinnati today here. And, they're going to start doing it in about, 45 minutes, I'd say. It's going to be like, Brady White, no turnovers in the first quarter, no fumbles, none of that BS. He's going to come out solid. He's going to come out strong. And it's going to be the first game of the year. He plays a complete game, 4 quarters. all day long, all day strong. 4 quarters of Brady on fire. You know how nasty that would be with Kenneth Gainwell and Patrick Taylor and Gibson? Oh, man, you know how many people run for the Tigers, by the way? It's kind of funny. But then think about all the people that catch the ball. We also have Magnifico. We have, Coxie, Gibson, Austin, Gainwell, Washington. Who else, man? Like, we got guys that catch things all day long. And one thing I'm going to tell you what they're going to catch. They're going to catch the Cotton Bowl. It's going to be like a hard thing, dude. And it ain't going to be one of those things where you say, ouch, it hurts. Doc, I need some penicillin. It's going to be a thing like, Doc, we're going to the Cotton Bowl. Now, I need a little bit of help, Gabe, because I know that there's people on phone. I do not know what's going on with my thing over here. Well, anyway.
Well, we have Mike who has joined the show to talk Tiger basketball. Mike, how are you?
Yo, what's up, Mikey Mike?
One question I was going to ask you about football real quick. Well, how much does the Cotton Bowl pay? One.
Oh, that's a good question.
You know, number two is, when does the new contract with ESPN kick in and we get about $7 million more?
Cotton Bowl
I think
payout.
those two
Whoa.
things could make a big difference in whether we can sign Norvell and the staff again.
Dude, it's $6 million per conference for the Cotton Bowl, so that's a lot. That's a big difference. $6 million. So that's not bad.
Yeah, not bad. The one thing, just the basketball thing, it's just kind of watching the NCAA. You know, Duke has a player go up there and spends $120,000 at Tiffany's on jewelry, and they can't find out where the money came from.
That is very true.
Somebody, you know what I mean?
Listen,
and then,
hey,
of course,
the
you got
world.
the joke of all jokes, the North Carolina thing, that you don't have to go to class and you get an A and they get by, that everybody
Because everybody got to do it. Yes.
I always have somebody else going to it.
And then they banned Mizzou for postseason for something rather similar, but not really, in my opinion, on the same level. So we know about the arbitrary rulings of the NCAA.
Yeah, I don't know if it would get any better if somebody said the other day, if you had the Power 5 make their own thing, because you got to remember the same eggheads that set up the NCAA are the ones going to set up this Power 5 thing, you know what I mean?
I hear you, man.
They're their own worst enemies. Of course, as I always say, TV's got a lot to say in who they want in the tournament and who they don't.
That is true. Mike, hey, do me a favor. Happy
Yeah.
Thanksgiving, man. Enjoy it. Hey, Tigers, they going to win that bad boy. Now, before I go to break, I got to say one thing. Steve, he wants to talk about Fran Fraschilla. Steve.
Yeah, man.
What's up, Steve?
Fran,
Fran's a-
Fran, like, yeah, dude, a big old hater. Hey, but listen to this. I would respect them, though, if they, like, tell the story. Like, be real now. So they saying Penny paid James for to go to Memphis. Man, everybody know we could have gave James $1 million. Dude wasn't going to play for no Tubby, man.
No kidding. Thank
That's
you.
what I'm saying.
Steve, preach.
For
Preach,
real,
Steve.
Man. That's for real, man. They know that. They ain't even know I'm saying it. Man, dude wasn't going to play for no Tubby.
Man, Memphis people know everything that's going down, and the NCAA is so full of it, it's not even funny, Steve.
For real, man. Y'all be easy there.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving, brother. Steve knows how to do it. Everybody at the First Bank phone lines, I know that y'all rock and y'all roll, and I appreciate y'all calling in. I do want to remind you one thing, though. Today, Memphis won yesterday. They dropped their bad habit. Today, Brady White is going to come out, and he's going to kind of be like, I think, Alex Lomax, who has tons of assists, like out the frame. And you know who's going to be like little Tyler Harris? Kenneth Gainwell. He's going to run. He's going to do his thing. It's going to be nasty. I'm going to love it. I'm so excited. And I'm just telling you, man, this Tiger football team today, when they play Cincinnati, they're going to drop them like a bad habit, and they're going to be so scared next week. Do you think Cincinnati shows up?
Stop joking around, man. Quit joking around. But I will say this. 2 weeks in a row, that's going to be a tough game to win 2 weeks in a row.
It's going to be tough, but I'm going to tell you one thing. The offense, and this is where I'm very dead serious. A lot of people, everybody thinks that the defenses are the same. The defenses are the same. Memphis is just as good as Cincinnati. But offensively, Cincinnati cannot hold their jockstrap. Let's just be real. In fact, they need to go wash all of Memphis's clothes and say, please, Memphis, don't step on our face. Because Memphis is about to slap Cincinnati like a bad habit. Now, Virginia Tech, 27-27. Guess who has the ball? Virginia Tech. 13 minutes going. Could it be a Justin Fuente? Memphis Tiger win all day long, all day strong. I sure hope so. Plus, you got Iowa up 7-0 on Nebraska. We got football going on all day, and I'm going to talk football all day long, all day strong. And I'll tell you one thing. The only reason I come in here so excited every single day is because I go to your CBD store, and I test drove all the products to make sure that it was cool and people kind of dug it. Do you know how I was the coolest person? Like, I love Thanksgiving because you don't have to give gifts, but I wanted to try the CBD gifts on the family and see how they reacted, because I got a lot of people that are even older than me in my family, man. My parents are older than me, believe it or not. They are, you know? Makes sense, right? No, but seriously. I didn't give no kids CBD, y'all, so chill out. I don't know. I think I can, though, but I didn't. Now, I gave my dog CBD and it was awesome. But I'm telling you, I'm serious as a heart attack. Get back to being you. Your CBD store is the place to go learn about cannabinoids, your endocrine system, how to be healthy, how to sleep. Could you imagine getting 7 hours to 8 hours of sleep a night? Like, if you're like me and only sleep 4 hours a night, and now you're sleeping 7, why do you think I'm feeling so much better? Because of your CBD store. Check them out. 3157 Poplar, 6080 North, like 680 North Germantown Parkway. You got the Dirty Dover. You got Memphis right up in this house. Your CBD store online, though, they got 450 stores all over the country, so you could be watching YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Periscope, Facebook, wherever. You can still find your CBD store around you. Check them out. And SudMed products, man, you will absolutely love them. Now, today, we got all kinds of sports going on. I am fired up like you would not believe. And I'm going to tell you, I'll tell you what the scores are going to be and what the scores are. Just get ready to lay that cash, if you know what I'm saying. We're going to make cash in a flash. Always, don't forget MemphisFarmers.com and Chad Gatlin on Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7 FM.
Bartlett Small Engine has been serving quality power equipment since 1970. They have a full line of power equipment, parts, and services for most makes and models. Bartlett Small Engines has the best brands in the power tool industry: Honda mowers, trimmers, and generators, Steel blowers, trimmers, and chainsaws, Echo trimmers, blowers, and chainsaws, plus quality products from Red Mat and Shindawa. And they're all American made. Bartlett Small Engine is your can-do store. 6780 Summer Avenue. Call 901-386-9779.
I want to invite you to come by the Spirit Shop. You know, that little log cabin on Poplar, your liquor and wine oasis. The Spirit Shop has been providing sports fans their beverage needs since way back in 1969. So come in now and get ready for the big game. Whether your favorite team wins or loses, the Spirit Shop will help you celebrate or ease that pain away. The Spirit Shop is open every day, and they're located perfectly at 4848 Poplar. That's the corner of Poplar and St. Nick.
The holiday season is here, and it's time for our best offer of the year during the Ford Black Friday event. Now, for a limited time, get 20% estimated savings on select 2019 Ford models. You're ready, and so are we. Start the season off right, and don't wait to enjoy our best deal of the season. That is 20% estimated savings on select 2019 Ford models. The Ford Black Friday event ends soon, so hurry in today. Eligible on select 2019 model year vehicles. Vehicle must have arrived at dealer at least 61 days prior to the sale date. Estimated savings include an average dealer discount based on a sales survey of average discounts offered by Ford dealers nationally. Discount may vary. Dealer determines price. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by December 2nd, 2019. See participating dealer for complete details.
Is your wife asking you to stop eating junk food? Well, we have you covered at Humdinger's. It's quick and it's healthy, and most important, it tastes amazing. With many choices from salmon salad to rainbow trout and grilled asparagus. Come visit us for lunch at Humdinger's, 6300 Poplar Avenue. So good, Coach Penny eats with us weekly. Don't forget, Humdinger's offers full-service catering for weddings, social events, or your corporate lunches. You can call 901-260-8292 to find out more.
Campbell Clinic now offers daytime walk-in care, and you don't need an appointment. If you've got any kind of urgent break, sprain, strain, you can walk into any of their 5 convenient locations Monday through Friday from 8 until 4. There's no long wait you have to put up with the ER, and those doctors are really good, but they're not orthopedists. They're not world-renowned orthopedists who have come up with different procedures and written the manuals for them that are used everywhere in the world. And I'm not kidding you. And you can now see those doctors who treat the Tigers, the Grizzlies, the Redbirds. You can see them today without an appointment. And I'm talking Collierville, Germantown, South Haven, downtown at the Med Center, or even the Campbell Clinic Spine Center in Cordova. Now, if you've got something pressing, you got to go to work and you can bear the pain until the evening, there's Campbell Clinic After Hours. That's Monday through Thursday from 5 to 8 in Germantown, South Haven, even Saturday morning in Germantown. If you're injured, don't wait. Visit Campbell Clinic Walk-In Care or Campbell Clinic After Hours.
Country music star Scotty McCreery will be at this year's AutoZone Liberty Bowl, and you want to be there too. This is it. This is now. The American Idol winner will perform at the President's Gala on December 30th at the Peabody and at halftime of the AutoZone Liberty Bowl game on December 31st. Get your tickets today by calling 795-7700. The Tennessee Highway Safety Office reminds you that fans don't let fans drive drunk.
We are Sports 56 WHBQ Memphis, WIVG-FM Tunica Memphis, and WPG-FLP Memphis. Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
It's Johnny Radio's Happy Hour.
This hour is brought to you by your CBD store, your one-stop for all your natural, organic, and non-GMO CBD products, where good health hits home.
Check it out right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now,
a man that eats meat so rare, he only eats unicorns. Johnny Harden.
What is up? What is up? Welcome back into a little Johnny Radio's Happy Hour. I am your sports mixologist, John Harden. John _, at Johnny _radio on Twitter. You know my guy right over there, Gabe Kuhn. You can always reach him at the First Bank phone lines at 901-360-8255 or on Twitter at G_Kuhn71. And of course, that's KUHN. Now, we've been talking football all day long. T-minus 28 minutes and counting till Memphis and Cincinnati kick things off. Memphis a 13-point favorite over the Cincinnati Bearcats. I can't wait. It's going to go down for real. Speaking of football, it's going down for real right now. It's second and goal. Virginia trailing Virginia Tech by 3, but they are on the goal line. Can Bud Foster's defense hold them? I just don't know. We'll have to see, but there is 9 minutes left in the ball game. It's going to be
you gotta love rivalry week, man.
Love it.
Brings out the best in teams.
It really does. Speaking of that, though, I did want to bring up this and ask my man Gabe, because we've been talking Memphis, Cincinnati, but we have to actually talk about tomorrow, Ohio State, Michigan, Alabama, Auburn. Which team more likely for the upset? Auburn, who's a 3-point dog at home, or Michigan, who is a 9-point dog at home over Ohio State? It looks very easy to say Auburn. Looks very easy. The points. But, man, Jim Harbaugh, he's got to beat Ohio State one day, right? Well, it'd be hard to beat Justin Fields. Now, Urban Meyer's not there. You think it might be easier. Well, Ryan Day's been pretty dead-gum good. So what I'm asking is, Gabe, do you think Harbaugh has a better chance at home against Ohio State? Or do you think my man, Auburn, in the Iron Bowl has a chance to upset Alabama and Nick Saban? Which team has a more likely chance of pulling out the outright upset, not just covering the spread, but winning the football game?
Is this an unpopular opinion if I say Auburn? Because I think Auburn, no doubt. You have Mac Jones on the other side, unproven in games like this. He's got to go on the road to Jordan-Hare. We know those games are always close. You talk about a 3-point spread, okay? I think this game will come down to a field goal, if not less. So I really do like Auburn in this game, but I like them, to be honest. I'm saving reservation for straight up, because when I think it's more likely than Michigan beating Ohio State, though, personally. because Bo Nix at home, he's going to be able to settle in for a half second. He's going against an Alabama defense that's not normal. It's not a normal Alabama defense. But when you look at Michigan versus Ohio State has the better defense, has the better offense, has better special teams. It is just better all around.
Justin Fields, best player in football. Joe Burrow's Heisman winner.
I think Joe Burrow right now has a better track record. And I had a big long
my
argument.
question is, hold on. I'm just saying. I'm not asking best NFL quarterback. I'm not asking who's going to be the best at the next level. I think Joe Burrow has had the best year. What he's done with the football is insanity. But I'm saying, this is a guy who is a redshirt freshman in Justin Fields. Joe Burrow is a senior. This guy is a redshirt freshman. And Gabe Coonan, you know this. As a redshirt freshman, Joe Burrow went to Ohio State. Sat there for a while, then transferred to LSU. Joe Burrow is an older gentleman. He's a senior. What I'm just saying is, and I'm taking this into account, have you seen in a long time a young man as a true freshman, as a redshirt freshman, take over a program like Ohio State and just grab the bull by the horns? This could be
and the thing is, ride. I think Georgia made the wrong decision.
Absolutely.
Letting him walk. But no, I haven't personally, because this guy has thrown one pick all year. I don't know if you've seen that. Yeah. 33 TDs to one pick. This guy is being very good with the ball. For the most part, he fumbled last week. It was kind of uncharacteristic. But when you look at his body of work running the ball as well as throwing the ball, this is a freshman unlike things we've seen in a while. He has come in here with a load of confidence, just trashing on all those reports you read preseason about him not being able to pick up Ryan Day's offense.
Wasn't intelligent.
Well, guess
enough.
what, man? He has picked it up and done. I don't think anyone's missing Dwayne Haskins, and we know how good he was last year.
No,
that's all I'm going to say.
Dude threw over 50 touchdowns, man. Yeah. Anyway, this is another one I want. Since I came with you with the Ohio State, Michigan biggest game, and the Alabama.
Auburn's more likely to win.
And I agree. Bo Nix. He should. This is his time to shine. He's a freshman. He's been playing all year. He's got Alabama. They're beat up. Their defense isn't. This is the worst defense that I think Nick Saban's had, and it's since he's been there. But I also have to ask you this, because this I think is a fascinating question, and you might think to myself, "You're crazy, Mr. Harden." And I'm going to tell you something. I think this is Ope. Two teams that are both huge favorites. In fact, they're both 28-point favorites. They're both on the road. Clemson, third in the country. South Carolina at home. Georgia, 4 in the country. Georgia Tech at home at Bobby Dodd Stadium. Who needs to be more impressive? Clemson wins. All they have to do is win next week against either Virginia or Virginia Tech. They're in. Georgia, do they need to pound Georgia Tech and play really, really good at LSU to have a chance? Or is Georgia, by the way, playing for nothing? And the reason I ask this is, which team basically is going to come out and cover this 28-point spread?
Clemson can win, but here's my opinion. Clemson can win by 10 and still be in the position they're in and still be a big contender when it comes to college football playoff time. They're undefeated. They've ran through that schedule, the back half of it, easily. They beat a Wake Forest team who was nationally ranked for most of the season 52-3. This team is still good. I think they might be able to cover that 28. I think Georgia Tech is inferior to South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? South Carolina is going to be able to stay close with Clemson.
Mm-hmm.
And then Georgia has to prove something. They have to go out and beat Georgia Tech by a lot, or people are going to start looking at – to be honest, people have already started looking at them differently.
I'm with you. I am 100% with you. And by the way, Virginia Tech, Virginia, 7:35. It's 30-30. What a tight ball game this is. Very interesting game going on right now. By the way, that is, of course, in the Commonwealth. Thank you very much, Gabe. Now, last but not least, I have to get to the NFL. Everybody knows what happened before I get to Hardwood and make y'all laugh before we get ready for Cincinnati and Memphis. But we are here on Sports 56 going to the Apple Cup. And I got to know before I go to the NFL in Hardwood, in the Apple Cup, Washington State is getting 7.5. They have the passing record, the guy that can throw it all over the yard. They're playing Washington. Do you like Washington or Washington State today?
I can't call it, man. I cannot call it. This is a tough one because Washington has been they've underperformed, but they still have Jacob Eason, who I think is a decent quarterback. And then you look on the other side, Washington State, you don't know what defense you're getting. You have no idea. So if they show up and score a bunch of points and still give up a bunch of points, it could still play into Washington's hands. I don't know.
Yep.
I truthfully cannot
Leach,
call this
Chris
one.
Peterson is going to be interesting, but it's also going to be right here on Sports 56, 96.1 and 87.7 FM. So keep that locked. If you aren't at the Tiger game or whatever, you can hear the Apple Cup right here. But I have to ask you also about the NFL before I get to Hardwood and talk about something I didn't know about birds and being supposed. Anyway, I'll tell you about it in a minute. But Saints took care of business. They won the game. They did what they had to do. The Bills drop-kicked the Cowboys. Ouch. And then the Bears were embarrassing but pulled out the win. Thank you, Anthony Miller. It's Miller time. That's another thing I like about Memphis. Miller was awesome. The Tigers were awesome in basketball. And I'm telling you, they're going to drop kick Cincinnati. It's going to be all about Memphis right now. I'm telling you. But I want to ask you real quick. Bills, 26-15 Cowboys. Cowboys are now 6-6. Bills are now 9-3. Holy cow. Is my man Jason Garrett just that bad of a coach?
Yeah. I just don't think that if they want to be a Super Bowl contender, they can stick with him. But Jerry Jones has said they're going to stick with him through and through until this season's done at least and see what happens.
How embarrassing.
And see what happens.
Now, before I go to Hardwood, the big question of the week, and it's all about the 49ers and the Ravens, is this the Super Bowl preview?
I still think there's teams out there that can make it in there. You look at the Patriots. It's a good team. It's a really good team. You look at the Seahawks. They're very timely. I think this one is going to shake down very interestingly.
Shake down. Just about. I don't know what song that is, but it's way too old for you to even know. But somebody out there knows. Hit me up at 67129. Y'all are laughing like I'm some idiot. Trust me, that was a dope song in the 80s, okay? Trust me. Maybe 70s. I don't know. It was dope, though.
I remember it, though.
Hey, and by the way, if y'all have never seen Miami Vice, y'all don't even know what cool is, so hush. Just kidding. Such an idiot. Tubbs. Never mind. I'm going to stop. 49ers and Ravens. Ravens are a 5-point favorite over the 49ers. I think Lamar is playing at such a crazy level. I don't think the 49ers come out there and show them everything. I think they're thinking ahead. Plus, they are 10-1 right now. They're going to be on the road. I think Lamar goes out there and goes banana sandwiches. I like the Ravens, and I like them to cover the spread in the National Football League. Holy guacamole. Yeah, I said it before I take you to Hardwood, but always remember one thing. 901-406-1101. That's 901-406-1101. That's 901-406-1101. What number is that? Of course, that's Bill at I Buy Houses. Why do I give that to you? Because guess what? He'll buy any house, any area, as is. Simple as that. All you do is call 901-406-1101. Bing, bang, boom, I just sold your house. Really as simple as that. Plus, it's the holidays. You got a referral? $500. If you send him a referral, bing, bang, boom, $500 cash in your pocket. Go out and buy all kinds of goodies. Go to your CBD store. Get all kinds of goodies. People love it. I'm telling you, 901-406-1101. Call my buddy Bill at I Buy Houses. I just sold your house. Let's go to Hardwood.
This is Access Hardwood.
All right. Got to ask a whole lot of things about Hardwood. And first and foremost, I got to know something. And this is something that only Gabe can probably tell me. Well, because I don't know these type of things. What is going on with Rob Gronkowski right now? Please tell me you watched this video. I know that he was dancing with the Laker girls. And I don't mean, and by the way, this is not something against a community of people. But I'm going to freak out because there's one thing for my man Jenner to win the Olympics and then go to, what is it? He went from Bruce to who? Caitlyn. But Gronk went from Gronk being a Super Bowl champion, went scoring touchdowns to a Laker girl. And by the way, did y'all see this weekend's video? I think he's taking the Laker girl thing a little too far.
What'd he do?
danced his face off so hard that he had a dance off out at a bar last night with his
He's been doing that.
Dude,
man.
this
He parties like there's no tomorrow. You know Gronk. Come on now.
This
Don't
is
act
straight
surprised.
Up, hold on. But these moves are just like, the kick that he does with the Laker girls. This is a little much, bro. This is something that I expect to see on, that James Corden dude show, like late at night.
That's where it started, right?
Well, dude,
that's what the Laker girl thing was.
Well, Gronk, I know. That's why I bring him up. That's what I'm saying. Gronk, yo, homie, you got to remember, you were in the NFL. You're supposed to be taking shots at Jameson. No, I'm just kidding. I just had to say, if you haven't seen it, go check it out at Johnny_radio. If you haven't seen Gronk dance with the Laker girls, it's hilarious. But it is honestly not near as funny as him doing it by himself. Well, not by himself, but he ends up by himself in a circle with all of his bros. And he goes so crazy that he ends up jumping up on his hands and doing a handstand. And yes, shanking. Like he did an upside down twerk. So I got to admit, that's pretty athletic, Gronk.
I don't know why you're acting surprised. Like when he goes out, man. And he has fun.
I understand.
And he's been dancing like that. He's had that for a while.
Well, not like this. He didn't do like, until he did the Laker girl thing, he didn't do the high heel kick and the upside down twerk, okay? I'm just telling you. I never saw that before. These are new moves I think he just learned. And now he's exposing them everywhere, and I think people need to be scared. Because he is kind of heavy. Could you imagine him falling on your table if he's hammered?
No. Good break and a quickness.
Now, real question. Brett Favre, I agree with you, but I want to ask Gabe, who doesn't probably remember seeing him ever play. With 7 seasons, 8,134 yards, 65 touchdowns, 595 catches, and then you have a neck injury and it prematurely ends your career, but you were the best person at your position for about 4 of those seasons out of 7, do you think that's Hall of Fame worthy?
Sounds like it.
I don't understand why.
Talking about Sterling Sharp?
Yeah, why isn't Sterling in?
Why isn't Isaac Bruce in?
Why isn't Isaac in?
There's a lot of people that should be in that aren't.
I agree, but this one I think is kind of simple. And the other thing is, one of my favorite things I've ever heard is the all-time, one of the best speeches. There's a lot of great ones, so it is hyperbole. But when Sterling Sharp's own brother, and y'all know who Shannon Sharp is, you see him on that show at Fox Sports 1 with the Cobra, whatever his name is. What is it? What's the guy's real name?
Are you talking about with Shannon Sharp and Skip?
Thank you, Skip Bayless. Yeah. But you see Shannon. He said at his Hall of Fame speech, I am the only person in the Hall of Fame that can say I was the second best player in my own family. How awesome is that? Did you hear that?
Sorry.
I'll tell you it again. Sterling is his brother. Shannon gets his jacket and his bust, and he comes up and says, I'm the only person in the Hall of Fame that can say I was the second best player in my own family. And in all honesty, I agree with him unequivocally. And I think Brett Favre is right, and I think he should be in there. And now, as happy as I am, I also want to say, now, the National Football League does a lot for us, right? They give us Thanksgiving Turkey Day. Did you know that they give us this thing called Thanksgiving Day Wags? What is a wag?
What's that?
I don't know. I thought you would know what wags are. But there was a full course meal of them on Thanksgiving all over Twitter. Some girl named Rachel Bush, Jordan Poyer, Nikki Jordan, Cam Jordan, Natasha, Sam Martin. I think they're all players' wives or something, but they kept coming out on Twitter, and I'm just curious. Was this NFL sanctioned, do you think?
I have no idea. I know they eat the turkey legs when they win.
That
right?
was dope, yeah.
That's about it. That's all I know about.
See, wags, by the way, wives and girlfriends. I just taught you something, buddy. You're welcome.
I feel like I should have known that.
Yeah, I think you should have.
Yeah.
You're younger than me, buddy.
Yeah, and I'm a football player.
Now, by the way, did you hear about Trevor Bauer?
What about Bauer outage?
Dude, a tire flew off of his truck, and then he completely wrecked his $300,000 McLaren. Yeah, dude. Destroyed it. That would stink.
He's a loose cannon type of guy, man.
But
why does he
here's the
need a
thing.
McLaren?
That's a good
What's
point.
that do for him?
Well, think about it. It's Trevor Bauer. The other thing I was going to say is he honestly should feel lucky because they said his tire came loose. He flew across 6 lanes of traffic, ricocheted off a wall, then smashed through double panel glass windows, hit another car, goes into like some building, and the dude's okay. But he almost cut his finger off playing with a drone. You know? Like, Trevor,
Dude.
you blow my mind, buddy. Like, you are
Would
a
you
wild
sign
man.
if you're an MLB franchise? Are you signing him?
Dude.
Do you want him on your team? He's talented.
It depends on my staff, and you know what? Maybe at the trading deadline. I don't think I could I don't think I could handle him for a whole
It seemed like the
season.
Indians were as ready as anybody to get rid of him last season.
Oh, I agree. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you could hold on to him for a whole season. But oh my goodness. Y'all know what's coming up next, don't y'all? And I'm being dead serious. It is Memphis. It is Cincinnati. And I hope everybody out there on Tiger Lane is getting ready for a good game. I'm ready to see the Tigers do their thing. And I'm going to tell you right now, Brady has earned the respect. This team, Kenneth Gainwell, Obina, Dustin, Manny, Scotty, the offensive line, the defense, everybody on this team has come out there. It is, by the way, it's senior day. But we're going to, I think, have another home game. I really do, because I think the championship's going to be right here in Memphis, right at the Liberty Bowl again. But I will say this is a very, very big game today. I hope everybody and their grandmother's out there. The weather is absolutely beautiful for the time of the year. Hope you ate all your turkey. Hope you got all your shopping done online, and you can get your tail over to Liberty Bowl, because this is where we're about to go. I know Gabe's about to be en route. I'm about to be en route. We're all heading over there. I hope y'all are on Tiger Lane getting ready to rock and roll in Memphis. I know you're going to go out there and get this thing done. Remember I said it. Memphis drop kick Cincinnati today. 45-14. Yeah, buddy. And by the way, everybody out there, I'm dead serious. I hope you had a happy Thanksgiving. I hope you watched the Tigers dominate the way they did yesterday. It was a thing to see. For those who said that the Tigers didn't step on their throat and gave up a lead, all I have to say is, Drew, they were awesome. Are you kidding me? Tyler Harris, no, I'm just kidding, Drew, and I love you. But they grew, and that's what you want a young team to do. And DJ Jeffries, he didn't go out and have 20 and 10. I heard they couldn't win without DJ dropping 20. I heard all these things, but no, Alo, Harris, all these guys did their thing. Boogie. And that's how we're going to do it tonight. We're going to boogie on down. Everybody, enjoy your weekend. Get ready. November, Asta Manana, and Cincinnati. Asta Manana for Gabe Kuhn. I'm John Harden. Get out there, y'all. Make the world a better place. I'll see y'all on the flip side. Peace.
Take Sports 56 with you on your phone or tablet. Download our official Sports 56 app today. For over 25 years, Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7 has been bringing you great local sports talk. With 13 hours of local talk daily, we continue to be Memphis's local sports leader. The day starts with Keith Parker and Elliot Wender on the Press Box from 6 to 7, followed by the Peter Edmiston Experience with C.J. Hurt from 7 to 10. Sports 56 middays with Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy takes you through lunch from 10 until 1. And then, John Harden brings you Johnny Radio's Happy Hour from 1 to 3. Dave Woloshin and Brett Norsworthy drive you home every afternoon with Sports Time with Wolo and Stats from 3 till 6. And John Rennie wraps up the day with Southern Sports Report from 6 to 7 before we turn things over to Fox Sports Radio to get you through the evening. We also bring you Ole Miss sports, NFL football, and the NCAA basketball tournament. Don't miss anything. Keep your radio locked in right here on Real Sports Talk. Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7.
Williams Equipment Supply, your Bobcat loader and excavator dealer, stocks the widest range of Bobcat attachments such as augers, hydraulic breakers, angle brooms, sweepers, brush cat rotary cutters, hydraulic clamps, forestry cutters, pallet forks, grapples, land planes, planers, plate compactors, sod layers, soil conditioners, tillers, trenchers, and more.
This is Sam Watson, your Memphis area Bobcat specialist. Whether you're in the construction industry or ag, call me at 901-326-6429.
I really didn't think it was possible to make Sweetgrass any better.
And yet they did. With Sweetgrass and Nextdoor merging into one big place, you get the best of both worlds.
Exactly. We still get our favorites from the Sweetgrass menu, some of the best food in town.
And we get to watch the games that were always on at Nextdoor, but now you can see them from anywhere in the place.
It's like a nice restaurant with extra added sports goodness. They kept what was special about each place and added them together to make something new and different.
Great restaurant.
Great bar. Sweetgrass Nextdoor really is Memphis's greatest neighborhood place.
If you're going on vacation, making a college campus visit, or if business takes you out of town, there's just no better place to board your dog than Barks and Recreation, 965 Reddick Cove between Bud Davis Cadillac and the Blue Plate Cafe in East Memphis. Boarding, daycare, grooming, we have the best of everything at Barks. Indoor-outdoor kennels so your family member can go in and out as they please. Indoor and outdoor play areas. 4 walks a day, group play, and individual attention from the best staff in the Mid-South, which includes an overnight staff to ensure the safety and comfort of your pet 24 hours a day. All reasons to choose Barks and Recreation above all other boarding and daycare facilities. BarksDaycare.com or 509-0909. Check us out and make your reservations now at BarksDaycare.com. If your dog could speak, he'd say Barks.
Pop Wigington has been in the restaurant business since the 70s and has now brought 3 generations of family favorites together under one roof at Pop's Comfort Kitchen, 2990 Kirby Whitten Parkway next to Kroger. Pop's takes you back to a simpler time when food and life was more wholesome. Settle down today for lunch or dinner at Pop's with daily specials like country fried steak, fried catfish, chicken and dumplings, or Pop's famous fried chicken livers, all served up with your choice of 23 fresh vegetables like field peas and snaps, seasoned green beans, sweet corn and turnip greens. Hungry for a sandwich? Check out the Chuck, a hand-patted cheeseburger between 2 grilled cheese buns topped with lettuce, tomato, diced onion, pickles, fried egg, and bacon. Or a half-pound flat iron steak sandwich served on Texas toast. Don't forget one of Grandma's homemade desserts like chess pie or banana pudding. Take comfort today at Pop's Comfort Kitchen, 2990 Kirby Whitten Parkway next to Kroger. Pop's Comfort Kitchen.
Hi, this is John Conway with Conway Services. When was the last time you had your heating system cleaned? How about a safety inspection? Right now, Conway Services is offering our 16-point Energy Saver Super Tune-Up on your heating system for only $69. That's right, for only $69, we'll come out and perform a 16-point Energy Saver Super Tune-Up on your heating system. We'll also include a complete safety inspection using our state-of-the-art camera system, making sure your heating system is safe to operate on those cold winter nights. Plus, we'll run a carbon monoxide test on your heating system, all for only $69. You can have the peace of mind knowing your heating system is safe and ready for those cold winter nights. So call Conway Services, the Mid-South's premier heating, cooling, plumbing, and electric service company at 384-3511. That's 384-3511. Call this week and we'll perform your heating system tune-up for only $57.
Call 384-3511. Conway Services. Call Conway today.
You'll see the dedication in every single step. You'll see it in the smiles when smiles are hard to get. You'll see it in the little things that add up to success. The caring and passion are the things that we love best.
Wolf Chase Limb Brace is your Mid-South provider for orthotics and prosthetics. They are an ABC accredited facility and their practitioners are ABC certified. At Wolf Chase Limb Brace, their services include artificial limbs, legs and arms, braces of all kinds, and custom molded inserts. You can call them today at 901-507-7821 for their location on Highway 64 in between Germantown Parkway and Appling Road, or visit them at their new location in Jackson, Tennessee. That number is 731-660-5900, or visit them on the web at wolfchaselimbembrace.com.
Dedicated our life to yours. Wolf Chase Limb and Brace.
Campbell Clinic now offers daytime walk-in care, and you don't need an appointment. If you've got any kind of urgent break, sprain, strain, you can walk into any of their 5 convenient locations Monday through Friday from 8 until 4. There's no long wait you have to put up with the ER, and those doctors are really good, but they're not orthopedists. They're not world-renowned orthopedists who have come up with different procedures and written the manuals for them that are used everywhere in the world, and I'm not kidding you. And you can now see those doctors who treat the Tigers, the Grizzlies, the Redbirds. You can see them today without an appointment. And I'm talking Collierville, Germantown, South Haven, downtown at the Med Center, or even the Campbell Clinic Spine Center in Cordova. Now, if you've got something pressing, you got to go to work and you can bear the pain until the evening, there's Campbell Clinic After Hours. That's Monday through Thursday from 5 to 8 in Germantown, South Haven, even Saturday morning in Germantown. If you're injured, don't wait. Visit Campbell Clinic Walk-In Care or Campbell Clinic After Hours.
Your home for the Ole Miss Rebels. Sports 56 WHBQ Memphis, WIVG Tunica Memphis, and WPGF-LP Memphis. Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
The following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports.
It's rivalry weekend, and unlike the last few seasons where the Apple Cup had division championship implications, this year it's all about bragging rights. 6-5 Washington and 6-5 Washington State come in off very different games a week ago, with the Cougars having the ultimate high.
4 seconds left, no timeouts. Snap back, Gordon, they run it, Borghi up the middle, touchdown! Touchdown, Max Borghi! 1 second left, Cougars on top over the Beavers, 54 to 53, they ran it down the middle, and Max Borghi scores!
That game, so many emotions in that game. Adrenaline was kicking in for sure, and then to do that and celebrate with my brothers right then in the end zone, it was unbelievable. I can't even put words to it.
That to get bowl eligible. Now, though, can Wazoo snap the 6-game losing streak to its biggest rival, with Chris Peterson's team down and feeling upset with a loss to Colorado?
I think there's probably some anger, and I think there is some frustration. And if there wasn't, I sure the heck wouldn't want them in our team room. You know, I mean, nobody's good with this, and they shouldn't be good with it.
And we'll find out today if they take out that anger on the rival one more time. It's Washington and Washington State in the Apple Cup next.
In association with Learfield IMG College, Westwood One presents the 5-Hour Energy College Football Game of the Week. For energy on the go, it's gotta be 5-Hour Energy. Works fast, works long, tastes good. And with 0 sugar and 4 calories, there's nothing holding you back.
Inside the 5, takes a hit, ties for the end zone, and in for the touchdown.
Outside the numbers at the 20, down to the 10. He's gone. Pedal to the floor.
He's going to go. Near sideline. Foot race toward the pylon, and he is going in for the touchdown.
Now, let's head to the stadium and join Westwood One's coverage of NCAA football.
From Husky Stadium in Seattle, today, the Washington Huskies host the Washington State Cougars. Of course, here in the Northwest, simply known as the Dogs and the Cougs, and they meet for the 112th time in the Apple Cup. Hi, everybody, along with two-time ACC Coach of the Year, Al Groh. I'm Steve Rabel. Jason Horowitz will join us shortly from our Westwood One studios. Coach, hope all of your friends and family had a wonderful holiday. Happy Thanksgiving to all those folks out there. Let's start with the big deal of the day. This is a rivalry game between these two clubs. No love lost. Can you just throw the records out in a rivalry game?
You certainly can. And most particularly, you can throw the records out when two really good teams or evenly matched teams outplay each other. Last year, each one of them was going for a 10th win in a position in the championship game. This year they come in again with equal records, kind of an equal performance. So rivalries start out making the game very meaningful, and it takes on even more meaning when the teams are really evenly matched. Either team can win. It's not really about emotions anymore. It's about who plays better in between those white lines.
Well, over the years, it's been the Huskies in this rivalry who have played better. The Dogs have won the last 6 straight Apple Cup contests. Cougars, last time they won in this series, 2012. 2 teams at 6-5, but both these teams, Coach, thought they would be a lot better this season.
Well, they certainly did. They've had their ups and downs, but it's come to this point here right now. They can win this game, they can win their postseason game, and they can end up with an 8-win season. So there's some real significant wins to play for at this particular time.
No head coach wants bulletin board material, and certainly not a guy like Chris Peterson. But interestingly, it's not a player, but the Husky defensive coordinator who's been saying, all but saying that Cougs coach Mike Leach is easy to defend because he hasn't changed his offense or his play calling in years. As a coach, when you look at these two teams, you don't want that kind of stuff being talked about, do you?
When I was with the Patriots, and then I continued it with my teams, Steve, Bill Parcells had a one-voice policy. He did all the talking. I had the same policy. One of the reasons for that is if there are problems that I'm going to have to deal with as the head coach, I'm going to be the one who causes them, not somebody else who's got more to say than what I would say in a particular situation. As far as it being the same system, sure, that's one of the reasons why Washington State has been so productive. They have a lot of repetition. They're very good at what they do, but it works both ways. The Washington system on defense hasn't changed over the years either. Mike Leach could say the same things that Jimmy Lake said. He just didn't.
And you have coached college football teams. Both these teams are young. You kind of have to let these guys develop, right?
Well, they've been letting them develop all year long. Those coaches who talk about their team being young at this stage of the season or inexperienced, look, they've had 11 weeks to play to get experience. That's just an excuse now for not playing well. I think all those young players are ready for their first Apple Cup.
Yeah, no excuses today. Much more to come from Husky Stadium as we approach kickoff between Washington and Washington State. But when we return, Jason Horowitz joins us from our Progressive Insurance Studios. Getting a quote is easier than ever. This is Westwood One's coverage of NCAA football.
Hi, I'm Troy Fiveash, owner of Fiveash Roofing. If you need a roof for your home or business, we hope to hear from you and we will work hard to earn your business. We are experts and certified in residential and commercial roofing, siding, and gutter installation. We have been serving the Memphis area for over 20 years, and now with 2 of my sons working with me, we plan to be here for many years to come. So if you need a roof, please give us a call. On a personal note, what a great time to be a Memphis sports fan. With the Grizzlies' new look, the Redbirds, the 901 FC, and the Tigers football and basketball teams, it's going to be a fun year. Thank you to Coach Norvell, Coach Hardaway, and their staffs for your dedication to your student athletes, the University of Memphis, and to fans like me who have waited forever to have both the football and basketball teams ranked at the same time. Fiveash Roofing, fair, honest, and ethical, 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com. 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com.
Fiveash Roofing, it's what we do. We're here for you.
Come to Holly Chevrolet in Marion to take advantage of end-of-year savings. Right now, save over $9,400 off MSRP on the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever. The all-new 2019 Chevy Silverado Double Cab LT Z71 All-Star Edition. Or get a great deal during their Black Friday sales event. Take 20% off MSRP on select 2019 Traverse, Impala, Malibu, Cruise, and more. Stop by today and check out Holly's large selection of new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs ready for you to enjoy. And at Holly Chevrolet, it's a no-pressure, no-hassle environment. As a matter of fact, there's no Badgers. And never pay a dock fee. Find new roads at exit 14 off I-55 in Marion, just 15 minutes from downtown Memphis, and online at hollychevrolet.com.
2019 Chevy Silverado Double Cab LT Z71 All-Star, stock number N3607. 20% off MSRP on select models only. All discounts, rebates, and incentives are included and applied. And must qualify finance with GM Financial under 2005 on the original product. Prices don't include tax, tag, title, or registration. Take delivery by 11/30/19. See dealer for details.
First Bank is here to help you, whether you're a business looking for a loan to expand or refinance an existing one, a homeowner looking for a mortgage or home equity line, a consumer wanting to finance your dream car, or wanting a competitive rate on your CD deposits. Let First Bank try to handle your banking needs. Stop into one of First Bank's 3 local branches today. 6482 Poplar Avenue, just east of International Paper, 8398 Highway 64 across from Wolf Chase, and 6280 Highway 64 in Oakland. Or check them out online at firstbankonline.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
For a smarter holiday home, come to the Home Depot, where right now, the Google Nest Learning Thermostat is a very smart $70 off, and save $50 on the Google Nest Hub. Adjust the thermostat from across the room at a holiday party. Get recipes from Google Hub. And right now, do it for less. Get holiday savings now on Google Nest, only at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. U.S. only, limit 2 per customer, cannot combine with any other offer, valid through December 4th.
Hey, folks, how are you? Jason Horowitz, happy to be with you in our Westwood One studios. Hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving and are enjoying a good start to rivalry weekend. We've got the Apple Cup, 112th edition. Washington and Washington State coming up just past the top of the hour in what has been a one-sided rivalry, to say the least. Huskies have won 6 straight in the series, 9 of the last 10. Many of those haven't been close, but it's that number 10 for this season that Washington's not going to get to. At 6-5, the Dogs, a team that began the preseason number 13 in the country, they're going to fall shy of 10 wins in a season for the first time since 2015, and by a large margin. Last year's conference champion comes into this game after a 20-14 loss to Colorado, and now losers of 3 of the last 4. I talked with their head man, Chris Peterson, this week, and I asked how his team has handled a season that they, until this year, hadn't experienced.
Well, I will tell you, we got great kids, and those kids have practiced hard all year. You know, that's been a little bit of the frustrating thing is like they've practiced hard and, you know, prepared well and all those things. We haven't competed like we've needed to compete, you know, in terms of making plays at critical situations and being able to fight through some tough situations. But, you know, it's tough. I mean, nobody's used to being, you know, 6-5 right now at all. But the kids we got great kids, and they're good to coach and to be around.
Coach, you have owned this rivalry since you arrived in Seattle. For that matter, even before you got there, Washington has had Washington State's number now for a long time. But what stands out to me is that it's one thing to win these games. It's another when you're taking on a team that every year is scoring 38, 40 points a game, and you're holding them to like 15 a game. And that's been the case since you got there. Like, without specifically saying, hey, we're doing everything like this on defense, like, is there something that you know about Mike Leach that nobody else does?
No, I mean, he does such a great job over there. He really does. He's got a tremendous system, and he gets the right guys for it. He knows exactly what he's looking for. You know, we've been fortunate. I mean, our guys have, you know, played some of their best football in these games. And, you know, we need that again, you know, on Saturday. We really do. We need to play our best ball. And I think we have it in us. We have the guys. We just got to show up and compete for the entire game in tough situations. And, you know, I think I know we have it in us, and I'm anxious to see our guys go to work.
Coach, it is rivalry weekend, and I know so much attention gets paid to some in the Midwest and the South and all that stuff, but being out there, you know, I've heard so much about the Civil War between Oregon and Oregon State and the Apple Cup. What is the temperature of this rivalry, how you would describe it?
Well, I think this, you know, most of the kids know each other. I mean, there's a lot of kids from the state of Washington on each squad. There's a lot of kids from California, so there's a lot of guys that know each other. So that's always, I think, fun for the guys to compete against the guys that they know well. And then, you know, the fan base, I mean, there's so many of the Washington State fans that live in Seattle. So that gets it stirred up all week and, you know, bragging rights for the year.
Chris Peterson, head coach of Washington, with us here on Westwood One, getting set for the Apple Cup against Washington State. Coach, you had Jake Browning there, and so you know what it's like to have a record-setting quarterback. When you watch Washington State's Anthony Gordon, system or not, and the numbers he has put up this year, which are Pac-12 record-setting, what are you watching?
Yeah, one heck of a player. You know, he's got great savvy, great moxie to him. You know, he'll sit in the pocket. If you don't put pressure on him, he'll sit there. If you do put pressure on, that ball's coming out quickly. He's got a tremendous release, and I think he just anticipates holes and windows really well. I mean, he will fit balls into tight windows, and you know, if you're not playing your A+ game, he's going to get you.
You were in this position a few years ago when your team was heading towards the college football playoff and made the college football playoff. There is a team in your conference right now in Utah that is, again, doing that. And it seems like people on the outside try to say, well, it's only Utah. Do you feel, being in out west, that Pac-12 teams have to be more vocal because maybe people don't see him as much? Like, since you have gone through this before?
Well, I think there's no question. There's a lot of people who don't see us play. We play so many night games. The games start at 10 o'clock on the East Coast and later sometimes. And so there's no question about that. They miss some pretty good football, some competitive football. So, yeah, we've been through that. And, I think, Utah, one heck of a team. We played those guys, last year in the Pac-12 championship and, beat them in a really low-scoring 10-7 game. So we know what that feels like, playing those guys, and most of those guys are all back this year and have taken the next step. So it's been impressive to watch those guys grow and what they're doing this season.
6 straight wins for Washington against Washington State, going for 7 this time in Seattle. Coach, we appreciate the time. Best of luck.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate you.
That Utah team we were talking about, they'll play Colorado tomorrow, the team that just beat Washington. And as for that defense and the question about, do they know something about Mike Leach that nobody else seems to know? Don't know, but they are giving up 14 points a game to Wazoo in the 6-year winning streak. And in that same span, the Cougars under Mike Leach are scoring 33 a game. So clearly they know something. Defense at times has been good this year for Washington, but can they hold up against that Pac-12 record holder, maybe FBS record-breaking quarterback, and Anthony Gordon? We'll talk to him next. You're listening to NCAA Football on Westwood One.
Shop Macy's Black Friday doorbusters before they're gone, like 50 to 60% off designer styles, and boots and shoes for her, 45% off. Save over $150 on 4-piece sheet sets, now $29.99. And blenders, toaster ovens, and more are just $7.99 after $12 mail-in rebate. For more perks, check out Macy's Star Rewards. You'll get benefits no matter how you pay. That's the savings lineup at Macy's, 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. Saturday. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
Introducing the Capital One Walmart Rewards Card. Earn unlimited 5% back on everything you buy at Walmart online. It's the perfect card for all your family's hints this holiday season. Like 5% back on the air fryer Grandpa told you about when he fell asleep in his chair.
Mean fry anything.
Or 5% back on the laptop your sister had carolers sing to you.
2 turtle doves and a laptop for Carrie.
The Capital One Walmart Rewards Card. Earn unlimited rewards, including 5% back at Walmart online. What's in your wallet?
Terms and exclusions apply. Capital One N.A.
Jason Horowitz, glad to welcome you back to Westwood One's coverage of college football from our Progressive Insurance Studios. Quote, buy and save on home insurance with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, only at Progressive.com. Apple Cup coming up in just about 25 minutes. Washington State Huskies, they've been having some offensive issues. Cougs, well, very different story. Team a 54-53 win last week over Oregon State to get bowl eligible. Anthony Gordon, 606 yards passing. He threw it 70 times. He now has a Pac-12 single-season record, 45 passing touchdowns. He's 80 yards shy of 5,000 passing for the year. He's on an FBS historic pace. And he's the same guy that before this year had only thrown 5 passes in his 3 years at Wazoo. I talked with Anthony Gordon this week, and I asked if he had taken some time to think about where he was and where he is today as maybe the focal point of the Apple Cup.
It's pretty tough to kind of put it into perspective, and really haven't had the opportunity to really, just kind of, it's crazy. It came really quick, and it feels like just yesterday I was a red shirt watching Luke do his thing out there, and then, fast forward to last year, watching Gardner do his thing, and then at this point last year, I remember I was just kind of marveling at Gardner's success, seeing how great he was doing, rattling off 10 wins the way he did. It was unbelievable to see, and at times it was a little tough to kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel, but I knew that if I took this past year with Gardner as a starting quarterback, if I took that year serious, prepared as if I was the starter, and then really just came in ready to go for spring ball, I knew that good things would hopefully come my way.
How much fun is it to throw 70 times in a game?
It's pretty fun until you wake up the next day and your arm's hanging by a thread.
Well, and now, this is the game that people in this state always get excited about, right? It is Washington, it's Washington State, it's the Apple Cup. It dates back all the way to 1900. And for you guys, this is a game that Wazoo has not won since 2012. What is the atmosphere of this like getting ready for this game?
There's no doubt we've had our struggles in the past, but I think that has something to do with maybe overhyping the opportunity in front of us. Just not, being a little bit more focused on what Washington's doing rather than what we're doing. And this year, a big point of emphasis is and we just play all 11 all together on all three sides of the ball, and we do our job. And rise through adversity. Good things may happen, and we've been preparing that way all week. We're ready for adversity, and when it strikes, this team's going to be ready to come together and do their job.
How important is it for you to finish? Because I know there's a bowl game waiting, but to finish this game in really a Washington State uniform with a win that this school hasn't seen in a while.
It'd be awesome. I think the fans have been waiting a long time for it. And I mean, the football program as a whole has been we've been starving for it. So it would mean the world to myself and the rest of the team for sure. Everybody hates the Huskies around here, and there ain't too much purple around this campus. So the rivalry runs deep, and we're aware of that. But we're also not going to make it anything more than it is, and it's just another opportunity to go out there and improve on our skills and hopefully go 1-0 this week.
Talking with Anthony Gordon, Washington State starting quarterback and Pac-12 record setter for all the yards he's thrown this season, and God knows how many you're going to finish with a couple of games to go. But there is something that, it's not about hype per se, but you guys over the last 5-6 years, whatever it might be, 35 points a game, 38 points a game, 40 points a game, whatever it is with Coach Leach. But then in this game, 13 against Washington, 10 against Washington, 14 against Washington. Is there something you have watched in their defense or something that they do against Coach Leach's system that you've got to change up this week to get back to what you normally do on offense?
Not really. They do a lot of good things on defense, and they take pride in not really changing too much either. So they're gonna come out in the same defense we've seen the last 4 or 5 years, I'm sure. So the biggest thing is that we just got to put the ball in play. And from my standpoint as a quarterback, I can't try and throw a 30-point touchdown. I just got to put the ball in play and let my ridiculous receivers make all the plays for me. So, as long as we're doing that and staying ahead of the chains and avoiding negative plays, I think we'll be doing some good things on offense come game time.
Anthony, you have a chance to break the FBS record for passing yards in a season. The touchdown record might be a little far off, but you can finish second all-time behind Colt Brennan, who's 13 ahead of you now. Maybe you finish ahead of Heisman winner David Klingler for second all-time. Does one of those speak more to you than the other?
No, neither of them. It's awesome to think about and stuff like that. Maybe it'd be cool to tell the kids one day and stuff like that. But in all seriousness, I haven't really thought too much about it. But I know that the receivers maybe take a little bit more pride in the accolades that have been going on with my stat line because, we don't throw to 1 or 2 receivers the entire time. We have 12 receivers who catch the football for us, really. So, it just goes to show that they're very unselfish and they're fine with sacrificing their stats for, I guess, our stats because as a team it shows that we're moving the ball at a pretty good rate and stuff like that. So I know that the receivers are pretty happy about it, and they like being a part of an offense that's putting up big passing numbers like this.
Anthony, congratulations on the season. Good luck today against Washington, and we'll talk to you down the road.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys for having me.
On the season, Anthony Gordon averaging 447 yards passing per game. He needs to average 457 per game today and in the bowl game to break the all-time record. Washington's 57th in pass defense, but that's 214 yards per game allowed. We'll see. Kickoff coming up in the Apple Cup in just about 20 minutes. This is Westwood One's coverage of NCAA football.
It's here, the sale you've been waiting for all year. It's the Edwin Watts Golf Shop Black Friday sale, happening this Friday through Sunday with incredible deals like Titleist Pro V1, Pro V1X, and AVX golf balls for only $39.99. Save 50% on the Wilson Cortex driver, now only $249. And half off Adidas sports golf shoes, now just $69.99. Special Black Friday deals in every department with savings on clubs, bags, shoes, balls, apparel, and more. The Edwin Watts Golf Shop Black Friday sale at our new location in the Ridgeway Trace Shopping Center. Edwin Watts Golf Shop's home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Hi, folks. The Chevy Sheriff for Sunrise Chevy. The Sunrise Chevy Ranch has over 500 new vehicles to choose from with interest low as 0% and rebates up to $12,000. A $5 million used car inventory specializing in late model GM certified cars and trucks under $10,000. Bad credit, bankrupt, slow pay, it's okay. Sunrise gets you financed when no one else can. Check out the inventory and apply online at sunrisememphis.com or call. Come in and see us, go online, call. Any way you do it, we'll save you money at the Sunrise Chevy Ranch, partner. 385 in Houston, Levy, and Collierville. Find new roads.
The Christmas cheer is in the air. Santa Claus is still alive and well. Gateway Tires is teaming up with Toys for Tots. We want to see some smiling, joyful faces on all the children this Christmas season. So talk it up, Toys for Tots, and spread the word and make a difference this year. Give one toy or 10. We are thrilled for your tremendous love and generosity this year in making a difference in a child's life. Drop off your Toys for Tots at Gateway Tires till December 20th. All DeSoto and Shelby, Memphis metro locations, and also Oakland and Atoka.
If you need glass replaced, there's only one name you need to know: Benswanger Glass, the largest full-service glass company in the U.S. They've been an industry leader for over 125 years. For all your residential, commercial, or auto glass needs, Benswanger Glass is the name you need to know. 24-hour emergency service for all commercial customers, plus a nationwide warranty on all professionally installed glass. Visit Benswanger Glass in Midtown, located at 340 South Hollywood, across from the Liberty Bowl. Visit their website, benswangerglass.com. Benswanger Glass.
We are Real Sports Talk. Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7. Available on your radio dial at 560 AM, 96.1, and 87.7 FM, as well as online around the world at sports56whbq.com. Take us with you everywhere on your phone or tablet by downloading the Sports 56 app. And at home, tell Alexa or Google to play Sports 56. If it's happening in the world of sports, we've got it covered. Wherever you are, stay tuned to Real Sports Talk. Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7.
In case you haven't noticed, there's a renaissance going on in downtown Memphis, and you can enjoy a perfect panoramic view of everything that's happening at 3rd and Court, Memphis' new downtown diner. Settle into a seat at the counter or one of the spacious booths, order a delicious classic diner meal, have a cocktail if you'd like, and watch the exciting changes that are happening every day in downtown Memphis. This time of year, you can always find a reason to go downtown, and another one of those reasons is 3rd and Court, where old school diner meets today's modern palate. It's time for some good food downtown. It's time for 3rd and Court.
College football Apple Cup kicking off in about 15 minutes. Washington State and Washington from Seattle. Both teams trying to finish the regular season on a high note. A lot of other good stuff going on, though, in rivalry week here today that have a lot intended for conference championships. Let's start with the Commonwealth Cup. Virginia, number 24, Virginia Tech. Hokies had won 15 straight in the rivalry, and after starting slow, Virginia Tech built a comeback to go up 20-13, but Virginia's offense took the lead, and their defense came to life to finish it.
Hooker's out of the shotgun. Takes the knee-high snap, straight drop back. Time to throw this time, and now it's getting away. He's sacked in the end zone. Mandy Alonso comes away with it. Knocks it away. Touchdown, Virginia. The Cavaliers have taken the lead, stretched it even further. It's a touchdown. Flags fly. No one cares.
A little bit different than the flag last night in the Egg Bowl for the player pretending to urinate on the end zone. Dave Cade on the Virginia Sports Radio Network. The call, 39-30, the final. Virginia ends the 15-game losing streak to Virginia Tech, and because of the win, they go to the ACC Championship game as the winners of the Coastal Division and will take on number 3 Clemson next week in the ACC Championship game. The Tigers trying to stay unbeaten tomorrow when they play at South Carolina. Speaking of conference championship games, number 19 Cincinnati on the road at 18th ranked Memphis. Bearcats already know they're going to play in the American Championship next week as the winners of the East Division. They can host it if they win today. Memphis will host if they win. If they lose, it opens the door for Navy instead of Memphis to play in the championship. Memphis is not trying to let that door open at all.
Short end over end kick, and it's taken by Claybrooks at about the 7. Cuts to the middle, 15-20. Big hole, 30. Up the middle, 40. One man to beat 50. Forget about it. 40, 30, 20, 10. No flag. Touchdown, Chris Claybrooks. What a way to start the day. 6-0.
Dave Wolishin from Learfield IMG College, the call. They've added another touchdown. It's 14-3 Memphis with 7 minutes to go in the opening quarter. Meanwhile, number 20 Boise State out of the Mountain West. They have the tiebreaker over Air Force, so they know they're going to the Mountain West Championship game, but they're trying to think about being the highest-ranked Group of 5 team. To do that, you got to win at Colorado State, but they trail the Rams 7-0 4 minutes in to the opening quarter. Central Michigan and former Florida coach Jim McElwain today hosted Toledo with a winning situation. Beat the Rockets, play in the MAC championship game. They blew out the Rockets.
Going to run Ty Scott out wide left. Tommy's going to give it up to Kobe Lewis straight up the middle, trying to get into the end zone. Touchdown, Kobe Lewis. Central Michigan just fought his way past the goal line, and the Chippewas stretch it out to 34-7. With 14 seconds remaining, the Rockets left the Chippewas a little bit too much time here in the first half.
Don Shido from Learfield IMG College, the call. 49-7 the final. Central Michigan will play in the MAC championship for the first time in 10 years. They will play Miami, who's in the title game for the first time since 2010. Redhawks blew a 27-14 lead today and lost to Ball State 41-27. But again, they had already clinched the division. All right, not for conference championship, just for bragging rights, trophies, all that other good stuff. Number 17 Iowa playing at Nebraska. Cornhuskers Bowl eligible with a win, but it's the Hawkeyes who come in hot.
Here's Amir Smith-Marset, a chance for a return from his own 5, 10, 15, 20. Reverses motion, gets the corner turn. He's at the 30, he's at the 40, midfield 50, 45-40, 35-30, 25-20. It's going to be a touchdown Iowa. I wanted a time-consuming drive for a score, but I'll take that.
Gary Tolfin from Learfield IMG College ended the first half scoring. It's 24-10 Hawkeyes trying to get to 9-3 on the season and drop the Huskers to 5-7 in year number 2 under Scott Frost. Elsewhere, Texas, a 49-24 win over Texas Tech. That after spotting the Red Raiders a 14-0 lead. Texas finishes the regular season 7-5 on the season. Red Raiders fall to 4-8. Getting you set for the Apple Cup. It's Washington and Washington State kickoff in about 10 minutes. You're listening to Westwood One's coverage of NCAA football.
Honey, I just switched the family to Boost Mobile, and we got so much more.
Awesome. Like what?
We got 4 free phones for the whole family. 4 lines for just $25 per line per month with unlimited gigs. I smashed up the car a bit. And they have a super reliable, super fast nationwide network.
Whoa, 4 free? Wait, back up. Did you just say you...
4 free phones? Yep.
No. Something about the car?
Oh, you mean Boost super reliable, super fast network.
Before that, the car smashing thing.
What? The smashing deal we got. 4 lines for just $25 per line per month?
No. Between the 4 lines for $25 per line per month and the unlimited gigs part, you said I smashed up the car a bit.
I did. It's completely smashed. We need a new vehicle. But 4 free phones.
Boost Mobile, the switch that gives you more. Limited time offer while supplies last. Offer applies to Samsung Galaxy A20. Requires 1 port from eligible carrier and activation. 1 free device per line. Includes mobile optimized data. Additional terms and restrictions apply. Offers and coverage not available everywhere. See boostmobile.com or retailer for full details.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. In association with Learfield IMG College, this is Westwood One, your home for NCAA football.
We are Sports 56 WHBQ Memphis, WIVG-FM Tunica Memphis, and WPG-FLP Memphis. Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
All right, Jason Horowitz back with you in our Westwood One studios, getting you set for Washington and Washington State. And unlike last year where the division championship was on the line and much more than that, Rose Bowl possibilities, maybe as in years past, the last couple of years, the college football playoff. This year, it's all about bragging rights. Both the Huskies and the Cougs come in at 6-5 on the season. Remember, Washington has won 6 straight in the rivalry. Last year it was Gardner Minshew that they controlled. This year they'll try and do the same with Anthony Gordon and his 45 touchdown passes that he has on the season. It's coming up here in just a couple of moments. Keep you posted throughout the course of the afternoon on what else is going on around the country. Again, we'll keep you posted on Memphis, Cincinnati, as well as Boise State, Colorado. Virginia has already beaten Virginia Tech. All that coming up throughout the afternoon. But when we return, it's back to Steve Rabel, former ACC Coach of the Year, Al Groh. They got the keys to Washington and Washington State. This is Westwood One's coverage of NCAA football.
Eating, working, living pain-free. These are a few of the things many of us take for granted. Yet for many United States military veterans, finding and affording oral health care is a challenge. Dental Lifeline Network is looking for dentists who can change this. Will you volunteer to help people like Richard, a U.S. naval veteran who suffered severe PTSD after his service? He was left homeless for a period of time and his oral and overall health are suffering. Because of congressional limitations, the VA can't provide the dental help he needs. Through our Will You See One Vet program, we focus on helping U.S. military veterans like Richard. Now we are seeking more general dentists and specialists to donate treatment to at least one veteran with special needs. When you volunteer with DLN's program to see one vet, we handle the details so you can focus on the care. If you are a dentist or know a dentist, please share this message and help us make a difference in the life of a veteran in need. Visit willyouseeonevet.org to learn more. That's willyouseeonevet.org.
New message.
Department of the Social Security Administration. The reason of this call is to inform you that your Social Security number has been suspended for suspicion of illegal activity. If you do not contact us immediately, your account will be deactivated. For more information about this case file, press 1 or call immediately our department number, 326.
This is a scam. Thieves are misusing the Social Security Administration's authority and phone schemes to trick you into giving them money or personal information. They state there is a problem with your Social Security number or account. They claim there's been suspicious or fraudulent activity, and you could be arrested or face other legal action. They even spoof SSA's main customer service telephone number on caller ID. Don't believe them. Don't provide any information. SSA employees will never threaten you for information or promise benefits in exchange for information. In those cases, the call is fraudulent. Just hang up. If you suspect you've been contacted by an SSA scammer, call the Social Security Fraud Hotline at 1-800-269-0271.
Hello, I'm Jose Hernandez, and I have been using a wheelchair since my accident in 1995.
My name is Andrea Dalzell, and I've been using a wheelchair since I was 5 years old.
I guess if I had one message for the general public, it would be that I appreciate your help. But please, ask first.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that I've actually got everything under control.
I think people get nervous. They don't know how to act, so they pretend I'm not there.
What probably bothers me the most is when waiters talk to my companion and not directly to me.
I think everyone with a disability can relate to that parking spot problem.
We know you're just parking in that disabled spot for a second, but please, don't. We're just looking for the same respect and consideration as everyone else.
United Spinal Association is dedicated to enhancing the quality of life of people living with spinal cord injuries and disorders. Download our disability etiquette booklet at unitedspinal.org.
Welcome back to a gorgeous Husky Stadium on a sunny, cold day in Seattle as the Huskies get set here in the Apple Cup to take on the Washington State Cougars. Time now for Al Groh's Keys to the Game, sponsored by Capital One Bank. Capital One is reimagining banking, offering accounts with no fees or minimums that can be opened in 5 minutes. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Capital One, N.A. Coach, keys for the Cougars. They have a high-flying offense. What can they do to beat a pretty balanced defense by the Dogs?
At this stage of the season, Steve, the Cougars have seen every coverage imaginable thrown at them. But today, they'll get as much man-for-man in any one particular game as they've seen. And that means their wide receivers got to get separation either by individual matchups or man-beater routes.
What about this Cougar defense? They're a little bit undersized.
They are, and that's an issue against the running game, but the running game always sets up play-action pass, and the Cougars' safeties and corners have got to be alert and vigilant for play-action deep patterns, particularly following a made third down or across the 50-yard line.
Yeah, Easton's got a big arm. He can put that ball downfield anytime he wants.
And Chris Peterson likes to do that as much as Mike Leach does.
All right, let's flip it over now. The University of Washington. They've got a big-armed quarterback, but the belief, at least around these parts, is the Huskies have to get back to what they do best. And a lot of people say that's running the football.
Well, it certainly is. And they've got excellent running backs. They've got speed. And they got to utilize their power running game to put together 3 to 4 long drives that result in not only scores, but eating up the clock to minimize the amount of snaps that Anthony Gordon gets to throw the ball against their defense.
Yeah, Anthony Gordon, again, another big-armed quarterback who's thrown for 1,000 miles this season. And finally, the University of Washington defense, they are going to see the ball in the air early and often today.
Well, this is a different kind of game in which you got to treat every down like it's third down and constantly assault the pocket in order to disrupt the rhythm and the passing point of Anthony Gordon. That's going to be very hard to do against an offensive line that's only given up sacks 13 times this year, which is about 1.5% of their pass plays. So that's a big matchup in the game.
Those are the coaches' keys to the game. Both teams on the field here at Husky Stadium. Opening kickoff between Washington and Washington State is coming up. You are listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
The Christmas cheer is in the air. Santa Claus is still alive and well. Gateway Tires is teaming up with Toys for Tots. We want to see some smiling, joyful faces on all the children this Christmas season. So talk it up, Toys for Tots, and spread the word and make a difference this year. Give one toy or 10. We are thrilled for your tremendous love and generosity this year in making a difference in a child's life. Drop off your Toys for Tots at Gateway Tires till December 20th. All DeSoto and Shelby, Memphis metro locations, and also Oakland and Atoka.
No matter what your past credit, no matter how much you owe on your trade, no matter if you tried to buy at another dealer and were turned down, Sunrise Buick GMC can get you financed. There's never been a better time to trade. Sunrise has hundreds of new vehicles and over $5 million in used car inventory, specializing in cars and trucks under $10,000. Sunrise has the lowest prices and will not be undersold. Bad credit, bankrupt, slow pay, Sunrise gets you financed when no one else can. Check out the inventory and apply online at sunrisememphis.com. The November blowout sale going on now at all Sunrise locations. Covington Pike, Wolf Chase, and Collierville.
There's a new commissary in town. In Collierville, Germantown Commissary is doubling. Yeah, they're still going to have the old Germantown Commissary by the tracks, but now there's a huge new Germantown Commissary in Collierville at Poplar and Houston Levy Road. It's huge, too. There's a drive-through. There's plenty of parking. No telephone pole to get in your way. A cool patio. It's right by the track, so the tradition continues. And this is a tradition that's been around forever. That commissary is famous for hickory-smoked, slow-cooked Memphis-style barbecue. They've got a private party room at the new one in Collierville. Self-catering still continues. Party packs for $5.95. Basically, the great ribs, the great pulled shoulder, the great deviled eggs. Everything is there in Collierville and Germantown now. So there is now a Germantown and Collierville style of barbecue. It's called Germantown Commissary.
At First Bank Mortgage, their core purpose is to help you get to a better place. That better place may be a lower monthly payment, that vacation you thought was impossible, or getting into a home with a fenced backyard where your kids can play. To get into your better place, First Bank Mortgage makes decisions right here at home. Dedicated to helping you get to your better place, First Bank Mortgage. Call Daniel Mooney at 901-462-0145 today. NMLS 741022. Equal housing lender. If you've always thought, hey, I'd look pretty good in Lexus, well, guess what? Lexus thinks so too. Lexus is offering you the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. Great offers on all 2019 models and special lease options. Drive in luxury and confidence, knowing that every new Lexus comes with complimentary first and second maintenance services. Stop by Lexus of Memphis, 2600 Ridgeway, and put yourself in the driver's seat of an all-new 2019 flagship LS500. Hey, you look pretty good there. Lexus Golden Opportunity Sales Event at Lexus of Memphis. Experience amazing.
12 team all last year. He's been a backup at Washington State. This year he's thrown for over 4,900 yards and 45 touchdowns. And the air raid comes out in its usual look with 4 wide receivers. The single setback is a good one too. Max Borghi, who is good out of the backfield, and he does flare out. The throw is near side. The ball is caught by Desmond Patton on the first play of the game. A little slant inside for a 6-yard gain on the right side outside the hash marks. Second down upcoming for Washington State.
You know, a lot of teams would say, okay, it's only a 5-yard gain. That's a successful play with our defense. But that's the same amount of yards that a running play would get. And that's the thinking behind a Mike Leach play call.
2 backs in the backfield, although one of them is the receiver McIntosh. Play fake. And now getting rid of the football is Gordon. He tosses it to Max Borghi, who crosses the 30-yard line. He's tripped up and dropped there by Trent McDuffie. But again, Borghi is a terrific running back coming out of the backfield as a receiver as well.
And the Huskies are trying to change up a little bit. The first 2 plays were zone coverage, 3-man rush. That's deadly to play against a Washington State offense that can find the holes in a zone.
And here's Borghi trying to bounce it outside on the left side on 1st and 10 from his own 32. He's trapped and brought down on the far side for virtually no gain. And the Cougars, Al, will run it from time to time just to keep the defense honest, right?
Well, remember that run, Steve, because you might not see another one for quite a while.
Okay, I'll chart that one. In fact, they lost a yard. 2nd down and 11 from the 31. Again, virtually the entire game, Anthony Gordon will go out of the shotgun. Motion across the formation. Wide receiver, Gordon's going to throw. Stops, has all day, still looking, points downfield, tells his receivers to take off. Finally, he dumps it underneath. Ball is caught. That's Brandon Arconato out near the 40-yard line. Ball came loose, but the officials say no, that was down by contact. Still going to be short of the 1st down, however, and the Cougars get right back to the line of scrimmage looking at a 3rd and 2.
Huskies keep trying to change it up. We're well into the game now. We have not seen man-for-man coverage yet. It's been all zone, but when you play zone like that and Anthony Gordon has the time to find the ball, these receivers...
It's a reception, and the receiver was down on the ground for a 3rd down. The previous play is now under replay review.
That's Mark Duddy, our referee, by the way.
These receivers know how to find the holes in a zone. All right, and when they do, if Gordon has that amount of time, he's going to put the ball right on them.
So as the two teams gather, defense gathers.
The field as the runner's forward progress was stopped. The previous play is now under replay review.
So they'll take a look, see if his forward progress was stopped again before that ball popped out.
Well, it really appeared that his right knee was down before the scrum that caused the ball to come out occurred. But then players got in the way. This is going to be a tough one for the replay official, but he ought to go on the first look that he got was that the right knee appeared to be down.
Brandon Arconato, the receiver, making the catch. Again, that knee, we're getting a good replay, and here we go.
Ruling on the field is confirmed. The receiver's knee was down. It'll be 3rd down.
Didn't take long. One quick look.
Now, if there's ever a down for the Huskies to switch into man-for-man, is on this 3rd down and a long 2 yards to not be on tight receivers and allow no easy throws.
At their own 40-yard line, Gordon spreads out his wide outs. Now motion across the formation to 3 wides near side. A quick flare pass far side. Borghi makes the catch. Outruns a man, turns upfield down the far sidelines. Across midfield, the 45 knocked out of bounds in front of the Husky bench. In Husky territory at the 44. Nice little swing pass, 16-yard gain. Brandon Wellington finally chasing Max Borghi down and out of bounds.
Those swing routes have to be thrown right on the receiver's hands to allow him to catch the ball and get downfield. And that was a pinpoint throw out to the left by Anthony Gordon.
Now 5 receivers and an empty backfield. Gordon throws a snap screen pass near side, and it got blown up in a hurry. Renard Bell was the man who made the catch, and Elijah Molden was right there to make the tackle for virtually no gain.
Molden plays the slot corner, or what is referred to as the star position in a lot of defenses. He was up tight on the receiver, beat the block of the receiver in front of him to get into the backfield.
Cougars start with a trip set right now. Borghi comes back into the backfield, motion across the formation. Gordon's got time again, throws in between 2 defenders, making the catch on his knees as he's falling down is Desmond Patton, the senior out of San Diego, California, Patrick Henry High School. And again, as long as you give Gordon that much time, 9 yards, a 1st down.
Steve, it's been all 3-man rush and zone coverage. If a team plays zone coverage against Anthony Gordon and Mike Leach, he's going to complete 60 passes today.
Martin wide to the far side, Patman wide to the near with 2 backs now on either side of Gordon, who takes the snap and throws to Borghi far side. Turning upfield left sideline, run out of bounds. On the far side by the Huskies. Once again, Elijah Molden in on the play. A gain of 6.
In this offense, Max Borghi's actually had 4 100-yard rushing games. He's a true running back, but when he goes out of the backfield, he runs routes and catches the ball like a wide receiver, not like a running back does. So he's a valuable 2-way weapon for the Cougars.
9th play of this drive as the Cougars took the opening kickoff. We have no score with 10:45 to play here in the 1st quarter. Gordon again taking the snap. Here comes the blitz. The throw over the middle. The ball is caught. Diving away from the tackler and down near the 15-yard line. Once again, Brandon Arconato.
That pass pattern right there is a Mike Leach creation. Many teams in the country run it now. It's called mesh. It's two shallow crossers who sit down in the openings in between zone defenders. It's one of Gordon's favorites, and he hit him right on the numbers on that one.
Picked up 10 yards, another 1st and 10 for the Cougs at the 16 of Washington. Gordon again from the shotgun. Here comes the rush. Throw far side, back shoulder throw incomplete. Intended for Tay Martin on the far sidelines. Threw that one, did Gordon, with a little more on it than probably he needed to. Keith Taylor was on coverage for the Dogs.
Well, after 9 successful plays for the Cougars and the ball inside the red zone, the Huskies finally came with pressure. They brought a 5-man blitz, 2 linebackers up the middle with tight man-for-man coverage.
Coming up on the 10-minute mark in this first quarter. Gordon again from the shotgun. Borghi beside him. 3 receivers right side. Huskies with 3 down linemen make it 4 down linemen, and the handoff inside to Borghi finds a little slot over the right side, dives inside the 10 to the 8-yard line.
This Washington State offense spreads the formation all the way across the field, which obviously spreads the defense and limits the amount of defenders in the box. That creates some natural opening lanes, and Borghi is very good at finding those.
Ulofoshio made the tackle for the Huskies. 3rd down and 3. Ball at the 9-yard line of Washington. Cougars can get a 1st down, and they do. The ball is caught inside the 5. The tackle is made on Brandon Arconato, who's got about 3 catches already in this opening drive. It's going to be 1st and goal inside the 2.
Steve, Anthony Gordon has a lightning quick release. He's the fastest gun in the West, and he got the ball out of his hands so fast on that one, the defense had no opportunity to react to it.
Gordon again from the shotgun. Borghi the single setback. The handoff to Borghi. He plows in. He's in. Touchdown Washington State. Opening drive of the game in the Apple Cup. And the Cougars fans, and there are a lot of them from the eastern side of the state as well as here, on their feet as the Washington State Cougars are on the board first, 6-0. On for the PAT is Blake Mazza, one of the best kickers in the country. In fact, up for the Lou Groza Award this year for the PAT to put the 7th point of the board, 7th point on the board of the day for the Cougars. It's up and it is through. The score with 9:07 to play in the first. It's Washington State 7, the University of Washington nothing. This is Westwood One's coverage of NCAA football.
My name is Latoy.
Did you know nearly 40% of men under 40 and over 75% of men over the age of 40 experience sexual performance concerns? At the Memphis Men's Clinic, their experienced physician performs a comprehensive evaluation that determines which specific issues may interfere with your sexual performance. These issues can vary and range from anxiety to medical issues, low testosterone, or erectile dysfunction. The Memphis Men's Clinic has evaluated hundreds of men of all ages over the years and reestablished a normal sexual life. The Memphis Men's Clinic will work aggressively to resolve issues and allow you to restore your sexual health and overall well-being. That's the Memphis way. If you're 20 years old or 90 years old, come and get cared for the Memphis way. Treatment that's based on your specific needs after a professional clinical evaluation by their experienced board-certified physician. Call the Memphis Men's Clinic today at 901-443-0475 or visit memphismensclinic.com.
It's here, the sale you've been waiting for all year. It's the Edwin Watts Golf Shop Black Friday sale, happening this Friday through Sunday with incredible deals like Titleist Pro V1, Pro V1X, and AVX golf balls for only $39.99. Save 50% on the Wilson Cortex driver, now only $249. And half off Adidas sports golf shoes, now just $69.99. Special Black Friday deals in every department with savings on clubs, bags, shoes, balls, apparel, and more. The Edwin Watts Golf Shop Black Friday sale at our new location in the Ridgeway Trace Shopping Center. Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Summary sponsored by Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. Eat steak and win at Country Pride inside TA and Iron Skillet inside Petro shopping centers. For details, visit ta-petro.com/sweepstakes. That's sweepstakes spelled SWEEPSTEAKS. Got that? Your scoring drive summary here with Washington State taking the early 7-0 lead. A 13-play, 81-yard drive, almost 6 minutes off the clock. Borghi on the 1-yard run. What did the Cougars do right? What do the Huskies have to do to keep that from happening again, Coach?
Well, that was a classic blueprint Mike Leach offensive drive. By the same token, Steve, there were 13 plays in that drive, only 2 downs of man-for-man coverage by Washington. It's Jimmy Lake, the defensive coordinator, who says, quote, "We play press man. That's what we do." Sometimes in a big game like this, in trying to change things up, you can outsmart yourself and get away from what you do best. He said it. That's who they are. They're a man-for-man team. That soft zone coverage with minimal rush is what a Mike Leach team loves to see. As I said earlier, they'll complete 100 passes against that in this game. It'll be interesting to see on the next series if Washington goes back to what their true identity is, and that's tight man-for-man coverage.
The top 2 running backs for the Huskies are the 2 deep men on this kickoff. Sean McGrew, Savon Ahmed. A high end-over-end kick outside the numbers right side, taken by McGrew, coming up the right side numbers across the 20, 25, 30. He's on the run, 35, 40, and dives out across the 43-yard line. A nice return, and the Huskies will have a short field. A flag is down for what could be possibly excessive celebration, but we'll wait for Mark Duddy and his crew to make the call. But a nice return of 37 yards by Sean McGrew, coming up the right side numbers.
There's no foul for unsportsmanlike conduct against either team. Both players were just tangled up at the end of the play. First down, Washington.
And we will take a break. With 9 minutes left to play in the first, it's Washington State over the Huskies, 7-0. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Hey everyone, Tiki Barber here. Instead of running to the end zone these days, I'm running to business meetings and broadcast studios. Seems I'm always on the go. And when I need energy on the go, I choose 5-Hour Energy. Why? It works fast, works long, and it tastes good. And with 0 sugar and 4 calories, there's nothing holding me back. Try it. It could work for your on-the-go life too. 5-Hour Energy. Energy on the go. For more information and to find a retailer near you, visit 5hourenergy.com.
Take advantage of Black Friday deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. This Friday through Sunday, you'll find something for everyone on your list. Stereo accessories, Hot Wheels, universal backup cameras, cordless tools, gift cards, and more. You can even order online and pick them up in store. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Shop Macy's Black Friday doorbusters before they're gone, like 50 to 60% off designer styles, and boots and shoes for her, 45% off. Save over $150 on 4-piece sheet sets, now $29.99. And blenders, toaster ovens, and more are just $7.99 after $12 mail-in rebate. For more perks, check out Macy's Star Rewards. You'll get benefits no matter how you pay. That's the savings lineup at Macy's, 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. Saturday. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
Welcome back. Steve Rabel, Coach Al Groh here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Husky Stadium. Draw up a winning play with Grainger. Click Grainger.com for industrial supplies and safety products to help your business cross the goal line. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Here in the first quarter on a beautiful sunny day in Seattle, Washington, on the shores of Lake Washington with 9 minutes to play in the first. It's Washington State drawing first blood 7-0 over cross-state rivals, the University of Washington, in this, the rivalry game to end all rivalry games in the state of Washington, the Apple Cup. It's the 112th time these two teams have met. From the 30s into the mid-60s, this was known as the Governor's Cup. Then it changed over to become the Apple Cup, certainly because of the great apple crop that we produce just across the mountains in eastern Washington. Here come the Huskies on offense, taking the field, led by their big, strong-armed quarterback, their junior out of Lake Stevens, Washington, Jacob Eason. Started out at the University of Georgia, got hurt, came here, sat out a year, and he has taken over, and the Huskies start 1st and 10 at their own 43 with a tight slot left side. Eason's going to throw on first down, looks down the middle, and he's going to get sacked. On the first play of the game, Willie Taylor III coming into the game with 1 sack on the first play. Sacks Jacob Eason. for a 5-yard loss.
Willie Taylor was lined up on the left side outside the offensive right tackle. It was just a straight speed rush. He's a lot smaller than the big tackle out there, but by the same token, as he demonstrated, a lot faster.
2nd down and 15. Eason again from the shotgun with a slot far side. Play fake, looks far side, going to let it fly down the sideline, and it's incomplete. Overthrowing his intended receiver deep downfield.
Well, the significance of that was not just the incompletion, but how hard Jacob Eason was hit after he released the ball. That's 2 very effective pass rushers for a Cougar defense that has had difficulty rushing the passers so far this year.
Jordan Chin was the intended receiver down the far side. And now a trip set right and an empty backfield for Eason with a stacked slot near side. Now Ahmed is moving back into the backfield on 3rd down and 15. Eason's going to take the snap, a 4-man rush by the Cougars. Eason steps up, slides to the right, finds his man far side. Ball is caught, getting hammered as he makes the catch, and knocked off his feet is Terrell Bynum for a loss of a yard. George Hicks III, I'm sorry, Coach, on the tackle.
3 excellent pass rushers by the Cougar defense. And just as we're somewhat surprised by the fact that Washington played very little man coverage on their defensive series, it's somewhat surprising as a power-oriented running team that we saw no running plays out of the first 3.
So the punt is away. Jameer Calvin is the deep man, watches it bounce at the 5. It takes a Washington State bounce back to the 11 to the 12-yard line before it's down outside the numbers far side. A 45-yard punt, no return. A.J. Carty, the long snapper, was the man who downed the ball. Your score here in the first quarter, 7:31 to play in the first. Washington State 7, the Huskies nothing. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
You know when you gotta be somewhere, it's like really urgent. You don't want to do it over the phone. Some things just can't be said with an LOL or an OMG. Some things just need to be done IRL. So you get in your Nissan Altima and drive. Feel the VC turbo engine instantly react to give you more power and efficiency, so you can get where you need to go.
Hey, Eric. What are you doing here?
Like.
Huh?
Your social post. I liked it.
Oh, thank you. You know, there's a button for that, right?
I do.
The Nissan Altima, now offering the most tech-advanced engine in its class. This is tech that helps you be there. This is Nissan Intelligent Mobility. Auto-Pacific segmentation. 2020 Altima Platinum versus latest in-market competitors in the premium midsize class. Available feature. World's first production variable compression turbo engine launched by Nissan Motor Company Limited in 2018.
Introducing the Capital One Walmart Rewards Card. Earn unlimited 5% back on everything you buy at Walmart online. It's the perfect card for all your family's hints this holiday season. Like 5% back on the air fryer Grandpa told you about when he fell asleep in his chair.
Maybe fry anything.
Or 5% back on the laptop your sister had carolers sing to you. The Capital One Walmart Rewards Card. Earn unlimited rewards, including 5% back at Walmart online. What's in your wallet?
Terms and exclusions apply. Capital One NA.
Welcome back to Husky Stadium in Seattle, along with Coach Al Groh. I'm Steve Rabel. You're listening to the 5-Hour Energy College Football Game of the Week on Westwood One. For energy on the go, it's got to be 5-Hour Energy. Works fast, works long, tastes good, and with 0 sugar and 4 calories, there's nothing holding you back. A 13-play opening drive by the Washington State Cougars. They score on a 1-yard run by Borghi. Meantime, the Huskies came out their first time with the football, a 3-and-out. And here come the Cougars right back onto the field. They'll start 1st and 10 at their own 14-yard line after a nice punt by the Huskies. Joel Whitford pins the Cougs down in their end of the field.
It appears on this play, Steve, that the Huskies are going to go with that 3-man rush once again. They're only 3 within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Their 2 linebackers not 7 yards deep off the line of scrimmage. Anthony Gordon from the shotgun takes the snap. Looks right side, has Borghi flaring out of the backfield. He's hit and dropped quickly by Elijah Molden out of West Lynn, Oregon, for a 3-yard pickup.
Elijah Molden is very, very good when in zone coverage at reading the eyes of the quarterback and getting a quick break on the route to the intended receiver, and he really showed it on that play. He arrived at the receiver right when the ball did.
2nd down and 7 at his own 17. Marconato in motion, right to left. The clap of the hands by Gordon, takes the snap. Sliding in the pocket left, now dumps it underneath. Ball is caught. Tane Martin makes the catch and dives across the 20 out to the 21 before he's dropped by Keith Taylor and a host of other purple-clad Washington Huskies.
Steve, any offense, option, spread, power, whatever, would like to face a series of 3rd and 3s. So while those were not dynamic pass plays, they got this offense where every offense would like to be, 3rd and short.
Keeping in front of the chains, we like to say, in the NFL on a 3rd and 3 from his own 21. Again, motion. Gordon with the snap, looks, now he's in trouble, now he goes back inside and he sidearms the ball and gets rid of it just as he's about to be sacked. Potoa'e got to him and tried to slam him to the ground, but before he could do that, Anthony Gordon got the ball out of his hands. Incomplete pass.
Legal forward pass. Number 1 was in the area. Incomplete pass. 4th down.
Potoa'e is not announced as a starter, but he's one of their very best pass rushers. In this game, they don't need run stoppers. They need pass rushers, and when he lines up on the outside shoulder of a guard, he's a tough guy to stop, and that's all that was an individual swim move to get in the backfield.
Dragovicevic back to punt. Gets off a high wobbly kick. Waiting under it and hit just as soon as he touched the football for the Huskies was Aaron Fuller, the wide receiver, and also punt returner. And so they switch ends of the field, and we'll take time out. With 6:08 to play here in the first, it's the Cougs over the Huskies, 7-0. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Shop Lowe's for Black Friday deals on gifts perfect for those on your list. Now you can save $80 on a DeWalt 2-tool 20-volt max brushless cordless combo kit featuring a drill, impact driver, 2 batteries, and charger, all for just $149. And get a 200-piece Cobalt Mechanics tool set for just $99. This set is a $500 value and includes tools perfect for everyday projects and more. If you're up in the air about what gift to give, remember, a Lowe's gift card is always a great choice. This Black Friday, do it right for less. Start with Lowe's. Offers valid through 12/4, U.S. only.
Welcome back to Sports View. Today's topic, who's the greatest of all time? For my money, it's Progressive's home and auto bundle. It literally saves you money. Gentlemen, your thoughts?
Look, it's simple.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Add up all the heroes, take away the zeros, and what you got? One big trophy and me saying, I told you so.
I disagree.
Thanks, fellas. Took the words right out of my mouth.
There's really no debate. Progressive's home and auto bundle is a winning combination. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Time now to select our AutoZone in the zone college football player of the week for last week. Coach, who do you have?
Steve, Anthony Gordon leads the FBS in passing yardage and touchdowns. But last week, even though he was the player of the game the week before, he put up some video game numbers. He completed 50 passes for 606 yards and 6 touchdowns. And remarkably, that's not the most touchdowns he's thrown in a game. So our player of the week last week with Anthony Gordon of Washington State, who led his team down the field at the end of the game for a last-second touchdown to win 54-53.
Well, without question, he was definitely in the zone and was our college football player of the week. It was sponsored by AutoZone. A reliable ride starts with a reliable battery. So if you're looking to start your car with peace of mind, go with proven, tough, Duralast batteries. Available only at AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Huskies set to come out for their second time, just a 3 and out. Their first opportunity with the ball. They trail 7-0. Again, the Cougars in Apple Cup matches dating back to 2012 hadn't scored in the first quarter against the Dogs. This time their opening drive, a 13-play gorgeous drive downfield, and they scored. Here come the Huskies now, jogging in from the sidelines. Richard Newton will be in the backfield for Washington to start this series. He'll have a fullback in front of him in an I formation with a slot to the near side. And Jacob Eason goes under center. It's going to turn. Hand. Breaking one tackle at the line of scrimmage was Newton. Fine young running back, a freshman out of Lancaster, California, picks up a couple.
The Chris Peterson offense will challenge the defense with lots of pre-snap motions, shifts, different personnel groups. In that case, they put the tight end Otten, who's an all-purpose player, out to the left as a wide receiver. They motioned him in, and after all that window dressing, they just ran old-school power football, the power Bob-O over the left side.
I-backs again, motion across the formation is Hunter Bryant, the tight end. Now he sets down, play fake by Eason. A flag is down. Eason's got time. He's going to throw the deep ball. Got a man out there. Ball is caught and down inside the 15-yard line. Making the catch is Terrell Bynum. He has really come on here toward the end of the season, but let's see what the flag is all about, and the Cougars say it's against the Dogs.
Offside. Defense, number 92. That penalty is declined. The result of the play. The first down.
Will Rogers, no, not that Will Rogers, was offsides. It's a completion to Terrell Bynum, the sophomore out of Long Beach, on a beautiful pass. And one thing we know about both these quarterbacks, Coach, they can throw the deep ball.
Well, Eaton certainly showed he's got a cannon of an arm on that one. He must have had gunpowder to get the ball shot all the way down the field like that. It was play action pass, which created a 7-man protection, which is different than what he got sacked on before, and he had plenty of time to air it out.
A 58-yard gain, 1st and 10. The turn and hand in the backfield and hit just as soon as he touches the ball is Savon Ahmed. Will the 2020 FCS Football Championship game see a return of the Bison, or will someone else take the crowd? Be there to share the experience January 11th in Frisco, Texas. Tickets are available through the NCAA Ticket Exchange at ncaa.com/FCS. 2nd down and 9 from the 11. Ahmed stays in the backfield. Eason from the shotgun takes the snap, rides it in there, gives it to Ahmed, who bounces outside, inside the 5 to the 3-yard line. Dropped by Marcus Strong. A touchdown saving tackle and an 8-yard gain. Savon Ahmed is quick, but he's probably more powerful than he really looks, Al.
Steve, he's able to make full-speed cuts so sharply that on those type of running plays, the backside blocks are just as important as the front side blocks because he can cut back so easily, and that's exactly what happened.
Dogs can still get a 1st down here from the 3. They need a yard. 3rd down and 1 with a tight trips on the right side. And that is Eason, and he's going to go all the way in. Touchdown, Washington Huskies. From 3 yards out, Eason just got in behind his big senior center, Nick Harris. And that offensive line got great push. You talked about it earlier, Coach. Kind of an undersized defensive front. And the Huskies score. That was Jacob Eason. He will lead for 1 play, but it doesn't matter. He would have anyway on the PAT. And the Huskies are a point away from tying this Apple Cup up. Kick is away by Peyton Henry, and it's good. And with 3:53 left to play here in the first, we're all tied up. At Husky Stadium, it's the Apple Cup, 7-7. College football fans, you can listen to live calls of your favorite team's games on your smartphone on the TuneIn app via Westwood One. No matter where you are on game day, hear all the action from some of the biggest games of the year. Listen to college football for free with Westwood One on TuneIn all season long. Download the app today. "7-7 our score here at Husky Stadium. About half of the stands across from us. And to give you kind of the lay of the land on the shores of Lake Washington, those are the north stands, still bathed in sunlight on a beautiful day. We are on the south side of this field. We are in shade in this gorgeous facility. Great place to play. Tim Horn on to do the kicking for the Huskies. Deep for Washington State. Travell Harris is their deep man. All tied, 7 apiece. Waiting for the signal from the official. From near the left hash mark, a line drive kick that's going to sail over Harris's head and out of the back of the end zone. We pause. Let's send it to Jason Horowitz back in studios, Westwood One. Jason.
Steve, 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. Number 18, Memphis leads 19th-ranked Cincinnati 17-10. If the Tigers win, those two will meet again in the American Championship game. And until today, Virginia hadn't beaten Virginia Tech since Al was coaching Virginia. But that snapped today, 39-30. Virginia will be in the ACC Championship game. Steve?
All right, Jason, thanks very much. I should note that Al was also the defensive coordinator for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, where I matriculated about 1,000 years ago. 7-7, 1st and 10 from his own 25. Gordon takes a shotgun snap for Washington State, stops, looks, dumps it over the middle. Borghi makes the catch and fights his way to the 30. Maybe just a couple of feet further before Ryan Bowman brings him down. A gain of 6 on the play.
For a quarterback who's only in his 12th college start, there's not very many things that Anthony Gordon gets fooled by, whether it's zone or man. He makes quick decisions as where to go with the ball. He quickly saw that to be zone, so he went to his check down receiver.
Gordon takes a shotgun snap. This time he's going to throw deeper downfield and misses his intended receiver, throwing over Esup Winston Jr. out across the 40-yard line. He kind of pulled the string on that one. He has a strong arm, and you wouldn't really know it, Coach, to look at him. He's kind of a skinny guy.
He is, but he's got whip in his arm, okay, and that's what really propels the ball. It's lower body strength and whip in the arm that gives a quarterback velocity, and he's got both of those things.
Right now he's checking his wristband for the play. 3:20 left to play here in this first quarter, tied at 7 apiece. Gordon now will drop back, continuing in the shotgun with Borghi beside him. 3 receivers wide to the right side. A 4-man rush by the Huskies. Gordon has time, steps up, throws underneath. Ball is caught. I believe it's Arconato out near the 40-yard line as he's holding his hand as he gets up off the ground, and he is heading to the near sidelines. He had hurt his wrist against Oregon State earlier this season. He looks to be grabbing that wrist again, or at least his arm, as Arconato, one of the top receivers for this Washington State team, is out of the game, but not before making that first down reception. 1st and 10 out at the 38 of Washington State. In their crimson with white jerseys, the gray helmets. 3 down linemen this time. Gordon, long count with 3 receivers near side. 3-man rush, little dump play over the middle. Ball is caught by Renard Bell. He's not going to go very far as he's dropped pretty quickly, and a little pushing and shoving by guys in the white shirts against the guys in the purple shirts.
The Huskies continue to run that 3-man rush zone coverage. Washington State receivers are usually very good at stopping and sitting down in between adjacent zone defenders to create a good window. In that case, Bell ran right into the defender, thus he was stopped for a very minimal gain.
Arconato went into the injury tent on the near sideline to be checked out. Crossing the formation is Harris right to left. Gordon claps his hands. Again, a 3-man rush. Gordon has time as he slides right side in the pocket, throws underneath. Ball is caught by Borghi, and he is dropped again. Elijah Molden has already a fistful of tackles for the Washington Huskies. He's flying around the secondary, coming up and making plays, and it's going to be 3rd and 4 at the Washington State 44.
Against the minimal pass rush, Borghi had no pass protection responsibility, so he immediately checked out. And when Gordon flushed out to his right, Borghi wisely ran a scramble adjustment route, so he mirrored the quarterback. He was wide open to bail out Gordon against pressure.
Inside of 90 seconds left to play here in this first quarter. Empty backfield for Gordon with 3 sets far side, 3 receivers far side, that is. Ball is caught, breaking 1 tackle, getting out close to the 50-yard line. Joe Tryon in on the tackle, the outside linebacker, making the play on the far side on Travell Harris. Going to be close, as trying to eye it up right now is Mark Duddy, our referee. I think they're going to measure. They will do just that.
The odds are very strong here, Steve, that Mike Leach will go for it on 4th down. That's his tendency. I was involved against Mike. My team played his team in the Gator Bowl in 2000, start the 2008 season. They beat us on a field on a last play field goal, but he went for it 4 times on 4th down, and that was a big factor in their being able to win.
This is literally by the nose of the football. I mean, when you say nose, I'm talking nose of the football, that he's short, a nose hair. That's how short they are. And you're right, the offense stays on the field. They're just making sure now. They're marking specifically on the chain to know exactly where to put the ball down at the 47-yard line and a little bit of change. of Washington State. On that side, their own side of the 50, would you as a coach have gone for it here in this short?
This short, I probably would.
Yeah.
Since, as you very aptly described, it was by a nose hair. Now, if it was by a nose, I might have punted the ball and played field position.
And with that punting, and the Cougars have a good one, they could put the Huskies down inside their own 10-yard line. But again, they continue to talk about it here. And now Mark Duddy, our referee, is coming.
Ruling on the field, the runner is short of the first down. The previous play is now under replay review.
Well, Jacob Eason just ran a quarterback sneak behind what looked like a snowplow of an offensive line. Washington State is equipped to do that. The Cougars are really not equipped to do that. So even though it is that short, it'll be interesting to see what approach they take. One play that it likely will not be is a quarterback sneak.
Well, they may not need it. It looked, unless Harris's knee barely touched the ground short of the first down, which is where they've spotted it, it looked to me like he actually crossed from the replay that we saw. The yellow line, of course, the yellow line is only on TV, and we're looking at a replay. But from here, it looked like he was going to come up just a bit short. That's where the officials spotted him, but we'll wait and see. Here is Mark Duddy.
After review, the runner reached the line to gain. It'll be first down for Washington State at the 48.5-yard line.
Steve, the replay genie is out of the bottle. That is, I think there's far too much replay now, much more than was ever intended. But one of the things that it was intended for was to make sure that the right team always had the ball and the ball was always in the correct spot. In this particular case, that's exactly why replay came into the college game some years ago.
Yeah, try the NFL where you can replay every pass interference going both ways. That makes it interesting. So 1st and 10 from his own 49, Gordon taking the shotgun snap. Again, with a three-man rush, looks, dumps the ball near the 45-yard line of Washington. Last man up off the bottom of the pile is Aesop Winston Jr. out of San Francisco. Say, if you can't get to a radio to hear us each week, you can now listen online to any and every college football game we broadcast this season for free by going to our website, westwood1sports.com. 2nd down and 4 from the Huskies 45, play fake, throw near side, ball is caught Patman, and he draws a crowd of 3 Huskies. Might be the last play of this quarter. He is knocked off his feet, among others, by Trent McDuffie, the freshman, and that will do it. 3-2-1, we have reached the end of the first quarter. With your score, Washington 7, Washington State 7. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
'Tis the season to enjoy our Christmas feast. Our Country Pride and Iron Skillet chefs will be cooking up a festive Christmas dinner. Enjoy your holiday favorites: oven-roasted turkey, ham, mashed potatoes, sweet potatoes, cranberry sauce, green bean casserole, soup and salad bar, plus pumpkin pie. Country Pride restaurants are inside TA Travel Centers, and Iron Skillet restaurants are inside Petro Stopping Centers. We're right off the highway. Happy holidays to you and your family from your friends at Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. Score big with Iron Skillet and Country Pride restaurants this season by entering for a chance to win authentic signed college football memorabilia. Just text the word SCORE to 68683 or visit scorewithtA-petro.com to register. 10 lucky football fans will win signed footballs, helmets, and more. Text SCORE to 68683 now or visit scorewithtA-petro.com for complete rules and details. This is a national sweepstakes, no purchase necessary. You must be 21 or older to enter, void where prohibited.
MVP Patrick Mahomes for Helzberg Diamonds.
Who's the MVP? You are, especially when you shop at Helzberg Diamonds. They have just the right gifts for everyone on your list. And with helpful people, great gift advice, and no pressure shopping, you can't go wrong. When you give a gift from Helzberg Diamonds, you'll win the holidays and feel like an MVP.
Get a free 40-inch Vizio Smart TV when you spend $699.99 or more during our Black Friday event, now through Sunday. Limited time offer while supplies last. See online or in-store for details.
Your home is important. That's why Geico helps make it easy to save on homeowners insurance. Because home is more than just a place. Home is where you curl up on the couch in a fetal position and cry at cheesy movies, even though you've seen them 1,000 times and have all the lines memorized.
You and me, and also you with me, and you and I.
The Geico Insurance Agency could help protect the tear-filled comfort zone you call home. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on homeowners insurance.
Welcome back to the Apple Cup in Seattle, along with Coach Al Groh. I'm Steve Rabel. Our score after 15 minutes of play, it's Washington State 7, the Huskies 7. Start of the second quarter is sponsored by Geico. Great news. There's a quick way you could save money. Switch to Geico. Go to geico.com, and in 15 minutes, you could save 15% or more on car insurance. Coach, as we look at this score, 7-7 after the first, maybe the biggest surprise here is Washington State with a time of possession of 11:09. They've been thought of as a big strike scoring team downfield. They've been willing to take the short passes, to move the ball slowly. Washington only with the ball less than 4 minutes in this first quarter, though we're still tied.
Yeah, that's a good observation, Steve. Two components of winning football. One on defense is don't give up deep balls. Keep everything in front of you. It's clear that's been Jimmy Lake's intention. He's gotten away from his beloved man-free coverage. He's playing a lot of zone, a lot of too-deep zone. By the same token, on the offensive side, one of the things that really is a barometer of how the game goes is the total number of runs plus completions. Mike Leach is equally happy with Jimmy Lake's approach because he's piling up a large amount of that number of runs plus completions, and about 80% of the time, the team with the most runs plus completions wins the game. And because Mike uses the pass play like other teams do runs, he's very happy with these first down 6-yard completions, creating a very manageable 2 downs to make another first down.
Gordon is 18 of 21 already for 115 yards. Washington State's only score was on a short run by the running back Max Borghi, but it was the passing game that got the Cougars down there into position. Stay up to date with Westwood One Sports by following us on Twitter at Westwood One Sports. That's Westwood, the number 1, then Sports. You'll also find a link to our Twitter page and much, much more at westwoodonesports.com. Back to the line of scrimmage and ready to go are the Cougars with a 1st and 10 at the Washington 41-yard line. Gordon is flanked on both sides. In the backfield, a 3-man rush by Washington. Gordon has time. He's going to throw it right flat. Borghi makes the catch, makes the first man miss, and is dragged out of bounds far sidelines in front of the Husky bench. And again, Max Borghi, tackled by Brandon Wellington on the far side of the field, coming in today with 69 receptions. He was one of the top receivers in this pass-happy offense.
If the Huskies continue to play all this soft zone coverage, Borghi might end up as the leading receiver today for the Cougars. On that one, he reached away from his body. He catches the ball so fluidly and naturally for a running back.
Already with 7 receptions for 50 yards. 2nd down and 2 after that 8-yard pickup from the Washington 33. Play fake, and the throw is to Martin, and he is hit again by Elijah Molden and just across the 35-yard line. Looks like it's going to be no gain or maybe even a loss of a half a yard.
That's the third one of these wide receiver screens that Molden has jumped. Somewhere in this game, we're going to see them pump the bubble screen and run a vertical route, and probably not on this play, but with the ball in the plus territory. If they make a first down here, that's something to look for.
Martin stays wide to the near side. Gordon from the shotgun with Borghi beside him. Now across the formation is Harris, left to right. Play fake. Gordon's going to pull it down. He's going to try to run for it. Dives forward. Let's see where they spot his knee. I think he's going to get it. And maybe by a half a yard. If he does, he does. First down, Washington State. Don't see Gordon run the ball very often, but that time he saw a little bit of space and took off.
He's very athletic. He's got very good escapability, but their game is to stay in the pocket and throw the ball. There's only one legitimate reason to leave the pocket. It's not because the receivers are covered. It's because the pocket breaks down, and he's got the patience to let his receivers get open, thus he doesn't run very much.
Josiah Bronson made the tackle for the Huskies. 1st and 10 from the 30. Again, a play fake. Gordon again, standing strong, throwing, crossing route. Ball is caught. Down inside the 20, 15. Down to the 10, spinning out of a tackle. And getting knocked off his feet is Renard Bell, crossing the field from right to left. And when these receivers, as quick as they are, get ahead of steam, They're going to mark this ball at the 8-yard line, a 22-yard pass and run. Cameron Williams over to make the tackle.
That was a shallow crossing route from right to left, run no deeper than 5 or 6 yards, but caught on the run against a soft zone coverage. The Cougars are killing the Huskies on shallow crossers and back out of the backfield check-throughs.
First and goal from the 8. Coming up on 12.5 minutes to play in the second quarter. Gordon takes the shotgun snap, looks left, throws, ball's caught, tackled inside the 5. Making the play was Brandon Wellington on Tame Martin, one of the bigger receivers on this Washington
Martin lined
State
up
team.
on the left, and he's got a read on that, whether it's zone or man. It was zone, so he ran to about 7 yards deep, right about over the left offensive tackle, and stopped. He showed his numbers to the quarterback against the zone coverage. When a receiver shows his coverage, shows his numbers, that's nonverbal communication saying, I'm ready, give me the ball.
On a 5-yard gain, second and goal from the 3. 14th play of this drive. Trip set right, the throw inside, knocked down. Intended on a quick slant route inside to Renard Bell. Knocked away from him at the goal line, and it'll bring up third down and goal.
When you get down here this close, those slant routes, which are a big part of the Cougar offense, there's not a lot of space, and therefore the defenders are all punched up. The windows get awfully small.
And remember, Anthony Gordon's, one of his favorite receivers, Brandon Arconado, left the game with a hand injury. We haven't seen him come back. Third down and goal from the 3. Gordon again from the shotgun. Borghi flares out to the right side, the running back. Gordon has some time, rolling right. Being chased, now he pump fakes, and the ball came out of his hands as his linemen were trying to block in front of him, and Gordon tried to pump. Josiah Bronson was there to finally force him to get that ball out of his hands. And let's see what Mike Leach wants to do here. The offense is now coming off the field. A flag. Yeah.
Offense, quarterback. There was no receiver in the area. The quarterback was out of the tackle box, but the ball did not cross the line of scrimmage. It's loss of down, fourth down.
And it's going to make Blake Mazza's job just a little bit more difficult, the place kicker.
Washington State is reported as number 16.
Replay we looked at, it looked like he was almost, coach, trying to pull that ball back in, and it just got away from him.
Well, it didn't move the ball back very far, so for Blake Mazza, this has been a makeable kick all year long. Nobody in America has got a higher percentage than he does, and it's been a great comfort for Mike Leach to be able to rely upon him.
A 27-yard attempt from between the hash marks. He's 18 of 19 on the season. The snap is good, the spot is down, the kick is away, and it's good. 11:38 to play here in the second quarter. Washington State takes a 3-point lead over the Huskies, 10-7, and this is Westwood One's coverage of NCAA football.
What will the next 50 years look like? With a growing population and warming planet, the future can feel uncertain. But there's a simple and sustainable solution to feeding our communities and saving our planet. Sponsored by Trees for the Future. They're working with thousands of smallholder farmers to revitalize lands, increase crop production and incomes, and offset carbon emissions. Sound too good to be true? See for yourself how trees change lives at trees.org/radio to learn more.
Let's be honest. The National Symphony may not be in his future, but he wanted to try violin. So you said yes because you love him. And if you love him that much, love him enough to make sure he's buckled up and in the back seat. Find out more about keeping your kids safe in your vehicle at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Show him you love him. Keep him safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Shortness of breath, patient's confused, temp 102. He just had an infection. What's going on?
He's becoming septic.
Antibiotics started. Bed ready, let's move him.
Infections can lead to a deadly chain reaction in your body called sepsis. Very quickly, sepsis can cause tissue damage, organ failure, and even death. If you know the risks, can spot the symptoms, and act fast, then you can get ahead of sepsis. Learn more at cdc.gov/sepsis.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification in association with Learfield IMG College. This is Westwood One, your home for NCAA football.
We are Sports 56 WHBQ Memphis, WIVG-FM Tunica Memphis, and WPG-FLP Memphis. Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
Steve Rabel, Al Groh, here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Husky Stadium in Seattle, Washington. It's Apple Cup Day. A 10-7 Washington State lead. Online, on the phone, or in a local branch, Grainger's got your back. Click Grainger.com for industrial supplies, safety products, and time-saving services. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. A 15-play, 64-yard drive, 7:15 taken off the clock, Coach. But at least the Huskies kept the Cougars out of the end zone and forced a field goal.
Well, the defensive problems that the Cougars have had all year long, these long drives and ball possession, they're not only offensive successes, but they're really helpful to the Cougar defense in limiting the amount of plays that they're playing. So at a point, Washington is going to have to say, look, we got to come out of this soft zone. We're not getting the ball enough. We're not giving Jacob Eason enough plays to get our own offense down the field.
Here's Jack Crane striding forward to kick it away for Washington State, end over end. Ahmed at his 5-yard line across the 10, stutter steps, 20, 25, and then knocked off his feet at the 27. Let's go to Jason Horowitz in our studios at Westwood One. Jason.
Steve, just like Washington State's trying to end a long skid to Washington, Nebraska's trying to stop a 4-game losing streak to Iowa, and the Cornhuskers scored 14 unanswered in the third to tie the 17th-ranked Hawkeyes 24 apiece. They head to the fourth. Remember, Nebraska has to win to be bowl eligible. Steve?
Jason, thanks very much. Both these teams here, Washington State, bowl eligible, but didn't come close to their expectations this season at 6-5 records. Bragging rights will mean a lot after this game as the Cougars lead 10-7, 1st and 10. Eason's going to throw far side, reaching up, making the catch, breaking one tackle, running away from another is the big tight end Hunter Bryant. Up for the Mackey Award this year, one of the best tight ends in the country. He's got a first down and then some. Right at the 45-yard line, now make it just across the 45, a 20-yard pickup. Travion Brown makes the play, the tackle for the Cougs.
What a fun player Hunter Bryant is to look at. On that play, the Huskies motioned out to create an empty formation, which isolated Bryant over on the left. Essentially, he became a 6'2", 240-pound wide receiver.
Here's the handoffs. Ahmed runs into his own man in the backfield as they were trying to bring the tight end, swinging back across the formation to block, and Ahmed ran right into him in the backfield, a loss of 3.
What's impressive so far for the Cougar defense is how well they've played against the run. And that was really the weakest point of their defense throughout the course of the season. But so far, they've been on top of every University of Washington run.
McDougal made the tackle on the play for the Cougars. 2nd down and 13. Now from his own 45, Eason again from the shotgun. With Ahmed beside him. Wide receiver near side, play fake. 4-man rush for the Cougars down the sidelines. And incomplete over a wide open down the sidelines, Hunter Bryant. You connect on that one, you're looking at 6, and that was one that Easton just missed.
Now the Huskies are going to go real fast here to try to gain an advantage.
On 3rd down and 13, and Bryant was so far down the field, Easton couldn't snap the ball. He had to run back, and listen, he's not a little skinny wide receiver. He's a pretty big tight end, and now he is back, and they are resetting. Are the Washington Huskies on a 3rd down and 13. Play clock ticking down. Snap, here comes the blitz. Easton stands, throws, incomplete. Flag is down. We're going to get either a hold or a pass interference call in the secondary as Cade Otten was the intended receiver. He got grabbed and knocked off his feet by, I think, Bryce Beekman.
Well, before the officials speak, Steve, this series has shown the versatility of these Washington tight ends. On 3 straight plays, they've thrown the ball to one of their tight ends.
Defense number 26. Spot foul. Automatic first down.
And on every one of the passes thrown to the tight ends, the tight end was separated from the formation, aligned as a wide receiver would be. The previous 2 were Bryant. That one was Otten. Now they're all tight to the formation, but they shifted as they so often do.
Beekman called for the interference, and on 1st and 10, in Washington State territory, the ball is handed off to Richard Newton, and a flag is down. I beg your pardon, it's 26, not 28. It's Salvon Ahmed on the carry.
Offense number 83. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Replay, first down.
It doesn't much matter who the running back was because it's all going to go back anyway. A hold by the tight end, Devin Culp. Time now for the Dickies fact of the game. Washington is 41-15-3 at home in this series. The Cougars' last win here was 2007. That's fact of the game, sponsored by Dickies. Dickies celebrates those who clock out when the job is done, not when the day is done. Dickies, yours to make. Head to Dickies.com for the newest innovations in comfort and durability. 1st and 15 from the Cougars' 45, empty backfield for Eason. Has time, stands strong, throws inside, ball is caught. It's Hunter Bryant, the tight end, once again on a bit of a crossing route from left to right, and the Huskies right back to the line of scrimmage.
Ahmed motioned out to the right to create an empty formation. So once again, both tight ends separated from the formation. Shows the confidence that they have in these tight ends. Bryant was the one on the left. He ran the same shallow crossing route that's been so good for the Cougars. Eason knew where to find him.
Picked up 8, remember, after the penalty. 15, so it's 2nd down and 7 now at the 37. Slowing things down are the Huskies just a bit. Bryant sets on the left side. Eason takes the snap, turns, hands to Ahmed, who fights his way down to the 35-yard line where he's dropped.
Steve, there's a big size differential between the Huskies offensive line and the Cougars defensive line. To offset that and to create the success Washington State has had so far against the run, they are slanting their defensive linemen on almost every play in an attempt to get penetration. And so far, their quickness has beaten the size of the Washington offensive linemen.
The safety, Skylar Thomas, coming up to make that tackle. 8:38 to play in the quarter. Washington State leading by 3. Play fake by Eason. He's going to throw deep down the near side. Man-to-man coverage, reaching back. He cannot bring the catch in. That's Terrell Bynum. Tight coverage down near the 5-yard line. Bynum unable to bring it in as Derek Langford was right there running stride for stride.
Well, this might be beyond the range of the Washington field goal kicker and too close or too far across the 50 to try a field goal. So I think that the Huskies are going to go for it on 4th down.
They are. Jacob Eason in the offense stays on the field. Receivers calling out the route to each other as they get a line. Empty backfield. 4th and 5 from the Cougars 35. Almost jumping into the neutral zone was one of the Cougars.
Blitz coverage, 6-man rush.
4 wide receivers. There comes the blitz. Ball is caught by Cade Otten, and he's got a 1st down inside the 29-yard line of Washington State. Cade Otten, another one of those fine tight ends, the sophomore out of Tumwater, Washington.
When you play blitz coverage with no deep safety, the #1 technique is to get inside alignment and not let the receiver run an inside route. Otten did a nice job with the stutter step. He won inside. He's too big a target to knock the ball off if you're a defender, if you let him inside, and Eason put it right on his belt. It was an easy catch.
Yeah, Skylar Thomas, the safety on the play, just 5'9", so a real mismatch there. 1st and 10 at the 28 of Washington State. Eason from the shotgun. Has time, looks, throws down the middle. Flag is down. Again, the catch made by Hunter Bryant, the tight end. On the left side, hash marks down to short of the 15-yard line. But let's see what this flag is about on the near side, outside the numbers, near the Washington State bench.
There's no foul for an illegal shift. All the players were set.
And so the drive will continue. 7:42 to play in the second quarter, with Washington State leading Washington 10-7.
The Huskies are really utilizing their 2 tight ends. There's no conference in the country that uses tight ends as much or better than they do in this particular conference. Washington's one of the leaders with Otten and Bryant.
A history of great tight ends coming out of Montlake here for the University of Washington. 10th play of the drive is a 1st and 10 from the 16. Play fake. Eason's going to throw again. Trying to get it over the top. Lays it in perfectly. Touchdown, Huskies! Terrell Bynum on a beautiful over-the-shoulder catch, but an equally beautiful throw as dropping it right in over the top. Jacob Eason for the Husky touchdown, and the Dogs go out on top, 13-10.
Oh, boy, Steve, I know you're going to be Monday night at the Minnesota-Seattle game. You got two terrific NFL quarterbacks. Well, they won't make any better throws than Jacob Eason just made. That was a terrific fade route right down the right sideline. He and the receiver both knew the defender was on the top, so he dropped it right in the bucket.
The PAT is up and good.
That's one of those plays. That's exciting to see that talent take place on that particular play. After all those throws to the tight end, they got the defense distracted, and he put it out there and showed why he's going to have a good NFL career.
7:12 to play in the quarter. Washington State trailing now, 14-10 to Washington. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Hey, everyone. I'm here with the great Pat Donahue from the Rendezvous Restaurant Shipping Department.
Thanks, Brett. We've been shipping our ribs all over the country now for decades from our USDA-inspected shipping kitchen in the Pinch District. We hand-cook our ribs in pits that Mr. Charlie built over charcoal, just like they do at the restaurant.
So what comes in a rib box?
We could do pork shoulder, we could do ribs, our sauce, seasoning, baked beans, coleslaw. We'll even throw in Pancho's cheese dip with our nacho boxes. We also put a bag of Rendezvous seasoned popcorn, heating instructions, some chef hats, some wet naps, and some other helpful tips from our kitchen. We ship our ribs overnight, exclusively FedEx. And we put them in nice packaging. We don't ever want to use styrofoam, so we use corrugated cardboard, actually 2 boxes that fit nice together, so the ribs get to you, your loved ones, or your clients in a safe, wholesome manner. Rendezvous ribs are perfect for out-of-town clients, customers, loved ones. We also ship ribs for any occasion.
Where do we order these great ribs?
You can go to www.hogsfly.com or give us a call at 1-888-464-7359.
Charlie Burgos' Rendezvous Restaurant in the alley since 1948.
It's here, the sale you've been waiting for all year. It's the Edwin Watts Golf Shop Black Friday sale, happening this Friday through Sunday with incredible deals like Titleist Pro V1, Pro V1X, and AVX golf balls for only $39.99. Save 50% on the Wilson Cortex driver, now only $249. And half off Adidas sports golf shoes, now just $69.99. Special Black Friday deals in every department with savings on clubs, bags, shoes, balls, apparel, and more. The Edwin Watts Golf Shop Black Friday sale at our new location in the Ridgeway Trace Shopping Center. Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Nebraska, they're tied at 24. 10 minutes to go in the fourth. Huskers have to win to become bowl eligible. Earlier today, Virginia knocked off Virginia Tech 39-30, clinching a spot in the ACC championship game opposite Clemson. Back to Steve Rabel and Al Groh in Seattle.
Jason, thanks. You just made Al Groh smile as he coached at Virginia a few years back. A 10-play, 72-yard drive by the University of Washington. They now lead 14-10 over Washington State with 7:10 left to play here in the second quarter. A 16-yard touchdown pass to Bynum. Take a listen to this, Coach. Combined passing yards, 273 between these two teams, and just 16 yards rushing. Boy, the game has changed.
It's quite amazing. Yep, quite amazing. And quite a performance by these two quarterbacks. They've made good decisions. They've read coverages. They've made pinpoint throws. They've thrown a deep ball.
Tim Horn on to do the kicking for the University of Washington. Travell Harris is the deep man. End over end, short kick. Harris is going to have some room from the 2 across the 10, 15 right side numbers. Doesn't quite get to the 20 where he's swarmed under by the Washington coverage team. Welcome back to Husky Stadium right here in beautiful Seattle on the shores of Lake Washington, and what a view it is today. Along with Coach Al Groh, I'm Steve Rabel. You're listening to the 5-Hour Energy College Football Game of the Week on Westwood One. For energy on the go, it's got to be 5-Hour Energy. Works fast, works long, tastes good, and with 0 sugar and 4 calories, there's nothing holding you back. Once again, Washington leads by 4 over the Cougars. Back out on offense, leading the way, Anthony Gordon. From the shotgun, Borghi out of the backfield near side. Pressure by the Huskies, and they're going to get to Gordon. Ball comes out, it's on the ground. I think one of the Cougar offensive linemen fell on it, he did. Ryan Bowman was the man who got to Gordon, sacked him. 4th tackle for loss for the University of Washington. Gordon, that time, Coach, just had nowhere to throw the ball.
There was a lot of zone defenders back there, and Bowman at 6 foot 270, he's got real leverage to get underneath the hands of an offensive tackle, and he did that. He dipped, he ripped, and then he came straight up the field.
A loss of 9. And a hit again on Gordon, and he's back by the goal line. And this time he takes a knee and is dragged down to the ground by Joe Tryon. The Washington defense, which has given up a lot of yards and a lot of dink and dunks, all of a sudden coming off the line of scrimmage and hammering Gordon on 2 successive plays.
Joe Tryon plays down defensive line, but he's got the build of a classic 3-4 outside linebacker. That was an inside slant. He came inside between the left tackle and the left guard, used his speed. These 2 individual pass rush moves are what the Huskies are going to need throughout the course of the afternoon.
3rd and a mile, 3rd and 27, backed up to his own 3-yard line. Gordon standing 2 yards deep in the end zone, trying to make sure everybody hears him with all the noise at Husky Stadium. He's going to move around the pocket, and he's going to throw an incompletion. A receiver sort of in the neighborhood was Renard Bell, but he was just getting rid of the ball, and a lot of pressure on that drive on the quarterback, Anthony Gordon.
Well, there certainly was, and that's what it takes against an offense like this. You need your turns. The Huskies are playing what amounts to is their nickel or dime defense on every play. Some of their better run stoppers against this offense, guys who have started every game and played most first and second downs, this game is not appropriate to their skills. So they're going with their smaller, better pass rushers on every down, and on that series it really paid off.
Radicevic, the punter, standing right along the back of the end zone. He gets it away. Aaron Fuller is the deep man for Washington. He's got a sprint for it, and he does at about the 44-yard line. Makes the first man miss. Gets in behind some blocking, turns upfield, midfield, and into Washington State territory, where he's knocked off his feet. And that's where the University of Washington will start their next drive. 5:19 left to play here in this first half. It's the Huskies 14, the Cougars 10. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Okay, you know how it feels when you've saved enough for that long-awaited home edition? Now imagine an edition on that edition. Whoa. That's the feeling with Capital One, where a new savings account earns an interest rate 5 times the national average. That's right, 5 times, as represented by 5 times more singers. This is banking reimagined. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Rate comparison based on FDIC national rate. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Every time you show up, every time you make your loyalties clear, whether you're a front row veteran or a lover of the crowd, whether you want space to take it all in or permission to go all out, however you choose to be a fan, you make the game. Buy or sell your tickets with other fans at NCAA Ticket Exchange, powered by Prime Sport. Every transaction is secure and 100% guaranteed. Visit ncaa.com/exchange today.
Let's observe the inflatable noodle man. His constant undulating entices people to look at me, look at me. He's tireless and brainless, a literal airhead. Curiously, however, the inflatable noodle man, when hearing that Geico not only saves people money, but also has an award-winning app that makes it easy to manage one's policy, he knows you should switch. Because yes, switching to Geico is a no-brainer. Just ask an inflatable noodle man. Carefully, they are unpredictable creatures.
A reminder that you can listen to Westwood One's live coverage of college football each week on your Alexa smart speaker. Just ask your Echo device to open Westwood One Sports. To hear all the action, sponsored by Indeed.com, tomorrow we'll have number 1 Ohio State versus number 13 Michigan, beginning at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, also on many of these same stations.
Steve, the Huskies have not come back to a play-action pass since that long one they hit early in the first quarter, all the way down the field, put them in the low red zone from which they scored a touchdown. With this field position here, this would be an excellent time to go back to the play-action pass. Play-action simplifies the coverage as well as gives you maximum protection. It'd be a good thing to have warned the Cougar defense about during that long timeout.
Well, the first time it worked, 58 yards on the completion, and the Huskies in good field position. We always used to talk about if you get the punt on the other side of the 50, the other team's side of the 50, why not take a shot, as Richard Newton is the tail of the eye. Eason goes under center. Newton's going to get the pitch going left side, turns upfield, breaks one tackle, and fights his way inside the 45. Tristan Brock, among others, out there to make the play, along with Jahad Woods.
That was just like the old-time USC toss play, student body left. They had a fullback in the game. They had the fullback, the tight end, the wide receiver, and a pulling lineman all out in front of the ball carrier.
And just like that, the Huskies go back to 3 wide receivers and a single setback, and Eason out of the shotgun on 2nd down and 7. Takes the snap, looks, fires a shot between 2 defenders. It's caught inside the 35-yard line of Washington State. It's Hunter Bryant, the big tight end, and he's going to be a weapon for these Huskies against this somewhat undersized defense. A pickup of 12 and a first down.
Bryant ran a 12-yard hook pattern, turned, showed himself to the quarterback who fired the ball. I love seeing these tight ends being used the way that Chris Peterson uses them. I had a great affinity for those guys, being around Mark Bavaro, players like that. And then I had 5 straight guys drafted at tight end, including the great Heath Miller. So it's fun to see a tight end offense in this era of college football.
1st and 10 at the 32, the turn in hand. And Martin doesn't get much. Make that Newton doesn't get much as he crosses the 30. When you watch Jacob Eason, you see what kind of quarterback he is. Can he play on Sundays?
Very definitely. He's got NFL size, prototypical NFL talent. He's got short range velocity. He's got long range distance. The thing that's held him back is some head scratching decisions that you would not expect from a guy who's going to be an NFL talent.
Yeah, something that probably at least one would hope you can fix once you get to that next level. 2nd down and 7 at the 29, play fake. And now a screen pass near side. Otten has it, coming up the right side, 20, 15, 10. Knocked out of bounds at the 4-yard line by the Cougars. Nice play call there. Didn't look like the Cougs were quite ready for that play. They couldn't rally the troops. A 25-yard gain. Skylar Thomas finally makes the tackle on the near sideline. The Huskies in business again inside the Cougars 5.
You're right, Steve. A real nice play call. It was a play-action fake. They faked the run. Eason set up as if he was going downfield on a deep play-action pass and instead throw the delay screen on the right side to Otten, and he rumbled like an 18-wheeler down the right sideline.
The freshman, Newton, stays in at tailback. He's the tail of the eye on 1st and goal, and he gets the toss right side, and he's hit before he can get back to the line of scrimmage. That time, the Cougars rally to the ball, and they make the play. A loss of 2, Woods leading the way for the Cougars.
Student body left was successful for 5 yards. That was student body right. The Cougars kind of had that mentality of fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. They read it. One thing about that toss sweep is there's no deception, and the inside linebackers read it and flowed outside immediately.
Westover, the fullback, was in on the lead block that time, and he now leaves the game as we have a timeout called by Washington State.
Washington State, their first of the half.
And so,
a 30-second timeout.
Thank you very much, Mark. A reminder to stay with us for the college football halftime report sponsored by Boost Mobile. Switch now and get unlimited data, talk, and text for the whole family on their super reliable, super fast nationwide network. Boost Mobile, the switch that gives you more. So here at Husky Stadium, again, sun sort of moving on us here, but the north side of the field still bathed, or at least the stands, bathed in sunlight on a glorious day here in the Pacific Northwest. A resident of 44 years out here, and this is as pretty a day down on the water as I can remember for this time of year, as Washington leads Washington State 14-10.
Steve, did you ever take one of those New Year's Day polar bear swims out in that lake?
I did not. I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb. No, thank you. 2:36 left to play here in this first half on a 2nd down and goal now from the 6. I-backs, the handoff. It is Newton again, and he's dragging a defender down to the 2, down to the 1. Nice run by the youngster Richard Newton of 5 yards out of Lancaster, California, and Palmdale High School. The tackle made by Skylar Thomas.
Newton is a different type of runner than McGrew or Ahmed. He does all the heavy lifting. He runs the power stuff inside. He's not going to do much juking, shake, and bake. He takes it right at him, but he's got a lot more size and power, and they're playing power football with him. This is not new age offense. This is tried and true power football.
Last time the Huskies were down this deep, Easton just took it in himself. This time he has eye backs, turns, hands to Newton, and he walks in. Touchdown, Washington Huskies. And now a little more pushing and shoving on the field, but no flags. And Washington extends its lead 20-10 over the Cougars.
Well, that's a Chris Peterson staple. Chris does a lot of slick stuff, okay, with his trick plays, his formations, his motions, his substitutions, but that's a tried and true play. That's power football called power Bobo. Double team, lead blocker, pulling fullback, fun to see.
Jack Westover, one of the backup tight ends, the lead way on the fullback. The kick is up by Peyton Henry and good. And with 1:38 left to play here in the first half, the Huskies extend their lead 21-10 over the Washington State Cougars. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Shop Macy's Black Friday doorbusters before they're gone, like 50 to 60% off designer styles, and boots and shoes for her, 45% off. Save over $150 on 4-piece sheet sets, now $29.99. And blenders, toaster ovens, and more are just $7.99 after $12 mail-in rebate. For more perks, check out Macy's Star Rewards. You'll get benefits no matter how you pay. That's the savings lineup at Macy's, 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. Saturday. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
The holidays are coming. Time to bundle up at the Home Depot, where right now a 270-piece Husky Mechanics tool set comes bundled with a 3-drawer tool chest, all for $99. It's the perfect gift for the do-it-yourselfer on your list. Out in the garage, under the hood, and right now, under the tree. A 270-piece Husky Mechanics tool set, that's a $530 value, just $99. Now at the Home Depot. More saving, more do it. Valid through December 4th. While supplies last, items must be scanned at checkout.
Time now to Ask the Pros, where we ask our analyst a question submitted by one of our listeners, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every day. All right, today's question comes from Tom Hagen in New York. How important to college football is having a Pac-12 team in the college football playoff? And while Coach Al take some time to think about that answer, we remind you that you can submit your questions for our pros by tweeting us at Westwood One Sports using the hashtag AskThePros or by logging on to westwoodonesports.com/AskThePros. Sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Coach, meantime, it would have been quite a victory for Washington State if they could have held the Huskies out of the end zone. As it is now, they've got an uphill battle, trailing 21-10 as we approach the half.
The Huskies not only have control of the scoreboard, right now they have control of the action, both with their last 2 offensive drives and the 3-and-out that they created on defense. While it would be very beneficial to Washington State to score here at the end of the half, and they certainly would like to do that, more important for them would be not to give the ball back to Washington, because the last 2 drives have said they're going to have trouble stopping them. At 21-10, they're in the game. At 28-10, they're going to have a hard time winning the game. So with around the 2-minute mark, they just need to make some first downs. They can expect a lot of that soft zone from Washington that they've seen the whole first half. Throw the ball underneath, catch and run, keep the ball, run the clock down, and then see if you can go for it.
Here's Tim Horn kicking from left to right, end over end, and Harris watches this sail out of the back of the end zone. A little bit of breeze at the back of Horn on that play. Last drive, the scoring drive for the Huskies, a 7-play, 47-yard drive, 3:41 off the clock with Newton taking it in from 1 yard out. Very methodical, led by the fine quarterback for the University of Washington, Jacob Eason.
Now, Chris Peterson would be wise to use his timeouts right away. As hot as his offense has been, get the ball back, try to get them back on the field.
2 backs, one on either side of Gordon. Play fake. Borghi swings out of the backfield right side, but the throw goes back inside across the 35. Sliding to make the catch is Desmond Patton, the 6'4" senior out of San Diego, makes the catch. Clock continues to move, 1:27 and counting. Washington State has 2 timeouts here as Gordon empties the backfield. Has a trip set left with a slot formation right side, and the Huskies rush 3. Gordon kind of sliding to the right side of the pocket, dumps it underneath. Ball is caught, making the catch, crossing from left to right and being knocked off his feet across the 40-yard line on the far side of the field. I believe that was it Harris or Renard Bell? I think it was Harris. A one-handed catch, by the way, and Washington State now calls its first timeout with 1:04 left to play in the half.
Well, those were two perfect play calls against an expected soft zone coverage. One, a hook route in between two defenders. There was nobody close to making a play on the ball. The other one, another one of those shallow crossers or drive routes underneath soft coverage against a three-man rush. What Gordon is doing is he's got the time to patiently wait, and while he's waiting in the pocket, the underneath coverage is getting deeper and deeper. They continue to retreat, which gives the receiver more space to run with the ball after he catches it.
But they sure don't want to give up anything deep. Say, great news, there's a quick way you could save money. Switch to Geico. Go to geico.com, and in 15 minutes you could save 15% or more on car insurance. 1:07 to play in the half. 2nd down and 4 from his own 42-yard line. Gordon takes the shotgun snap. Slides in the pocket, gets hit, and goes down. Back inside the 35-yard line. The 4th sack of the game for the Huskies. Ryan Bowman is the man who got there. Had a little help from Onwuzurike as well.
The Huskies still played the 2 deep zone, but they brought a 4th rusher. That shouldn't have changed things too much, but that was a nice change-up by Jimmy Lake.
3rd down and 13. Back at his 33, here comes the safety blitz. They pick it up. Gordon looking, going to throw deep. Nobody out there except Huskies. Ball is picked off by Elijah Molden. As you could see, Gordon pointing to tell his receiver, take off, go deep. The receiver did not, but Molden sure did, and he was right in position to make the pick. And the University of Washington back in business with 32 seconds left on the clock, and coach 3 timeouts to work with.
Well, in the keys to the game, we said, what do the Huskies need to do? Treat every down like a 3rd down, assault the pocket, make Gordon get out of rhythm and off his passing point. Well, in that one, he slid well to his left. He was out of rhythm. He was out of his passing point. The integrity of the whole pass pattern broke down. He was just throwing up a hope, and it was a bad hope. And now the Huskies, with 3 timeouts, are in a position to break this thing open with whatever kind of points they can get.
The Huskies come back out onto the field, looking to put some more points on the board, and they get the ball to start the second half. So again, playing to kind of stretch this lead. Ahmed, the single setback with 3 receivers right for Eason. Here comes the rush. Eason steps up. Now he scrambles left side, looks, throws a dart, incomplete far sideline. Ball was intended for Terrell Bynum, but sailed out of bounds into the Husky bench.
Well, the same thing happened to Eason. He's flushed to his left. That makes a lot of quarterbacks a little less comfortable. He never got his body under control. He was kind of off center. No chance to make that ball accurate right on the sideline.
25 seconds left to play here in the first half. 2nd down and 10 from his own 42. Eason waits the shotgun snap. Ahmed out of the backfield. Eason steps up, dumps it, tries to at least to Ahmed, and underthrows him. Incomplete. Woods on coverage. 3rd down now with the clock stopped at 20 seconds, 3rd and 10.
2 good rushes by the Cougars. Unexpected pressure on the pocket throughout the course of this game by the Cougars, much more than they've presented against other teams. Now Otten comes back in the game. They played the previous 2 downs without him. That gives him a little more versatility with what they can do.
Bynum is wide to the far side. Fuller wide to the near side. Eason out of the shotgun on 3rd and 10. And he's going to hand the ball off inside, and it's Ahmed who starts left, cuts back inside, doesn't quite get to the midfield stripe, the 50-yard line, well short of the 1st down. And the clock continues to move, 9-8, and they may both teams are going to just let this clock wind down, 5-4. And we have reached the half. Coach, the Huskies get the ball to come back out. You see him continuing. Oh, wait a minute. Oh.
Game timer, please reset the game clock to 2 seconds. Timeout. Washington State with 2 seconds on the game clock. This is their 3rd and final timeout. This will be a 30-second timeout.
At the last second, Mike Leach called timeout on the near sidelines. Yes, we know that, Mike. Thank you. It's 4th down. And so the Huskies are going to come back out on the field with 2 seconds left. In 4th down, they could just take a knee and walk away, as opposed to giving an opportunity to the Cougars to punt the ball deep.
Steve, I don't like to waste any play in a game. Okay, if I was on the Washington State sideline at that particular moment with 12 seconds left, I would have called timeout and taken a shot with a deep ball. All right, now Mike Leach is just giving them that opportunity by calling this timeout. I can't see where anything good could come to Washington State on this. I would hope that the Huskies don't take a knee and they take advantage of the opportunity to take a deep shot.
Well, the Cougars put 3 deep defensive backs at the 10-yard line and even a little deeper inside the 10. And now they're setting up in the victory formation, which we'll see from one of these teams at the end of the game. And Eason takes a step back, takes a knee down, and that now will officially end the first half of play here at Husky Stadium in Seattle on a gorgeous November day. It's Apple Cup Friday, where the score is Washington 21, Washington State 10. When we return, Jason Horowitz rejoins us from our studios with the Boost Mobile halftime report. You are listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Let's say you just bought a house. Bad news is, you're one step closer to becoming your parents. Soon you'll have a separate fridge in the basement, where extra groceries are exiled forever. Remember that frozen lasagna? Of course you don't. It's been down there since 2008. Good news is, it's easy to bundle home and auto through Progressive and save on your car insurance. Piece of cake. Behind the lasagna, it's very old. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Discount not available in all states or situations.
Make your home merrier and brighter with Lowe's Black Friday deals on holiday decor and more, like 25% off artificial Christmas trees. Choose from a variety of sizes, tree species, and colors to suit your home and style. You can also pick up a holiday living 100-count clear or multicolor mini light set for just $2.29. And while you're shopping, check off your gift list by picking up a Lowe's gift card. For these Black Friday deals and more, do it right for less. Start with Lowe's. Offers valid through 12/4. While supplies last, tree offer excludes special order, indoor, outdoor, potted, and porch trees. U.S. only.
Honey, I just switched the family to Boost Mobile, and we got so much more.
Awesome. Like what?
We got 4 free phones for the whole family. 4 lines for just $25 per line per month with unlimited gigs. I smashed up the car a bit. And they have a super reliable, super fast nationwide network.
Whoa, 4 free... Wait, back up. Did you just say you...
4 free phones? Yep.
No. Something about the car?
Oh, you mean Boost super reliable, super fast network.
Before that, the car smashing thing.
What? The smashing deal we got. 4 lines for just $25 per line per month?
No. Between the 4 lines for $25 per line per month and the unlimited gigs part, you said I smashed up the car a bit.
I did. It's completely smashed. We need a new vehicle. But 4 free phones.
Boost Mobile, the switch that gives you more. Limited time offer while supplies last. Offer applies to Samsung Galaxy A20. Requires 1 port from eligible carrier and activation. 1 free device per line. Includes mobile optimized data. Additional terms and restrictions apply. Offers and coverage not available everywhere. See boostmobile.com or retailer for full details.
Welcome to the Westwood One College Football Halftime Report. Sponsored by Boost Mobile. Switch now and get unlimited data, talk, and text for the whole family on their super reliable, super fast nationwide network. Boost Mobile, the switch that gives you more. Once again, here's Jason Horowitz.
Now, Washington State might have marched right down the field on the opening drive, and Anthony Gordon had 74 yards passing on that opening drive, but they haven't done a whole lot since, particularly in the second quarter. While Washington's doing what it needs to. 21-10. Huskies leading the Cougars at the half. Washington trying for a 7th straight victory in the Apple Cup. Happy to have you back with us here in our Westwood One studios. Let's get you caught up on everything else going on around the nation. And while this game last year had Pac-12 championship implications, that's not the case this year. The Commonwealth Cup, though, this year between Virginia and Virginia Tech, a different story. Win, and you're in the ACC championship game. Game was tied at 30, middle of the 4th. Virginia got a field goal. Their defense had been shredded in the second half. Yet it was the Bronco Mendenhall defense that came up huge to finish the deal.
Hooker's out of the shotgun. Takes the knee-high snap. Straight drop back. Time to throw this time, and now it's getting away. He's sacked in the end zone. Mandy Alonso comes away with it. Knocks it away. Touchdown, Virginia. The Cavaliers have taken the lead, stretched it even further. It's a touchdown. Flags fly. No one cares.
Dave Kane and a very excited Tony Covington on the Virginia Sports Radio Network. The call, 39-30 the final. Virginia beats Virginia Tech, snapping a 15-game losing streak in the series. and in the process sets up a matchup next week with Clemson in the ACC Championship for Coach Bronco Mendenhall.
In terms of the metrics, yeah, we needed to do all those things to take another step for this program. And it just seemed like yesterday where fans were rushing the field when we won 6 games to go to our first bowl game. That was just 3 years ago. Seems like that's a long time ago now.
Yeah, it certainly was. He has done a phenomenal job with that program. They're 9-3. Clemson, of course, trying to stay unbeaten when they play at South Carolina tomorrow, and they're thinking bigger picture with the college football playoffs. Speaking of conference championship games, that's the story between Cincinnati and Memphis. The 18th-ranked Tigers playing at home against number 19 Cincinnati. If Memphis wins, those two will play again next week in the conference championship game in the same place. Memphis got out to a 17-3 lead. It's no longer there.
Cincinnati lines up quickly. Bryant with the handoff. Warren fighting for the goal line. He's in. Touchdown, Bearcats, as Cincinnati is on the verge of erasing a 14-point deficit.
Got the extra point, did that. Dan Horde from Learfield IMG College, the call. Now Memphis has added a field goal, 20-17. Tigers leading the Bearcats, 10 minutes to go in the third. Now, if one wins this week and then the other wins next week, there's someone else that's waiting in the wings to be the highest-ranked Group of 5 team and get that trip to the Cotton Bowl in the New Year's Day 6. And that's a team that, frankly, has kind of been quiet this year. It's number 20, Boise State. They know they're playing in the Mountain West Championship game next week, but they want to be a one-loss team. Today they finished the deal. They got a win at Colorado State. They were in a tie ball game late in the second.
Henderson under center, first and goal at the Ram 3. Henderson to throw for it, back of the end zone, ball caught. Touchdown to Garrett Collingham. And Boise State surges into the lead again, 20-14, with 1:16 left in the first half.
Bob Beeler, Learfield IMG College, the call. They're up 24-14. Now 7:15 to go in the third quarter. Again, Boise State's trying to get to 11-1 on the season. Elsewhere around the country, TCU, West Virginia, they're tied at 10 right before halftime. Missouri leading Arkansas 24-14. That's got 7 minutes to go in the fourth. Now Missouri's a chance to get to 6-6, but remember the NCAA upheld their postseason ban earlier this week, so neither Missouri nor Arkansas going to go to a bowl game. Number 17, Iowa and Nebraska, they are tied at 24 apiece. Huskers have to win that game to be bowl eligible. There's 30 seconds to go. Iowa football on their own 25-yard line. Again, that game tied at 24. Earlier today, Texas knocked off Texas Tech 49-24. They finished the year 7-5 with the Red Raiders falling to 4-8. Central Michigan beat Toledo 49-7. The Chippewas at 8-4 going to the MAC championship game a year after finishing 1-11. They will take on Miami of Ohio next week, who lost today 41-27 to Ball State, but the Redhawks had already clinched a spot in the MAC championship game for the first time in 9 years. Apple Cup, and it's Washington in front, 21-10 over Washington State. When we return, we'll get you set for the game tomorrow in Ann Arbor and hear what it means to Shea Patterson try and finally knock off Ohio State. That when we return. You're listening to NCAA Football on Westwood One.
Black Friday savings are still at the Home Depot. You should be too. For up to 40% off appliance special buys, plus up to $600 in extra savings instantly on select appliances. No rebate, no hassle, like a Whirlpool White Top Mount refrigerator for just $548. Over $180 off. Talk about holiday cheer. Black Friday savings still going strong at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. U.S. only while supplies last. See store for details. Valid through December 5th.
Hey everyone, Tiki Barber here. Instead of running to the end zone these days, I'm running to business meetings and broadcast studios. Seems I'm always on the go. And when I need energy on the go, I choose 5-Hour Energy. Why? It works fast, works long, and it tastes good. And with 0 sugar and 4 calories, there's nothing holding me back. Try it. It could work for your on-the-go life, too. 5-Hour Energy. Energy on the go. For more information and to find a retailer near you, visit 5hourenergy.com.
Jason Horowitz, glad to welcome you back to Westwood One's coverage of college football from our Progressive Insurance Studios. Progressive makes it easy to compare quotes and get a great rate with the Home Quote Explorer only at Progressive.com. 21-10, Washington leading Washington State at the half in Seattle, 112th edition of the Apple Cup. Coming up tomorrow right here on many of these same Westwood One stations, it is number 1 Ohio State on the road at 13th ranked Michigan. Buckeyes 11-0, trying to get to the college football playoff. They have already clinched a spot in the Big Ten championship game. But tomorrow they're trying to beat Michigan for an 8th straight time and the 15th time in 16 years. Wolverines playing very well, though. The Notre Dame win, the Michigan State win. Last week, 39-14 at Indiana. And Shea Patterson has 9 touchdown passes in the last 2 weeks. Brad Heller talked to Shea Patterson this week, asked him what his confidence level is heading into that game tomorrow with the Buckeyes.
For me, the confidence level never really changes. It's just, I was a little banged up at the early part of the year, and now I'm healthy. And the same for a couple other guys as well. Everybody else is healthy, and our receivers are playing very well, making a lot of plays. Offensive line's doing a heck of a job. The run game's really doing great. So I think we're all just kind of feeding off each other.
And now it's Ohio State week, and Shea, the way this rivalry goes, one side doesn't say the name of the other. I saw a tweet this week at Chipotle in Ohio, had all the M's crossed out in the menu. You experienced it last year. Take us inside this rivalry. What is it like on the inside?
It's the game, It's why you come to Michigan. It's why you go to Ohio State. You come here to win, and at the end of the year, you come here, to beat Ohio State. You go to Ohio State to beat Michigan. But I think we're all well aware of what this game means, and it's going to be a hell of a challenge, and it's going to be an awesome challenge for us to take on the number 1 team in the nation.
It's well documented that lately this rivalry has been one-sided. Your head coach, Jim Harbaugh, still is looking for his first win against Ohio State. That noise surrounding the struggles for the Wolverines recently, does that creep into the locker room? I mean, do you guys talk about it or do you embrace it? How do you approach how things have gone lately in this rivalry?
I think maybe last year I would have had a different answer for you, but this year I think just with everything we've been through, we've gotten beat up, we've won some close battles, won into OT, we've been tested. So at this point, it's a huge game, huge rivalry game, and it's one we have to win. But at this point, I don't think we're worried about who we play. I think we're all just worried about and focused on just going out there and executing and having fun.
Shea Patterson and the Wolverines tomorrow will host the nation's number 1 team, Ohio State, and you can hear it right here on many of these same Westwood One stations. Our coverage gets going at 11:30 a.m. Eastern, leading into the Buckeyes and the Wolverines. Halftime in Seattle, Washington leading Washington State 21-10. When we return, it's back to Steve Rabel and Al Groh to get you set for the second half. This is Westwood One's coverage of NCAA football.
No matter what your past credit, no matter how much you owe on your trade, no matter if you tried to buy at another dealer and were turned down, Sunrise Buick GMC can get you financed. There's never been a better time to trade. Sunrise has hundreds of new vehicles and over $5 million in used car inventory, specializing in cars and trucks under $10,000. Sunrise has the lowest prices and will not be undersold. Bad credit, bankrupt, slow pay, Sunrise gets you financed when no one else can. Check out the inventory and apply online at sunrisememphis.com. The November blowout sale going on now at all Sunrise locations, Covington Pike, Wolf Chase, and Collierville.
The IMAX at Paradiso Cinema Grill offers moviegoers a truly immersive cinematic experience, a way to enjoy movies like never before. IMAX's cutting-edge technology will make you believe you are part of the action. For information and tickets, visit Malco.com.
Hey everybody, this is Coach Penny Hardaway. There's a comfort in being home, and to me, comfort food and family makes Memphis the place to be, along with having the best basketball fans in America. I like pulling into Corky's and getting one of their family party packs. How can you go wrong with pork, beans, slaw, sauce, and buns for only $5.99 a person? It is so easy. I can call ahead, order online, or just pop in. Tailgating can't get any easier. Tell them Penny sent you.
Encore flavor, Corky's barbecue.
Hi, I'm Troy Fiveash, owner of Fiveash Roofing. If you need a roof for your home or business, we hope to hear from you and we will work hard to earn your business. We are experts and certified in residential and commercial roofing, siding, and gutter installation. We have been serving the Memphis area for over 20 years, and now with 2 of my sons working with me, we plan to be here for many years to come. So if you need a roof, please give us a call. On a personal note, what a great time to be a Memphis sports fan. With the Grizzlies' new look, the Redbirds, the 901 FC, and the Tigers football and basketball teams, it's going to be a fun year. Thank you to Coach Norvell, Coach Hardaway, and their staffs for your dedication to your student athletes, the University of Memphis, and to fans like me who have waited forever to have both the football and basketball teams ranked at the same time. 5Ash Roofing, fair, honest, and ethical, 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com. 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com.
5Ash Roofing, it's what we do. We're here for you.
Looking for a great place to deposit your money? Try First Bank. Competitive CD rates, a money market that moves with Wall Street prime and interest-bearing checking account options. Not to mention their friendly bankers who make decisions locally. To find out more, stop by one of First Bank's 3 local branches. 6482 Poplar Avenue, just east of International Paper. 8398 Highway 64 across from Wolf Chase. And 6280 Highway 64 in Oakland. Or visit firstbankonline.com. Member FDIC.
Mission. Your response is critical to our response in places where few others will go. That's where we operate. Learn more at doctorswithoutborders.org.
Back at Husky Stadium in Seattle along the shores of Lake Washington. So far, it's all Washington. 21-10 leading Washington State here in the 112th Apple Cup. Taking a look at some of these numbers for you. Rushing yards for both teams. Washington State with minus 23 rushing yards. And the University of Washington only with 28 as we bring in Coach Al Groh. Al, maybe a surprising number for most of us that the Dogs only rushed for 28.
It definitely is. Look at it from both sides of the ball. Surprising that Huskies don't have more yards rushing. And equally surprising, I guess, that the Washington State run defense has been effective as it has been. They've done it with a lot of slanting and running linebackers through to get penetration.
Both these quarterbacks have been pretty effective. Anthony Gordon for Washington State with 166 yards throwing the football. Jacob Eason 161. The big difference is Gordon's been sacked 4 times. Borghi has 7 receptions for Washington State. The tight end, Hunter Bryant, has 4 for Washington, including a 52-yarder, a big, big number for the University of Washington. So, as we get set, second half action coming your way shortly with Washington leading Washington State 21-10. This has been the College Football Halftime Report on Westwood One, sponsored by Boost Mobile. Switch now and get unlimited data, talk, and text for the whole family on their super reliable, super fast nationwide network. Boost Mobile, the switch that gives you more. 21-10, Huskies over the Cougars. Second half kickoff coming up. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Technology Truths, brought to you by Geico.
Technology Truths.
Truth, you will certainly send any text about your supervisor to your supervisor.
What's with Janet's bangs? Did she lose a bet with a weed whacker? LOL. And send. Wait, no.
Truth, it's so easy to switch and save on car insurance at geico.com.
Janet, I think my phone was hacked or something.
Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
On Westwood One Podcast Network.
This is Ian Rappaport. Join my NFL Network colleagues Mike Garafolo and Tom Pelissero and me each week for Rap Sheet and Friends. We'll break down the news and give you the inside scoop on how we got the inside scoop.
Our group text was awesome. It started with me saying, can someone join me in checking on this Odell to the Browns trade? I was then on a phone call, can't say with who, but I texted you guys, oh my God, it's happening.
That's Rap Sheet and Friends, available wherever you get your podcasts.
Ear, who then they come out his mouth. Back at Husky Stadium, it is time to ask our coach Al Groh what each team needs to do in the second half to get the job done. Sponsored by Express Employment Professionals, matching people with the right jobs from the production floor to the front office. For your business to find the right person on the job, you need local support. Visit expresspros.com today. Coach, what are your keys here to the second half? First, the Washington Huskies.
For the leading Huskies, Steve, it's stay the course. Okay, the approach that they've taken has been productive offensively and defensively. On defense, the very best matchups are so big an issue in games. The very best matchups they have are with their individual pass rushers against the offensive line. They're protecting their young secondary with a lot of soft zone coverage. Keep the protection on, put the pressure on up front with the individual rushers. If those guys could get 4 sacks in the first half, they can do it again. For the Cougars, face the reality of the way things are. This defense is so soft. The number one, looks like the number that the Washington State staff looked at was the yards per catch for the Cougars, which is 8.3 coming into the game. To make that significant, a benchmark is if you can do 7.0 or better, that's good. 8.3 on the large volume of passes they throw is phenomenal. So they said, we got to get that number down. We're going to play a lot of soft zone. So as I said, for Washington State, face the reality. Continue to throw the ball on quick drop, 3-step type things underneath those zones, catch and run. And, Steve, with this 3-man front, linebackers deep, run Borghi up inside. You'll be able to do the same thing with that you could with these short passes.
Well, we'll see if the Cougars do that. The Washington Huskies get the ball first here in this second half. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. In association with Learfield IMG College, this is Westwood One, your home for NCAA football.
We are Sports 56 WHBQ Memphis, WIVG-FM Tunica Memphis, and WPG-FLP Memphis. Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
Both teams back on the field, and now both special teams, kick return, kick coverage for Washington State and the University of Washington taking the field. Many of the fans back to their seats again on a perfect day for football here in the Pacific Northwest, as Sean McGrew and Savan Ahmed will be the deep men for the University of Washington. Coming to you from Husky Stadium along with Coach Al Groh, I'm Steve Rabel. For those of you that celebrated your Thanksgiving Turkey Day yesterday, welcome to all of you. Some folks traveling on that day are celebrating today. We're glad you're all with us. Hope you've had a happy and healthy holiday. Jack Crane tees it up for Washington State, kicking from left to right. Entire field in shadows. Crane boots this away. We're underway here in the second half with the ball bouncing 3/4 of the way through the Washington end zone and out the back. And that is the first touchback in the game for Washington State. And the Cougars will head to the sidelines, bring their defense on, and Washington will come on, led again by Jacob Eason, their 6'6", 227-pound junior quarterback out of Lake Stevens, Washington, and Lake Stevens High School. A little bit of a detour to the University of Georgia when he came out of high school. Has since come back here to the Huskies and was considered, I think there was a lot of pressure on him too, coming back here to the University of Washington. 161 of 189 yards were in the air in the first half. As Ahmed gets the start here in the second half, and he wings on the line of scrimmage, empty backfield for Eason on 1st and 10. Looks, fires a dart near side. It's caught by Cade Otten, and he drags a defender all the way out to the 40-yard line. It was Carson Block, one of the outside linebackers, who came out to cover the big tight end who was lined up wide. One play, one first down for the Huskies.
Huskies are doing a very good job of going with 2 tight ends in the game, sometimes 2 tight ends and a fullback. That has Washington State calling run defenses, but then they spread the formation and they use it as a passing formation.
Newton is the tailback behind Westover, the fullback in the I formation, and Newton gets it. He gets hit at the line of scrimmage and fights his way maybe to the 40-yard line for a gain of 1. 2nd down and 9 coming up.
While these runs are not producing a lot of yardage, okay, with the threat of the running game coming into the game, it just continues to confirm to the Washington State coaches, you got to defend the run, which is setting up all the passes out of the subsequent spread formations.
Eason on 2nd down and 9 goes under center this time. Motion across the formation. Jumping into the neutral zone is one of the Cougars. And so that should give the Huskies 5 yards. Just underway here in this second half with University of Washington up 21-10. A little conversation going on to see if that defender was drawn offsides, I guess. Looks like Eason thinks it's going to go against Washington State.
Offside, defense in the neutral zone, causing the offense to react. 5-yard penalty, remains 2nd down.
The NFL elements of the Husky offense are very apparent as we see Jacob Eason in the shotgun. We see him up underneath center. Same thing the way an NFL offense operates. And in that case, he used the hard count or the voice inflection, hut, 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 hut type of count to pull the defense offside. Master of that in the NFL, Aaron Rodgers. He's got a lot of those traits already developed.
2nd down and 4 now. I backfield behind Eason. Play fake to Newton. Rush coming from the backside. Eason has time. He's going to throw over the top, tipped away. Late flag comes in from deep in the secondary. Ball intended for Terrell Bynum deep downfield near the 30-yard line. Marsh is the one who tipped it away downfield. Let's see what that flag is.
Holding. Defense number 4. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Marcus Strong, man called for the hold for Washington State, so 2 straight penalties here against the Cougars. And Washington has gotten enough yards on its own. You don't want to be helping them along with penalties like this, Coach.
Well, you're exactly right. And there was another one of these play-action passes, only the second in the game. That was really, Steve, the way it looked, that was touching. That wasn't holding. All right, and that's really, it should be an egregious foul, not a touch foul.
Newton the single setback, Eason under center on 1st and 10. Play fake, Eason wants to throw. Looks down the left side, wide open, making the catch is Hunter Bryant. Turns upfield, inside the 10, down to the 6-yard line is Hunter Bryant. Jahad Woods there to make the play, but a rocket of a shot from Eason to Hunter Bryant for 39 yards and a first down.
What a beautifully run route by a tight end, or really a hybrid player. That's what he really is. He's half wide receiver, half tight end. He was lined up on the left. He angled into the middle of the field, put an excellent move on as if he was going to the post, and then came back out on the corner route, left his defender 10 yards away.
5 catches for 91 yards. Handoff to Newton, who stutter steps at the line, gets down to the 4, maybe the 3, before he's wrapped up by the Cougars. A couple of yards gain. You're right, Coach, you talked about Hunter Bryant. He's kind of that hybrid guy. He's only 6'2", 239. Could he be the kind of guy who could bulk up to play at the next level?
No, he is what he is, and there are not many guys like that. He's very valuable. He can be your off the line of scrimmage tight end, go in motion, block back opposite the play, block strong safeties, but his value is in just what we saw him do.
He's back in the game, and he wings on the left side. Ahmed, the single setback now on 2nd down and goal from the 4. Now the 2 tight ends shift over from left to right. Eason from the shotgun. Takes the snap, looks, throws, back corner of the end zone. It's up, it's off the fingertips. A flag is down, however. Incomplete pass.
Holding. Defense number 4. Penalties half the distance to goal from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Ty Jones, the intended receiver. 3 penalties in this drive against the Cougars. Marcus Strong called for the hold.
Steve, I don't think offensively or defensively, but I love the purity of the game. And I hate to see these type of penalties called, right, where it really had little effect on the outcome of the play. But with the penalty, it had a big effect.
Foul occurred in the end zone. The ball will be placed at the 2-yard line. Automatic first down.
So the ball will be at the 2 as the call was changed to pass interference. Just 2 penalties on the Cougars in the first half. Now they've had 3 in this opening drive of the second half. Newton in the backfield, I formation. He gets the handoff. He looks. He puts his shoulder pads down. He is in. Touchdown, Washington Huskies. Richard Newton from 2 yards out gets in behind his blocking, and then it was all Richard Newton, and the Huskies now a commanding 27-10 lead over Washington State.
The same runner, Newton, with the same off-tackle power play to the left that he took in untouched for a first touchdown at the end of the first half. Chris Peterson, good call. Go back to what's working, and it created 7 more points.
Peyton Henry on for the PAT. Awaiting the snap. Spot is down. Kick is up, and the kick is through. 11:54 to play in the third quarter. Opening drive of this third period, and Washington takes it all the way down to score 28-10 over the Cougars. This is Westwood One's coverage of NCAA football.
It's here, the sale you've been waiting for all year. It's the Edwin Watts Golf Shops Black Friday sale, happening this Friday through Sunday with incredible deals like Titleist Pro V1, Pro V1X, and AVX golf balls for only $39.99. Save 50% on the Wilson Cortex driver, now only $249. And half off Adidas sports golf shoes, now just $69.99. Special Black Friday deals in every department with savings on clubs, bags, shoes, balls, apparel, and more. The Edwin Watts Golf Shops Black Friday sale at our new location in the Ridgeway Trace Shopping Center. Edwin Watts Golf Shops, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Looking for a newer, better job? Call Pro Resume. That's right. Memphis's premier resume service, Pro Resume, has been producing award-winning resumes and assisting with clients and job searches for over 20 years. And they'll be the first to tell you what's worked on resumes, 5-10 years ago, doesn't cut it today. In today's highly competitive job market, your resume is your direct line to new employment possibilities and more income. The wrong experience-related content, invalidated bullet points and achievements, even incorrect formatting can mean another lost employment opportunity. Is your resume communicating the information that will motivate a prospective employer to schedule an interview with you? Is your resume using the proper hiring criteria, buzzwords, and answering the posted position requirements? Pro Resume understands all the questions. It addresses them in every resume package it produces. Call today, 685-1950, or go to proresume.biz. The fastest way to a new job? Pro Resume.
Steve Rabel, Coach Al Groh here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Husky Stadium in Seattle. Huddle up with Grainger, America's trusted source for industrial supplies and safety products. Click Grainger.com for whatever you need, whenever you need it. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Right now it's the Dogs who are getting it done. 28-10 over Washington State. 11:54 to play here in this third quarter. A 5-play, 75-yard drive. 3 minutes off the clock, and Washington State takes an 18-point lead over their cross-state rivals with that 2-yard touchdown run. Coach, 6 minutes, their opening drive, Washington State, they took the lead 7-0 to start this game, and it has gone 28-3 the Huskies' way ever since.
What's really fun to see is the versatility of the Husky game and their game plan. Steve, there's a saying that we built a lot of game plans around. It all started back with Bill Parcells, refined with Bill Belichick, and that phrase simply is, have the versatility and the flexibility to play the game you need to play. We have a power-oriented, run-oriented Washington State team that's gained 214 of their 247 yards passing the ball today. And a man-for-man, man-free press coverage defensive team that's played the whole game on defense almost exclusively in zone coverage. They're playing the game they need to play against what the opponent does.
Here's Horn with the kick, end over end. And it sails over the head of Travell Harris, in and out of the end zone, and Washington State will start 1st and 10 at their own 25. I would normally say, and in years past I would say, okay, I guess we're going to see now the Cougars almost exclusively throw. But they almost exclusively throw the ball anyway.
Yes, and they can expect to use the all-inclusively concept. It'll be all-inclusively zone coverage from here on out. It worked well for the Huskies in terms of keeping the yards per pass well below the Cougars' average, despite the 80% completions. And now with this 18-point lead, that's all it's going to be, featuring individual one-on-one pass rushers.
Anthony Gordon from the shotgun takes the snap on 1st and 10, looks and throws a dart quickly to the right side to Aesop Winston Jr., the redshirt senior out of San Francisco. Gordon sacked 4 times in that first half, threw a pick as well. Right back to the line of scrimmage on 2nd down and 6. Switching sides of the field. A couple of the receivers. Borghi back into the backfield. 3-man rush, and Borghi gets the flare pass. Left side, he's hit, and he's dropped for a loss. Max Borghi, fine receiver, but just nowhere to run. Kyler Gordon right there.
Well, when you play two deep zone coverage, the corner to the wide side of the field is responsible for the flat. That play has been successful for the Cougars before, but the corner, Gordon, has seen it. He sat in his flat and came up and made a real nice knee-high tackle.
For a loss of 5, 3rd and 11 from his own 24. Gordon looks like he may be adjusting the play at the line of scrimmage. Claps his hands, gets the snap. Here comes the rush. Quick screen near side wide receiver. Ball is caught out across the 35 and good enough for a 1st down. making the catch and accelerating away from defenders. Travell Harris. Big play, 13-yard gain for the Cougars, 1st and 10.
Another one of those wide receiver screens out to the wide side. The only one that's been effective, but at a critical time. That time they did get Moulton blocked, who's been a thorn in their side on that play.
3 receivers left on 1st and 10 from his own 37. The handoff to Borghi, and not much doing there. Good play. Potua'i is there to make the tackle, among others.
Well, whether it's a handoff like that, is inside man for man, inside running play, or draw plays, which would be effective in this situation, they've got to mix some run plays in there to keep that rush from just getting in a sprinter stance on every play.
Just a single-yard gain, 2nd down and 9 at his own 38. Gordon again from the shotgun. As McIntosh in the backfield along with Borghi, takes the snap, slides right side out of the pocket, moves toward the line of scrimmage, pulls the ball down, heads to the sidelines, get hit and hammered down. Keith Taylor was there. Now there's a late flag back up near the line of scrimmage. Cougars seem to think it's going to go against the Washington Huskies. And I think if I'm Mike Leach, I'm telling Gordon, just go ahead and get out of bounds. Don't take a shot like he just took. Still being talked about.
Personal foul. Hands to the face. Defense, number 58. 15-yard penalty. Automatic 1st down.
Zion Tupuola Fetui with the hands to the face. A redshirt freshman out of Hawaii, and I got a feeling if this game continues to go in the direction it is with the Huskies maybe extending their lead, we'll see a lot more of these young guys playing. Right now, a big 1st down, albeit a penalty, 1st and 10. Across midfield at the Husky 44. Gordon again out of the shotgun. Play fake to Borghi, pump fake, and now he's going to throw right down the middle. He's got his man who makes the catch inside the 25-yard line. That's Renard Bell. A dart of a shot from Anthony Gordon. A pickup of 24 and another Washington State 1st down.
That play showed both Gordon's vision and his quick release as he fired the ball on the seam. They had 3 receivers out to the wide field to the left. For the very first time, Washington State lined up 2 deep safety, but they dropped 1 down and only played 1 high safety, which left that zone to the left open. He saw it right away and rifled the ball in there.
Longest completion of the day for the Cougars. 1st and 10. A throw again left side. Ball is caught again. Renard Bell inside the 15. A lot shorter throw that time, but equally as effective. An 8-yard gain. 2nd down and 2 upcoming. Cougars back to the line of scrimmage, getting some good work out of all their wide receivers except for one of their starters and one of the most dependable. Brandon Arconato got hurt early on, suffered a wrist injury in the OSU game a couple weeks ago and tried to come back out here and play, injured it, he's out. 2nd down and 2 from the Husky 12. The handoff, picking up the 1st down inside the 10 is Dion McIntosh out of Pompano Beach, Florida. We don't hear much about the other running backs here on the Cougar team. We don't hear about much of anything other than wide receivers, but a 1st down run by the Cougs, and it's 1st and goal at the Washington 9.
Well, we can expect a throw for the end zone here from the Cougars. They'll take 4 shots at it. They're not in the field goal mindset at this point of the game.
Slots to both sides, wide slots. Borghi in the backfield. Gordon again out of the shotgun. 4 down linemen for the Huskies. They rush 4. Gordon starts to look left. Now he's chased. Now he goes down. He's hit and sacked. Back at the 20-yard line. Ball came out, but he was down on the ground. A 5-yard, making an 11-yard loss. 5 sacks on the game for the Washington Huskies. The 11-yard loss all the way back, just inside the 20-yard line of Washington. Joe Tryon was the guy who got there.
I really enjoy watching Joe Tryon play. On that, he's on the left side now of the defense. The previous play, he was on the right side. They ran a 2-man game over there. The inside rusher went between the guard and the tackle. Tryon looped from the outside inside, came right up the middle, tracked the quarterback down. He's got a versatile rush game.
2nd and goal from the 20. Now a 3-man rush. Pump fake left side. Gordon looks back to the right, throws a low shot, incomplete. Intended at the 10-yard line for Aesop Winston Jr. and he can't get down there and dig that ball out. 3rd down and goal now from the 20.
Steve, as deep and soft as this zone coverage is playing, it's unlikely that they're going to let on either of these two plays a 20-yard completion occur. So while the Cougars would like to get a touchdown, what they should do is protect the ball and at least get the 3 points right now. At least that adds to their total, and then keep working at it.
Borghi in the backfield. Gordon takes the shotgun snap. 3 receivers left side. Gordon has time, looks. Now he's going to throw to the end zone. Got a man back there and overthrows in the back corner of the end zone. Just a little bit high as 3 Huskies were converging around Travell Harris. Had he maybe thrown that ball a little sooner, Coach, he might have had a shot at sticking that one in there for 6.
Well, it wasn't until it was on a little bit of a scramble route by the receiver, so it wasn't really there until the last moment that he got in that place. That was a reaction throw by Gordon. It wasn't a read of the pattern. He saw somebody there, didn't want to take another sack, threw it up high where only his man could catch it.
Blake Mazza on for a 38-yard field goal attempt. He's got one good from 28 already today off the right hash mark. The spot, the kick is away. End over end through the uprights. It's good. And with 6:40 to play here in this 3rd quarter, Washington State kind of closes in a bit. Washington leads 28-13. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Who's the MVP? You are, especially when you shop at Helzberg Diamonds. And right now, get a free Xbox One S with Madden 20 and NBA 2K19 when you spend $1,199 or more. Find great gifts for everyone on your list at Helzberg Diamonds and feel like an MVP.
At Capital One, you can open a new savings account in about 5 minutes and earn 5 times the national average. Banking with Capital One means 5 times the savings to help pay for your perfect honeymoon. Or 5 times the savings toward your family's perfect vacation.
Big fan of water rides.
It's time to help make your savings goals come true. This is Banking Reimagined. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Rate comparison based on FDIC national rate. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Introducing ATG by Wrangler. There's always that moment before the journey that you double check your gear. UV protection, water repellent, durable fabric with stretch. Check, check, and check. Because before you step out into the wild, you better be ready. ATG by Wrangler. Gear that doesn't compromise because nature is unpredictable. And you wouldn't have it any other way. Wrangler. Wear with abandon. Shop Wrangler.com.
Who's the MVP? You are, especially when you shop at Helzberg Diamonds. And right now, get a free Xbox One S with Madden 20 and NBA 2K19 when you spend $1,199 or more. Find great gifts for everyone on your list at Helzberg Diamonds and feel like an MVP.
Welcome back to Husky Stadium in Seattle, the Apple Cup. Along with Al Groh, I'm Steve Rabel. You're listening to the 5-Hour Energy College Football Game of the Week on Westwood One. For energy on the go, it's got to be 5-Hour Energy. Works fast, works long, tastes good with 0 sugar and 4 calories. There's nothing holding you back. Huskies lead Washington State, their rivals from across the state of Washington, over at Pullman by a score of 28-13. A little more than halfway through the 3rd quarter here in Washington. Sun starting to set on Lake Washington, but still a gorgeous day. Mountains all out to the east. The Cascades all snow covered. A 12-play, 55-yard drive. 5:14 off the clock, but Mazza paying it off with a 38-yard field goal, and I'm guessing that the Huskies would give up field goals rather than give up touchdowns to Gordon and the Cougars.
Well, besides scoring points, the Cougars got to get some stops on defense here. Steve, as well pointed out by our producer, Ivan, with the exception of the end of the half drive, they've scored on 4 straight possessions. And so they've got to come up with a solution principally to this surprisingly effective Washington passing game.
Jack Crane tees it up just inside the right hash mark, kicking left to right, end over end. McGrew and Ahmed are there, but they watch the ball sail out of the back of the end zone, and the Huskies will start at their own 25. Be a VIP with the NCAA experience at the 2020 Men's Basketball Championships. Score premium March Madness tickets and exclusive hospitality access, all from one source. Visit ncaa.com/VIP. It's the ultimate experience for the ultimate fan. That's ncaa.com/VIP. And we will pause with the score. Washington leading Washington State 28-13. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Hey everyone, Tiki Barber here. Instead of running to the end zone these days, I'm running to business meetings and broadcast studios. Seems I'm always on the go. And when I need energy on the go, I choose 5-Hour Energy. Why? It works fast, works long, and it tastes good. And with 0 sugar and 4 calories, there's nothing holding me back. Try it. It could work for your on-the-go life too. 5-Hour Energy. Energy on the go. For more information and to find a retailer near you, visit 5hourenergy.com.
Jason Horowitz back with you in our Westwood One studios. Get you caught up on what else is going on around the nation. Number 18, Memphis, leading 19th ranked Cincinnati, 27-17. 11 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. If Memphis wins, those two teams will get together again next week for the American Championship game. Number 20, Boise State, continuing to lead at Colorado State, 31-21, 11.5 to play there. Again, Boise State hoping that one of Cincinnati or Memphis loses, or both for that matter, so they can be the highest-ranked Group of 5 team for that Cotton Bowl trip on the New Year's 6 games. Earlier today, Virginia knocked off Virginia Tech 39-30, snapped a 15-game skid to the Hokies, and clinched their first trip to the ACC Championship game. At the buzzer, Keith Duncan nailed a 48-yard field goal for number 17 Iowa. They beat Nebraska 27-24. Huskers finished the year 5-7. Back to Steve Rabel and Al Groh in Seattle.
Jason, thanks very much. I have a feeling Jason would be the guy who would come to this game in a boat. You can do that here at Husky Stadium on Lake Washington. A lot of boats docked right outside the stadium. Folks come in, they party all afternoon, and then come to the game. I just think Jason has that sense about it. Coach, I think you'd be on one of those boats.
I would enjoy it.
Yeah.
You know, I got very nice kayak in my garage. Take it out during the summer, so I've got an affinity for the water for sure.
Yeah, well, it's a little chilly water up here, but nonetheless, it's a beautiful setting, and the Husky fans are enjoying this one. 112th meeting of these two teams, and Washington leads 28-13 as the UW offense with their purple jerseys, gold helmets, gold pants, back out onto the field. The white jerseyed visitors from Washington State on defense. Eason out of the shotgun with Richard Newton, the single setback. Now he comes wide to the near side. Make that Ahmed comes out of the backfield near side. A screen pass near side. Wide receiver makes the catch. Chico McClatcher, his first opportunity of the day. One of the more explosive players on this Husky team, but it's sometimes difficult for the Huskies to get him the ball. Chico with the catch, Will Rogers with the tackle, a gain of 2.
One of the reasons that McCatcher got the ball is because Hunter Bryant was not in there. He is in here now. Usually when he's here, there's a good attempt to get him the ball. They actually have 3 tight ends in the game at this time.
And 2 of them shift over to the right side. Hunter Bryant gets into a 3-point stance on the left side. The turn in hand, looking for a little running room. Breaking a tackle is Ahmed down the near sidelines across the 40. Knocked out of bounds in front of the Washington State bench. Near sidelines is Savon Ahmed out of Kirkland, Washington, and Juanita High School, the junior, with a big run of 15 yards and a Husky first down.
He started right, then cut back over the left side. There was a tackle there for him, but he's a very slippery player, and he just shook that tackler off like he was nothing, and then that's where he actually gained all his yards after the first hit.
He's strong, but he's fast. He had an 89-yard run against USC this season. Single setback, takes the toss, goes right side this time, finds a hole upfield. A good, sure, open field tackle at midfield by Skylar Thomas, the safety. Otherwise, we might have seen the speed of Savon Ahmed taken it to the house. An 8-yard gain there. He's got 8 carries now for 44 yards. This may be the new game plan for the Huskies, Coach.
Well, it certainly will be. There's good reason for it. This is a good time to run the ball. This is when you rely on your running attack. Smart utilization of a couple of elements of the Chris Peterson offense. On the last one, they shifted the formation, but after they shifted, they went on the first sound, which gave the defense limited amount of time to get readjusted, and there was a big opening over the right side.
Newton now the tailback in the I formation. Play fake to him. Eason has lots of time. Stands, throws, ball's caught. Just outside the 35-yard line of Washington State. Aaron Fuller with the catch. Another first down inside of 4.5 minutes to play here in this third quarter. A reminder that you can listen to Westwood One's live coverage of college football each week on your Alexa smart speaker. Just ask your Echo device to open Westwood One Sports to hear all the action. Sponsored by Indeed.com. Tomorrow we'll have Number 1 Ohio State versus number 13 Michigan, beginning at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, also on many of these same stations. Play fake by Eason on 1st and 10. Rolling right, throws to Hunter Bryant, who can't haul it in at the 35-yard line. Incomplete, 2nd and 10 coming the Huskies' way.
That was a bootleg, fake the run over the left side, a bootleg out to the right. Bryant came across underneath the formation, so he actually became the 3rd receiver to that side, and he was wide open in the flat, uncharacteristically just dropped the ball. He's a very sure-handed player, runs all the routes, just wanted to run a little bit too soon.
Yeah, I was looking to see who was going to hit him before he actually had the ball. 2nd down and 10. Eason from the shotgun. Play fake this time, throws inside on the slant. Ball is caught across the 30-yard line. There's a scramble for the ball. The ball may have come out. Aaron Fuller, I believe, had the reception. Let's see what the officials say. It is Washington State ball. Last man, in fact, he's not even getting up yet. He's still seated on the field. Coughing that ball up was Aaron Fuller.
First down.
Woods with the recovery as the trainers come on the field. And it looks like we're going to get a timeout here. And waiting for the official. We will. It's going to be Washington State ball. And we will take a break with 3:57 left to play here in the 3rd quarter. Washington leading Washington State 28-13. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Update your outdated appliances and save big with Lowe's Black Friday deals. Now get up to 40% off select appliance special values, like a Samsung stainless steel French door refrigerator for just $9.99, saving you $1,000. Up to 40% off also includes savings on washers, dryers, ranges, dishwashers, and more. Whatever you need to get your home ready for the holidays and holiday guests, shop these Black Friday deals and more. Do it right for less. Start with Lowe's. Offers valid through 12/5, U.S. only.
Haircut, shirt tucked, Wrangler 5-star jeans on. So what kind of night is it gonna be? Talk amongst ourselves? Or dance with everyone in this place? Just a nice time? Or one for the books? Well, we'll just have to let this night write itself. Feel comfortable enough to step out of your comfort zone in the premium quality and style of Wrangler 5-star jeans. Wrangler, wear with abandon. Shop Wrangler.com.
Say, fans, subscribe to Rap Sheet and Friends, the podcast from NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Each week, Ian is joined by special guests from around the league, as well as his friends, Mike Garafolo and Tom Pelissero, who talk football, family, breaking news, and more. That's Rap Sheet and Friends, available now on Apple Podcasts at westwoodonesports.com or wherever you get your podcasts. And Ian's guest this week, former Washington State Cougar quarterback Ryan Leaf. The delay right now on the field here at Husky Stadium. I got a feeling they may be looking at this one to see if Aaron Fuller was in fact down before that ball came out. There was a scrum down on the field. The ball popped out. It was recovered by Washington State. But his knee may not have been down. And so if that's the case, it will continue to be Washington State ball.
Yep, the referee is not on the sideline with the headset on, so it would appear that that decision has already been made. And it looks like the reason it was made that way is when Fuller was down, as we have seen on a number of occasions this year, he was down laying on the body of a defensive player. Therefore, he never actually made contact with the ground, although he was down.
Boy, it was close as well. Ayalu Patia was the man who recovered the fumble for Washington State. So 1st and 10 Cougs at their own 27. Gordon from the shotgun being held up by the umpire now. He steps back. Gordon with a single setback. Motion across the formation is Patman. Time to throw. Ball is caught on a quick throw over the middle. Making the catch, Washington State. It's going to be, I think, Harris made that reception.
Well, that was Mike Leach, one of Mike Leach's signature plays. That was that so-called mesh play. Double shallow crossers set up in between two zone defenders. put it right on the receiver's hands. It's a good drive starter.
And it's a 6-yard gain. Patman again in motion. Gordon's going to slide right side out of the pocket. Has a little running room. He is going to turn upfield. Has a blocker in front and runs out of bounds across the 35. Just enough to get to first down territory, which was the 37-yard line of Washington State.
Exactly the same play and situation that you commented on earlier, Steve, when Gordon got hit without failing to get out of bounds. He was flushed out of the pocket, rolled to the right. He had Borghi in front of him to whom he could have thrown the ball, but he could see he could just as easily run it for the same amount of yardage. And he did get Coach Leach's message. He did step out of bounds.
Did pick up the first and 10 at his own 38. Takes the shotgun snap, hands it off to Borghi, who bounces it left side. Finds a little gap across the 40 out to the 43, and then is swarmed under by a host of Huskies for a gain of 5. Inside now, coming up on 2.5 minutes left to play here in this third quarter, with Washington leading Washington State 28-13. Ulofoshio on the tackle for the Huskies. 2nd down and 5. Shotgun snap, crossing route, ball is caught. Bouncing off of one tackler, and a second is Renard Bell as he comes from right across the left on a short dart pass. A 4-yard gain. Looks like they're going to be about a yard short. 3rd down and 1 coming up. Bowman there to make the play for the Huskies.
Steve, when a team installs a 2-deep zone defense, when you talk to the players, you say the number one purpose for playing 2-deep zone is to get the corners in front of the wide receivers, thus to take the wide receivers out of the game. That negates all the deep vertical plays. But there are things to hit. You just got to be patient with them.
A handoff inside for the first down is Borghi crossing the midfield stripe and into Washington territory. Washington brought in a couple of its pass rushers to try to put pressure on Gordon. He hands the ball off and they pick up the first down.
To pick up on that quickly, Steve, those things are the shallow crossers, the back out of the backfield, those things, you got to be patient with it. But if you're patient, you can make it pay off when you get down in the red zone. That's the only way to attack this defense. You might not like it, but that's the reality of it.
1st and 10 at the Washington 48. Splits to both sides. Throw near side. Borghi makes the catch. Tries to cut back up across the field. Can't get there as he's tracked down and dropped. Elijah Molden, one of those, in on the play for the Washington Huskies. Sam Taimoni also in on the play.
Now that these corners in this 2-deep coverage are sitting short to play these wide routes to Borghi, what Washington State wants to do is take the outside receiver and run him on a corner route. So if the receiver squats short, they can throw the corner route in behind him. They haven't tried one of those corner routes yet.
That was a 1-yard play. A handoff straight ahead to Borghi, and he's got that and then some. A first down inside the 35. Not a big guy, but he drags a couple of defenders with him across the 35 in Husky territory. First down, Washington State with just 20 seconds. Now the clock continues to move after the first down. Inside of 20 left here in the third.
That play is there anytime the Cougars want it, as long as the Huskies continue to stay with this defensive approach.
Let's see if Gordon gets off a play before the end of the quarter. From the shotgun, 1st and 10 at the Washington 34. Takes the snap, looks, dumps it off underneath. Ball is caught by McIntosh, and he is blasted, upended, and pushed onto his back near the 30-yard line. That will do it for this third quarter of play, as Brandon Wellington is one of a number of Huskies who makes the play. End of 3 here at Husky Stadium, with Washington leading Washington State 28-13. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Honey, I just switched the family to Boost Mobile and we got so much more.
Awesome. Like what?
We got 4 free phones for the whole family. 4 lines for just $25 per line per month with unlimited gigs. I smashed up the car a bit. And they have a super reliable, super fast nationwide network.
Whoa, 4 free? Wait, back up. Did you just say you...
4 free phones? Yep.
No. Something about the car?
Oh, you mean Boost super reliable, super fast network.
Before that, the car smashing thing.
What? The smashing deal we got. 4 lines for just $25 per line per month?
No, between the 4 lines for $25 per line per month and the unlimited gigs part, you said I smashed up the car a bit.
I did. It's completely smashed. We need a new vehicle. but 4 free phones.
Boost Mobile, the switch that gives you more. Limited time offer while supplies last. Offer applies to Samsung Galaxy A20. Requires 1 port from eligible carrier and activation. 1 free device per line. Includes mobile optimized data. Additional terms and restrictions apply. Offers and coverage not available everywhere. See boostmobile.com or retailer for full details.
Technology Truths, brought to you by Geico.
Technology Truths.
Truth, your car stereo will always sync to the most embarrassing song on your phone.
So the reservations are at 8.
Oh, great. What was that?
That was weird. Must have synced with a nearby car or something.
Truth, it's so easy to switch and save on car insurance at Geico.com.
Let's just,
Wait, you like smooth jazz?
No, smooth jazz.
Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Welcome back to Seattle, along with Coach Al Groh. I'm Steve Rabel. Our score with 15 minutes left to play in regulation. Huskies leading Washington State 28-13. The start of the fourth quarter is sponsored by Geico. Great news. There's a quick way you could save money. Switch to Geico. Go to geico.com, and in 15 minutes, you could save 15% or more on car insurance. We are through 3, and while Washington State is winning on a couple of the stat lines, they're losing the overall battle right now, 28-13 to the Huskies. But Washington State has held the ball, Coach, for 26 minutes, 41 seconds through 3 quarters. Washington just 18 minutes and 19 seconds. But Washington has made more hay, more yards per play than Washington State.
And the reason they've got the point differential they do, Steve, along with what you said, is Washington has really cashed in on their red zone occupancy, whereas only one of the 3 times that Washington State has been down there have they gotten a touchdown. So essentially they've left 8 points on the field where they were not able to get in the end zone. When Washington gets down there, they get in the end zone.
The big equalizer is always in any game, going down to high school and even before that, turnovers. And this 9-play, 4-minute drive now by Washington State started with a Fuller fumble after a reception by the Huskies. Gave the ball back to Washington State. They're now inside the 30-yard line of the University of Washington and driving, looking at a 2nd and 3 with the ball at the 27-yard line. Entire Washington State offense had gone to the sidelines to talk to coaches. They're all now back on the field, as are the Huskies on their side. Fans, don't forget to vote for the Davey O'Brien National Quarterback Award finalists of your choice from now until December 8th. Joe Burrow of LSU, Jalen Hurts of Oklahoma, or Justin Fields of Ohio State. Cast your vote now at voteobrien.org. That's voteobrien.org. 2nd down and 3. You can hear the Cougar fans cheering on their guys on the field. From the Husky 37, Gordon takes the snap, hands it to Borghi again, looks for running room, bounces off of one, can't bounce it outside as Elijah Molden steps up to make the play, setting the edge and making the tackle on Borghi as he tried to bounce left side. It'll end up being a gain of about a yard.
Well, this is certainly 4-down territory here. There's a replacement here. McIntosh has come in at running back. He's a speed back, usually does his best work out of the backfield on routes.
Gordon will go from the shotgun again. 3 receivers to his left. Bell, Harris, as well as Martin. But the handoff inside to McIntosh, and he breaks through. Jumps around one defender and down to the 15-yard line of Washington. Got a feeling everybody was thinking pass except for Mike Leach. They call a run. Brandon Wellington makes the tackle. Cougars with a 1st down at the 16-yard line of Washington.
Well, the Cougars are patient enough to utilize that frequently here in the 4th quarter. They can make that go at almost any time, the way that the Huskies have sold out to be in position to defend the passing game. There are no linebackers in the middle of the formation right now.
Gordon from the shotgun with 3 receivers right side. He's looking right now. He comes back, scanning left. Dumps it off underneath. Ball is caught. Coming up quickly, there was a missed tackle, and then the tackle made on Travell Harris, and he puts the ball, the officials put it, yes, just inside the 10-yard line of Washington.
Well, when that ball gets out of Gordon's hands that fast against a zone defense, the defenders are still going backwards when the receiver catches the ball, allows a lot of space for run after the catch, and it's been productive whenever they've played that way.
12th play of the drive. McIntosh stays in the game. Shotgun snap, and he gets the flare pass, and it sails right over his head out of bounds. As Gordon tried a little swing pass to the left side and just flat missed him, threw it away, and it's going to bring up 3rd down and 3. The Cougars can get a first down at the 6-yard line. 3 drives of 10-plus plays now for Washington State. So when they've gotten it and when they've got something rolling, they hang on to it, and they have eventually put some points on the board. Right now they trail by 15.
2 backs in the backfield. The last time they did this, Borghi on short yardage acted as a lead blocker for McIntosh running inside.
Slot right. Gordon waiting for the shotgun snap, takes it. Backs flare out, throw to McIntosh on the far side. He makes the catch, and he is dropped at the 10-yard line. Official says he was down as the ball popped out. Trent McDuffie sawed his legs off at the 10-yard line, and it looked for a moment like that ball may have come out before he hit the ground. It did not. And so it will bring up a 4th down and 3. I think some Husky fans wanted that to be a fumble. I don't think they're going to get it. Oh, it was a fumble. The official on the far side said he was down on the play. This one's going to get reviewed. This may go over as McDuffie was there to make the play.
It's going to be 4th down.
Steve, these Washington corners have adjusted very well. Credit to their coaches for giving them the proper instruction against these back in the flat routes. They're now squatting on those. They're not giving ground with the
was down. The play is now under replay review.
They're not giving ground with the outside receivers as they did earlier. And on that particular one, as the McIntosh came out of the backfield from inside to outside on the right side of the field, the corner came off his coverage and trapped him very effectively, turned him head over heels right after he caught the ball.
Chris Peterson is on the sidelines talking to the officials and in effect asked him, what are you looking at? Because there was an official right there, and once we saw the replay, it was evident the ball came out before McIntosh was on the ground. Miles Bryant was the man who recovered it for Washington. All the fans saw it. It was difficult from our angle because McIntosh was obstructed by a couple of defensive players. But one more time, we get to see a replay. Without question, Trent McDuffie jarred that ball loose, and it popped out. It fell back on top of the receiver.
Well, that's the question. The question, as you said, without question, the ball came out. The question is whether Washington ever actually recovered the ball.
Miles Bryant was right there to pick it up, and he took off up the far sidelines, and he was angry as he slammed the ball down to the ground because he heard the official blowing the whistle.
After review, the ball was fumbled, recovered by Washington. It'll be Washington's ball, 1st down at the 10-yard line. Timer, please reset the clock to 12:57. 12:57, thank you.
Steve, some fumbles just happen. All right, but that was caused by the defense. All the credit goes to the corner of Washington, who came up with an excellent shoulder tackle, put it right on the ball, trapped the receiver as he came from inside to outside. McDuffie with an aggressive play. That's the way you play corner in a 2-deep defense.
And, Coach, you know, there was no fumble there, but the whistle was blown. Bryant picked it up. He could have gone for the 6, but heard the whistle and everything stopped. Well, as it is, the Huskies take over 1st and 10 at their own 10 with Ahmed in the backfield. Play fake to him. Easton's going to throw inside. Ball is caught by Hunter Bryant. He's out near the 15, then pushed back. But his forward momentum will get him to the 15-yard line. So it'll be 2nd down and 5 coming up for Washington. Later on, we're going to select the drive of the game, sponsored by Geico. Hey, great news. There's a quick way you could save money. Switch to Geico. Go to geico.com, and in 15 minutes, you could save 15% or more on car insurance. 2nd down and 5. Inside of 12 and a half minutes to play in this 112th Apple Cup. Washington leads 28-13. The turn, the hand. Ahmed doesn't get much going over the left side. He's tripped up and dropped. by Will Rogers.
Well, the Cougars continue to have a lot of movement along the defensive front. On that one, they took the right corner. The corner lined up into the sideline. They brought him on a corner blitz. When the corner comes on that particular pressure, the rest of the defensive line slants away from him. That put Rogers free in the backfield when he crossed the tackle's face.
Loss of a yard on the play. 3rd down and 6 for Washington from their own 14. In motion across the formation is Bynum. Snap. Here comes the rush. Quick throw. Eason is hammered just as he throws the ball incomplete. Intended for Hunter Bryant on a slant route. But the Cougars bring in the farm that time. Armani Marsh was the man on coverage.
The perimeter pressure, very effective for the Cougars on that series. The previous play, they brought the weak side corner from the right side. On that one, they brought the nickel back from the left side, the wide side of the field. Perimeter pressure, got in the backfield both times.
Travell Harris is deep, awaiting the punt. Kind of a wobbly kick. He calls for the fair catch and makes it at the 44-yard line of Washington State. A golden opportunity for the Dogs, and they can't capitalize after the takeaway. Your score with 11:26 to play in the Apple Cup is Washington 28, Washington State 13. This is Westwood One's coverage of NCAA football.
Hi, this is John Conway with Conway Services. With a family coming home for the holidays, are you going to be running out of hot water? Not with a tankless water heater from Conway Services. It may be time for a tankless water heater that never runs out of hot water. Conway Services is making now the perfect time to replace that old energy-guzzling tanked water heater with 24 months to pay, interest-free. Or I'll give you $250 for that old tanked water heater. These energy-saving models only heat the water you use, saving you money on your gas bill every month. Plus, no more worrying about that tank bursting in your attic either. And you know, with Conway Services, you'll be receiving our award-winning service every time. So call Conway Services, the Mid-South's premier tankless water heater professionals at 384-3511. That's 384-3511. And the first 30 callers with a 10-year-old water heater will come out and inspect it absolutely free.
Call 384-3511. Conway Services. Call Conway today.
No matter what your past credit, no matter how much you owe on your trade, no matter if you tried to buy at another dealer and were turned down, Sunrise Buick GMC can get you financed. There's never been a better time to trade. Sunrise has hundreds of new vehicles and over $5 million in used car inventory, specializing in cars and trucks under $10,000. Sunrise has the lowest prices and will not be undersold. Bad credit, bankrupt, slow pay, Sunrise gets you financed when no one else can. Check out the inventory and apply online at sunrisememphis.com. The November blowout sale going on now at all Sunrise locations. Covington Pike, Wolf Chase, and Collierville.
Here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Husky Stadium in Seattle, count on Grainger to help build, fix, and move our world. Click Grainger.com for industrial supplies, safety products, and time-saving services. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Washington leads Washington State 28-13, and tomorrow the Grainger broadcast booth will be in Ann Arbor. Number 1 Ohio State versus number 13 Michigan, 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. For more details or to listen to the live stream for free, visit WestwoodOneSports.com. If it's NCAA football, it is on Westwood One. Washington State's offense back out onto the field as the Huskies could not capitalize on a fumble recovery. Anthony Gordon, the quarterback for Washington State, has found 8 different receivers. He's 35 of 44 for 233 yards. That would be like 1/4 of play during several games this season for Anthony Gordon, the 3-time Pac-12 Offensive Player of the Week this year. Empty backfield on 1st and 10 from his own 44. Takes the shotgun snap, looks, dumps it over the middle. Ball is caught. Harris slips a little bit and then plants his foot, turns upfield, takes it to the midfield stripe where he is dropped by a host of Huskies after gaining 6.
Coaches watch video in their office with a clicker in their hand that runs the play back and forth. You can, well, that play right there, it was like watching it on the back and the forth. Same coverage, same pattern, same result. That must have occurred 15 times in the game. The shallow crossing route against soft zone coverage.
Here's the handoff to Borghi straight ahead, and he pushes the pile near the 45-yard line. Going to be good enough for a first down. Borghi's not that big at 5'10", 197, but he is effective, and he reminds a lot of people of Christian McCaffrey. The way he runs, the way he catches the ball. a good running back.
That's a very apt comparison. He's got the same type of body. He's got multiple skills. He's got burst. He's a powerful player. For whatever the numbers say that he is size-wise, he's powerful.
The Huskies 46, 1st and 10. All day to throw. Gordon points downfield, tells his receiver to go, and he throws a pick at the 30-yard line. Back to the 40, the 45 midfield, turning upfield. It's Trent McDuffie, who leaped high in the air. I think Gordon thought he could throw right over him to his receiver. A 28-yard return on the pick. And here in this late third and early fourth quarter, the Huskies and the Cougars giving the ball back to each other. That, a big interception for the Huskies. They now have the ball 1st and 10 at the Washington State 41.
Sure was, and the Husky defense has really come up big here in the fourth quarter with 2 takeaways, each on really well-played plays by the defense. They were in the positions they were supposed to be in. Gordon was flushed out of the pocket, rolled to his right, thought he could loft the ball, as you said, Steve, over the receiver's head. But one thing quarterbacks learn, sometimes painfully, when you try to throw the ball over a defender's head, often on the run, it always sails on you, and that's what happened. It sailed over the receiver's head. Easy catch and run for the defender.
3 tight ends in the game for Washington. A tight bunch set near side. Ahmed gets the handoff, and he goes left side, just shy of the 35-yard line. Woods in on the tackle, 5-yard gain for the Washington Huskies. And again, I think we're going to see a lot of Chris Peterson running the football here if he can.
There are 2 components to finishing off games in the fourth quarter. One is to rush the passer. The other one is the ability to run the ball, run the clock down, make first downs, hopefully score again. We're going to witness the first component or the second one, running the ball effectively from this point on primarily. But Chris's system is versatile enough. There's enough pass plays in there, Steve, that he feels comfortable to throw just enough to keep the defense from ganging up on the run.
2nd down and 5. Ahmed in the backfield. He gets the handoff again. Bounces it outside right. Turns upfield. 30, 25. Foot race to the sideline. Pushed out of bounds into a couple of photographers on the sidelines. Looked like he was pushed a little bit late by Tyrese Roos and Skylar Thomas. But a big run by the Huskies of 22 yards and another 1st down. We are at Husky Stadium in Seattle along with Coach Al Groh. I'm Steve Rabel, and you're listening to the 5-Hour Energy College Football Game of the Week on Westwood One. For energy on the go, it's got to be 5-Hour Energy. Works fast, works long, tastes good with 0 sugar and 4 calories. There's nothing holding you back. Once again, our score, Washington 28, Washington State 13. But the Huskies are knocking at the door, 1st and 10. Ahmed with a big run a moment ago, stays in the game. Single setback with a tight trips on the left side, and Ahmed this time, wow, he is hit at the line of scrimmage and just pounded. Jahad Woods was the man who got there and put the toughest lick on Salvon Ahmed.
The Huskies have rarely come out with 3 tight ends in the game during the course of the season. That's been frequent here in the second half. Usually it's got the 2 biggest over on the left side. Hunter Bryant is the only tight end line up on the line of scrimmage to the right. Every time the ball has gone to the power side of the formation. That time the Cougars finally figuring that out, slanted in that direction, so they outnumbered the blockers at the point of attack.
Ahmed stays in the game. He's the single setback. Again, a tight trips. 3 receivers on the left side, tight end on the right side. The toss sweep going left side, inside the 15, down to the 10. Run out of bounds at the 7-yard line is Ahmed once again. And the clock at 8:07, it is going to be, I think, is he? No. I thought he was going to get there for the 1st down, but he got knocked out of bounds by Skylar Thomas. As Luke Wattenberg, the left guard, was the man leading the way. A huge human being to be running full speed toward any defensive back.
Yeah, Ahmed's got the toughness and the strength to run inside, but he gets the best use of his skill set when he can get the ball on the perimeter. The last 2 plays, he's been able to get the ball out on the edge. He can kick it down and accelerate in a hurry, and that's how he's gotten the yardage that he has.
3rd down and 2. Eason with the push behind his big center, and the rest of his offensive line has it. Well, let's see where they're going to spot it now. Are they going to move it back to the 5-yard line? They're going to say 4th down. Looked for a moment like they made it, but no, they spot it with the nose of the ball just outside the 5.
Well, Washington, be who you are. You're a big, powerful team. You knocked the defensive line back on that one. Whether it's Eason with another quarterback sneak or Ahmed going straight ahead, count on the big boys to make this first down for you.
Looks like Chris Peterson is walking over to the official. They want to talk about it, so he's going to drain as much time off the clock as he can. We're inside of 6:47 and counting. Play clock down, and now timeout called by Chris Peterson with 6:45 to play in the game. So one of the things you said, Coach.
Previous play is now under replay review.
Yeah, I thought it was a first down. So we'll take, let's see if we're going to get a full timeout here or not. So we will take a break right here with 6:45 to play in the game. Washington on top of Washington State, 28-13. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Hey everyone, Tiki Barber here. Instead of running to the end zone these days, I'm running to business meetings and broadcast studios. Seems I'm always on the go. And when I need energy on the go, I choose 5-Hour Energy. Why? It works fast, works long, and it tastes good. And with 0 sugar and 4 calories, there's nothing holding me back. Try it. It could work for your on-the-go life too. 5-Hour Energy. Energy on the go. For more information and to find a retailer near you, visit 5hourenergy.com.
Introducing the Capital One Walmart Rewards Card. Earn unlimited 5% back on everything you buy at Walmart online. It's the perfect card for all your family's hints this holiday season. Like 5% back on the air fryer Grandpa told you about when he fell asleep in his chair.
Maybe fry anything.
Or 5% back on the laptop your sister had carolers sing to you.
2 turtle doves and a laptop for Carrie.
The Capital One Walmart Rewards Card. Earn unlimited rewards, including 5% back at Walmart online. What's in your wallet?
Terms and exclusions apply. Capital One N.A.
Jason Horwitz back with you in our Westwood One studios. Get you a quick update of what else is going on around the nation. Virginia knocked off number 24 Virginia Tech 39-30 today, clinching a spot in the ACC championship game and snapping a 15-game losing streak to the Hokies. Meanwhile, number 18 Memphis just finished off 19th-ranked Cincinnati 34-24. It means those two will play again next week in the Liberty Bowl with a shot at the American Championship, possibly a spot for Memphis in the Cotton Bowl as the highest-ranked Group of 5 team. Number 20 Boise State also still thinking about that possibility. 31-24 the lead at Colorado State. A minute to go. Broncos trying to get to 11-1 on the season. Back to Steve Rabel and Coach Al Groh in Seattle.
All right, Jason, thanks very much. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. In association with Learfield IMG College, this is Westwood One, your home for NCAA football.
We are Sports 56 WHBQ Memphis, WIVG-FM Tunica Memphis, and WPG-FLP Memphis, Flynn Broadcasting Stations. We are Sports 56 WHBQ Memphis, WIVG-FM Tunica Memphis, and WPG-FLP Memphis, Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
Chris Peterson had called timeout. He gets the timeout back. And on comes the field goal team for the University of Washington, already leading by 15, trying to put them up by 18 here against the Cougars. This field goal will be a 22-yarder from just about the left hash mark. Peyton Henry, one of the best in the business. Kick is away, and the kick is good. 6:35 to play in the game. Washington 31, Washington State 13. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Geico presents, not again, another voicemail from your roommate.
Hey, man, so I was in a rush to get to work and I left the back door open. Could you shut it? I left it wide open. While you're there, could you also turn off the oven? And all of the burners. My mom never let me use the oven. I wonder why.
The Geico Insurance Agency could help keep your personal property protected, like if it's your roommate's first time operating an oven. Visit geico.com to see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
Introducing the Capital One Walmart Rewards Card. Earn unlimited 5% back on everything you buy at Walmart online. It's the perfect card for all your family's hints this holiday season. Like 5% back on the air fryer Grandpa told you about when he fell asleep in his chair.
Maybe fry anything.
Or 5% back on the laptop your sister had carolers sing to you.
2 turtle doves and a laptop for Carrie.
The Capital One Walmart Rewards Card. Earn unlimited rewards, including 5% back at Walmart online. What's in your wallet?
Terms and exclusions apply. Capital One N.A.
All right, it's time for Al Groh now to answer our weekly Ask the Pros question, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. The question was, how important to college football is having a Pac-12 team in the college football playoff, Coach?
Well, it's significant because, one, it shows that the committee that votes on the people that get in, they're staying up late enough on Saturday night to watch some of these terrific Pac-12 teams. I've had a chance to see 5 of them this year. This is a really, really competitive conference with really good teams. It's important for the optics of the conference because it spreads interest from coast to coast. Okay. By the same token, Steve, the whole reason to be in a conference is to win your conference championship. All this talk about college football playoff diverts some of the attention from what every team's principal goal is, win your conference championship. Kyle Whittingham, I had their game last week. He was asked about, do you think are you talking your way into it enough? And I loved his answer. He said, we don't talk our way into victories, we play our way in. And when a team plays as well as Utah has played this year, if they can win their championship, they will have done it. They have won their way into the playoff if that's what happens, and they'll be a viable contender.
Whittingham is a terrific coach as well. All right, that's Al Groh. Don't forget, you can submit your questions for our pros by tweeting us at Westwood One Sports using the hashtag AskThePros or by visiting westwoodonesports.com/AskThePros. Sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every day. Well, the Huskies getting set to kick it away. Going to be Tim Horn doing the duties for the University of Washington. Deepest of the deep, Travell Harris for Washington State. And this one's going to be a line drive in the back end of the end zone. Bounces out. And here come the Cougars one more time. A lot of ground to make up, 31-13, and just 6.5 minutes left to play in this game, Coach.
Steve, Washington has made the Cougars play the game that the Huskies wanted them to play. It's worked out perfectly for them. Absolutely guaranteed they'll play it the same way. The Cougars have attacked it, really the reasonable way to do it, but there's no time left to do it that way now. All right, they've got to take their shots, try to get the ball down the field, challenging as it might be. If they do, maybe they'll win. If they don't, they're not going to win anyway, just taking the short dink and dunk throughout. So they got to get the ball up the field with some vertical throws.
1st and 10 from the 25. Gordon takes the snap. Borghi swings out of the backfield, and he takes the swing pass right side. Stiff arms one man, and oh, man, coming flying up was Miles Bryant to put the finishing touches on that tackle. A short gain on the play of 3 yards for Borghi, who really took a shot, popped right back up.
Well, McDuffie, the left corner, had another really good play for a corner over there playing the flat. He held Borghi up, gave Bryant the opportunity for a fun tackle. That was all collision football.
Fun tackle. 2nd down and 7. Gordon takes the snap, has time as the Huskies rush 3. Now he scrambles left side, looks, dumps it in behind Borghi, the intended receiver. Just terrific coverage. I'm looking all over the field, and I see for every white shirt at least 1 and sometimes 2 purple shirts just plastered to them.
Well, they're doing a really good job of playing a secondary coverage in their system. A lot of times when a team...
It looks like a flag was thrown deep in the secondary. We didn't catch that a moment ago as the play happened away from where the flag was. It was obviously against the Huskies.
Yep, I failed to see the flag,
yeah,
Steve.
Me too. So a hold is called against Williams, and it makes it a 1st and 10 from his own 38 for Gordon and company. Just inside of 6 minutes left to play in the game. Gordon takes the snap, kind of bouncing on his toes, looks. Now he throws in between 2 defenders. Ball is caught by Desmond Patman out near midfield. Wellington makes the tackle, and it's a 9-yard gain.
The longer Gordon held the ball, the deeper the coverage sank. So actually Patman came back a full 5 yards from where he had stopped his route just to get underneath the coverage again and make himself available for the pass.
McIntosh and Borghi, the 2 backs, come out of the backfield. The dump pass to McIntosh, who makes the catch, is tripped up and dropped in Seahawks territory. Keith Taylor and Wellington came up to make the play. A 5-yard gain. Clock continues to move now, coming up on 5 minutes left to play. 1st and 10 at the Huskies, 48. I just wondered how long it was going to be before I said that. Gordon has time. The ball is slapped down. It was intended for McIntosh out of the backfield, but slapped away by Leatu.
Steve, as aggressively as Washington has attacked these perimeter screens to wide receivers, particularly Molden, this might be a time, because you got to try something to get the ball deep here. This might be time with the ball across the 50 to try a pump and go on a double move out of one of those perimeter screens.
If they're going to run deep, they've got two deep safeties they've got to deal with. Here comes the blitz. Borghi runs right past it, sidesteps another man inside the 35, and is knocked off his feet there. Borghi with the quick feet on the quick run, and picks up a first down to the 34 of Washington, where Cameron Williams came up to make the tackle.
This alignment of the Washington defense, linebackers 6 or 7 yards deep, only 3 defensive linemen, has just dared the Cougars to run the ball, and rarely have they taken that dare.
They did that time. 1st and 10, 3 receivers left. The throw inside. Ball is caught by Patman inside the 30, just about to the 25-yard line, as he is knocked off his feet by Brandon Wellington with 4:20 left to play in the game, and the Cougars trailing 31-13 to Washington. Gordon again from the shotgun, this time 3 receivers right. Borghi the single setback. Look left, throw over the middle. Ball is caught on the crossing route to Renard Bell. He draws a crowd. Again, these wide receivers for the Cougars are getting hammered, but they get back up off the ground.
Steve, now with the clock temporarily stopped after a made first down, this is where the Cougars got to be ready to go right away. As soon as they start the clock, snap the ball, they're going to run out of time, no matter how effectively they're passing the ball right now.
At the 20 of Washington, 1st and 10. Gordon again takes the snap, bounces, now looks right side, rolling, stops, and he's going to throw this one a mile out of bounds just to make sure nobody can intercept, as he almost got to the far sidelines where a whole lot of purple-shirted Huskies were standing and waiting. 2nd down and 10.
Well, whenever the clock stops after 3 or 4 plays in which it keeps running, the Huskies are sending in 3 fresh pass rushers, okay, so they can continue to bring heavy pressure. Pass rushes coming all from one-on-one matchups. Okay, there are really no scheme rushes. Maybe every once in a while a 2-man game, but that's only been from the 4-man fronts. This is another 3-man rush. Deep coverage, safety's almost back on the goal line.
3-man rush, 2nd and 10. Gordon has time, throws to the middle. Ball is caught by Patman, but he is dropped once again quickly on the play by Brandon Wellington, who's been on a handful of tackles here in just the last couple of series. 3rd down and 5 at the Washington 15, and now Washington State does call timeout with 3:24 left to play in the game, and we will pause. With Washington leading 31-13, you're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
How many guys out there have been using their wife or girlfriend shampoo? Your hair is different, so do them and your hair a favor. Get your own. Dove Men Plus Care has created a range designed to give your hair the care it needs to stay strong and more resilient. Available at Walmart.
Every time you show up, every time you make your loyalties clear, whether you're an MVP or a VIP, whether you're here for the entertainment or to be close to the action, however you choose to be a fan, you make the game. Be a part of championship action in style with NCAA Experience, powered by Prime Sport. Visit ncaa.com/VIP to get your tickets today.
The holidays are coming. Time to bundle up at the Home Depot, where right now a 270-piece Husky Mechanics tool set comes bundled with a 3-drawer tool chest, all for $99. It's the perfect gift for the do-it-yourselfer on your list. Out in the garage, under the hood, and right now, under the tree. A 270-piece Husky Mechanics tool set, that's a $530 value, just $99. Now at the Home Depot. More safe, more do it. Valid through December 4th while supplies last. Items must be scanned at checkout.
How many guys out there have been using their wife or girlfriend shampoo? Your hair is different, so do them and your hair a favor. Get your own. Dove Men Plus Care has created a range designed to give your hair the care it needs to stay strong and more resilient. Available at Walmart.
A reminder to join us for Westwood One's exclusive coverage of the Army-Navy game presented by USAA. John Sadak, Ross Tucker, and Amber Theo Harris will bring you all the tradition, pageantry, and excitement beginning at 2 p.m. Eastern Time on Saturday, December 14th, on most of these same stations. The 120th Annual Army-Navy Game, presented by USAA, right here on Westwood One. For more information or listen to the live stream for free, log on to westwoodonesports.com. Cougars are threatening here with 3.5 minutes left to play in the game and down 31-13 to the Huskies. Just too much ground to make up and too much kind of soft but effective defense that the Huskies play.
Well, effective it surely has been. That's one of the factors in the game. They've denied any real deep balls throughout the course of the game by Washington State. Another factor is the end of the field where the ball is right now, and that is the third down, the red zone defense. Really pretty much the same two-deep zone approach, but the red zone defense of the Huskies has really minimized the amount of points that the Cougars have been able to generate for all the yards that they've gained.
Yeah, and the amount of yards per play. 74 plays now the Cougars have run, and just 4.1 yards a play. So exactly what the Huskies wanted to do. 3rd down and 5 from the Washington 15. Cougars with Anthony Gordon at the controls, awaiting the shotgun snap. Borghi out of the backfield. The pump fake. Gordon slides left, backpedals. Now he's going to run to the right side. Got some open room, looking to throw the ball, and he's going to throw to the end zone. It's going to be a jump ball, and it's going to be out of the back of the end zone, incomplete. Two different defenders, but Elijah Molden, who's been on, it seems like, Coach, almost every big play for this Husky defense, he is there to make the play on Desmond Patton.
Well, he's had a heck of a game, and he really adjusted his position on the field relative to the scramble. Okay, he was playing kind of the left curl zone, left side of the defense. He ended up over on the right upright of the goalpost. He tracked the receiver on the scramble.
4th down and 5 for the Cougars. Trying to get some more points on the board here from the Washington 15. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. The Huskies rush 3. Gordon backs up. Now he's going to slide left in the pocket. Now he's going to point downfield. Now he's still looking. Now he gets hit as he throws to the end zone, and it's out of the back of the end zone. And Gordon took quite a shot from Poto Ai and throws it incomplete. And that should just about do it, as Washington now will send its offense on the field, leading 31-13 with just a little over 3 minutes left to play in the game. Time now to select our player of the game, sponsored by Country Pride and Iron Skillet Restaurants. Coach?
Well, on the second straight week where the Washington running game was pretty effectively throttled by the defense, Jacob Eason stepped up and made the plays that had to be made. Early in the game, with his team down 7-0, he threw a beautiful post pattern for a 58-yard gain to Fuller, set them up for the first touchdown. Then in the second quarter, he threw a perfect, picture-perfect, classic 16-yard fade route for a touchdown. So he really made the plays that his team needed to overcome the lack of production in their running game.
Eason on a first down run that time, handing the ball off, picking up 2 yards. Eason is the player of the game, sponsored by Country Pride and Iron Skillet Restaurants. Eat steak and win at Country Pride inside TA and Iron Skillet inside Petro shopping centers. For details, visit ta-petro.com/sweepstakes. That's sweepstakes spelled SWEEPSTEAKS. Something I wouldn't mind having a little bit later this evening. A nice STEAKS. 2nd down and 8 from his own 17. The handoff comes near side. Ahmed tracked down and dropped. Back at the 15, going to be a loss of yards on the play. Loss of a couple, and I can hear Chris Peterson now on the far sidelines. Hey, we're not done yet. Game's not over. Guys, you can't relax up front. It's 3rd down and let's see where they finally do spot the ball. It's going to be 3rd down and 11.
Steve, given the trying season that the Cougars defense has played, this was a yeoman effort on their part really today, particularly as they played against the run. But what a beautiful job that the Washington State defense has done. That last 2 plays in the red zone, okay, those were beautifully played zone coverages in the red zone. Just a terrific job.
Ahmed gets the handoff, bounces outside. A flag comes in from the far side. He's knocked out of bounds, short of the line to make for first down, but let's see what the penalty is all about. As he made one man miss in the backfield, and then on a dead sprint to the far sideline. This may be coming back. Mark Duddy is our referee.
Holding offense number 2. Half the distance from the previous spot. Replay, third down.
Aaron Fuller, one of the fine wide receivers for the University of Washington. One of the seniors on this senior day. Nice ceremony here. We didn't do that back in the day when I was playing, Coach. And you got to walk onto the field and you're greeted by your parents and you're handed a bouquet of flowers and all that stuff. But it's nice. It's a very nice touch. I'm happy for the players, especially happy for the family. So Washington State now has declined the penalty, and it's going to bring up a fourth down. And so the Huskies will punt this away. Joel Whitford is on to punt. And the return man is Travell Harris for the Cougars. High, wobbly, short, fair catch called for and made at the 35. That's where Washington State will start. Time to select now the Geico drive of the game. Coach.
Well, to come out to start the third quarter, the first quarter half ended 21-10. So that means the game was still certainly in the balance, but Washington came out with a statement drive to start the third quarter. In just 5 plays, they went 75 yards. But Newton scored on a power run over the left side, so they exerted their strength, they exerted their power, they exerted their will, and that really put the game in total control of the Huskies.
That is the drive of the game. Good choice, by the way. I like that one. That's the drive of the game, sponsored by Geico. Great news. There's a quick way that you could save money. Switch to Geico. Go to geico.com, and in 15 minutes, you could save 15% or more on car insurance. Gordon, one more time on offense now. 1st and 10 at his own 36. Going to drop back, going to dump it over the middle on a short pass, and the Huskies are going to give that up all day. Aesop Winston Jr. with the reception. Cougars have 2 timeouts. Washington with all 3 timeouts. And now coming up on 1 minute to play in this Apple Cup contest between these 2 cross-state rivals. Borghi in the backfield. Gordon takes the shotgun snap. Washington rushes 3. Borghi on the run. Delayed handoff, and he takes it across the 45 to the 47-yard line. Clock will just keep right on moving after the first down sticks and that first down run. At 50 seconds to play. Washington fans are ready to celebrate yet another Apple Cup win. 7 straight for the Dogs over the Cougars. 1st and 10 from the 47. Quick wide receiver screen far side. Ball is caught. Doesn't get much more than just some short yardage out here again. And Washington State calls his timeout after the 3-yard gain. Today's broadcast of NCAA football on Westwood One is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any reproduction, retransmission, or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of Learfield IMG College and Westwood One is strictly prohibited.
Steve, everybody on that Washington State sideline can feel really good about this when they leave the stadium tonight. The coaches put together a different kind of plan than what they played previous games with. Very nice job on their part, and the players went out and executed it. Whether you're a coach, a player, a manager, whatever, everybody had a hand in this victory. Okay, a really nice way to end the regular season for the Huskies. They got a chance to go out with an 8-win season when they win a game here in the postseason.
Gordon on 2nd and 7 flares it out to Borghi on the near sideline, who is tracked down and dropped before he can get to the sidelines. And now there's more pushing and shoving as one of the Washington State receivers, I think it was Tay Martin, got tangled up with Kyler Gordon on the near sideline. Mostly they were just, one was blocking, the other was trying to shed the block, but the flag flew quickly with 20 seconds left to play now. Borghi did not get to the first down sticks. Let's see if this is going to go both ways or not.
Sportsmanlike conduct, defense, number 19. 15-yard penalty from the end of the play. automatic first down. This is number 19's first unsportsmanlike conduct foul of the game.
Sometimes you see those called on both guys offset and just tell them, okay, let's not do that again. This time they call it on Kyler Gordon of the University of Washington, so it's going to give...
Game clock will begin on the snap because the game clock is under 2 minutes and there's an accepted foul.
Going to give Washington State a little more time here with 20 seconds left. They have one timeout left, 1st and 10. Ball at the 31-yard line of Washington. McIntosh now in the backfield. Again, Washington rushes 3. Gordon throws a slant route far side. Ball is caught. Trying to spin out of the tackle is Winston Jr. He can't. He is dropped there. A 4-yard gain. Clock continues to move down to 6, down to 5, and now Washington State let a lot of time wind off the clock before they called timeout.
Their third and final charge timeout of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Now, normally they would be, you heard the boos, normally they're booing me. But in this case, they were booing the Cougars for calling a timeout with 6 seconds left and trailing 31-13. But you're a coach. Every opportunity you get, right, to coach, to make a play, to try to do something, you want to take advantage of that.
If you coach the game yourself the way you want the players to play it, that means you play every play in its own entity. Regardless of what the scoreboard or the clock says, you call the play the way it should be called. All right, in this circumstance, time running out, they're in the red zone. The proper thing to do is to call timeout. That's what you're supposed to do as the coach.
This likely to be the last play of this Apple Cup on a 2nd down and 6 for the Cougars from the Washington 27. Gordon again from the shotgun. Going to look downfield, step back, now step up in the pocket and throw over the middle. Ball is caught, getting hammered down to the ground. Shy of the 15 is Renard Bell, and that will do it. The 112th meeting between these two teams, and the Washington Huskies come out on top by a score of 31-13 over their cross-state rivals, the Washington State Cougars. Coach, we talk about rivalries and talk about throwing out game plans. Today, the Washington Huskies at least played pretty much to their game plan.
I've long heard about the Apple Cup. I'm so glad to have been a minor participant in it. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the strategy and tactics of the coaches and the execution of the players. The University of Washington really upped their game today. Looks like they're building towards what they expect their record to be come 2020. The Cougars, they fought back all year long, but let's just say that the Huskies were able to put a muzzle on that passing attack. It was a brilliant conceived plan by the Washington State staff.
Coach, it's been a pleasure working with you today. Thanks so much. I've admired you for many, many years. Our final score, the University of Washington 31, Washington State 13. When we return, Jason Horowitz rejoins us from our Progressive Insurance Studios. Get your quote at progressive.com today. You're listening to NCAA Football on Westwood One.
You know when you gotta be somewhere, it's like really urgent. You don't want to do it over the phone. Some things just can't be said with an LOL or an OMG. Some things just need to be done IRL. So you get in your Nissan Altima and drive. Feel the VC turbo engine instantly react to give you more power and efficiency, so you can get where you need to go.
Hey, Eric. What are you doing here?
Like.
Huh?
Your social post. I liked it.
Oh, thank you. You know, there's a button for that, right?
I do.
The Nissan Altima, now offering the most tech-advanced engine in its class. This is tech that helps you be there. This is Nissan Intelligent Mobility. Auto-Pacific segmentation. 2020 Altima Platinum versus latest in-market competitors in the premium midsize class. Available feature. World's first production variable compression turbo engine launched by Nissan Motor Company Limited in 2018.
Well, 7 straight for Washington over Washington State's not the longest for the Huskies in the Apple Cup. They've done 8 twice. But they're going to have a shot at 8 next year because they beat Washington State today 31-13. 7th straight win for the Huskies over their rival from Pullman. Jason Horowitz back with you here in our Westwood One studios. Let's quickly revisit this game, the 112th meeting of the Apple Cup. And Washington State, again, the offense heading into this game, similar story as in years past. Over 30 points a game under Mike Leach. And the offense during the 6-game skid, which has struggled, today came out of the gates and went right down the field.
Gordon again from the shotgun. Borghi the single setback. The handoff to Borghi. He plows in. He's in. Touchdown, Washington State. Opening drive of the game in the Apple Cup. And the Cougars fans, and there are a lot of them from the eastern side of the state as well as here, on their feet as the Washington State Cougars are on the board first, 6-0.
Yeah, they went 13 plays, 81 yards right down the field. Anthony Gordon at 74 of the 80. He needed to hit 5,000 for the season before 6 minutes had gone by in the game. Defense was settled in. Both got 3 and outs, but UW's not silent for long.
3rd down and 1 with a tight trips on the right side. And that is Eason, and he's going to go all the way in. Touchdown, Washington Huskies. From 3 yards out, Eason just got in behind his big senior center, Nick Harris. And that offensive line got great push. You talked about it earlier, Coach. Kind of an undersized defensive front. And the Huskies score.
And Eason had set that up with a 57-yard beautiful ball. So tie ball game. Cougars took the lead early in the second quarter on a Blake Mazza 28-yarder with 11 minutes before halftime. But while Anthony Gordon's numbers were going up, at least in the first 18 minutes, so too the Huskies quarterback.
10th play of the drive is a 1st and 10 from the 16. Play fake. Eason's going to throw again. Trying to get it over the top. Lays it in perfectly. Touchdown, Huskies! Terrell Bynum on a beautiful over-the-shoulder catch, but an equally beautiful throw as dropping it right in over the top. Jacob Eason for the Husky touchdown, and the Dogs go out on top, 13-10.
Eason was 9 of 12 for 161 in the opening half, had that touchdown. The defense started to pick it up, sacked Anthony Gordon 4 times in the first half. Washington added a 1-yard touchdown run from Richard Newton before the break. 21-10, Huskies had the lead at the break, and UW got the ball to start the second half and looked for a 4th consecutive scoring drive.
Newton the single setback, Eason under center on 1st and 10. Play fake, Eason wants to throw. Looks down the left side, wide open, making the catch is Hunter Bryant. Turns upfield, inside the 10, down to the 6-yard line is Hunter Bryant. Jahad Woods there to make the play, but a rocket of a shot from Eason to Hunter Bryant for 39 yards.
And they would cap it off 3 plays later with a 2-yard Richard Newton touchdown run. So 28-10, Huskies 21 unanswered points. Cougars answer with a 12-play, 55-yard drive that took more than 5 minutes. Blake Mazza, 38-yard field goal, got Washington State back within 2 scores, 28-13. Now Washington moved into Cougars territory again, but fumbled near the Washington State 25. So Cougars a takeaway that they badly needed. 3 to play in the third, kept the ball into the fourth quarter and into the red zone. But Washington State fumbled at the Huskies 12. So they gave it back, and Washington couldn't do anything with it. Punted it back to Washington State. Another opportunity to get back in the game, which turned out to be our Wrangler highlight of the game.
1st and 10, all day to throw. Gordon points downfield, tells his receiver to go, and he throws a pick at the 30-yard line. Back to the 40, the 45 midfield, turning upfield. It's Trent McDuffie, who leaped high in the air. I think Gordon thought he could throw right over him to his receiver. A 28-yard return on the pick. And here in this late third and early fourth quarter, the Huskies and the Cougars giving the ball back to each other. That, a big interception for the Huskies. They now have the ball 1st and 10 at the Washington State 41.
Yeah, their 3rd takeaway of the ball game, and that's the highlight of the game, sponsored by Wrangler. You think you know Wrangler jeans? Check out Wrangler.com today to discover tons of new styles and all the latest denim trends. Wrangler, wear with abandon. 31-13 lead, 31-13 finish. Washington's defense for a 7th straight year holds Washington State to 17 points or less. Jimmy Lake, the defensive coordinator for Washington, has really done the job on Mike Leach's offense the last 7 years. 31-13 the final. Washington wins the Apple Cup. All right, you think 7 straight victories in a rivalry series is a lot. How about what's going on in the Commonwealth Cup? And with what was on the line, we'll tell you about Virginia and Virginia Tech, plus all the other scores when we return. This is Westwood One's coverage of NCAA football.
You'll see the dedication in every single step. You'll see it in the smiles, when smiles are hard to get. You'll see it in the little things that add up to success. The caring and passion are the things that we love best.
Wolf Chase Limb Brace is your Mid-South provider for orthotics and prosthetics. They are an ABC-accredited facility, and their practitioners are ABC certified. At Wolf Chase Limb Brace, their services include artificial limbs, legs and arms, braces of all kinds, and custom molded inserts. You can call them today at 901-507-7821 for their location on Highway 64 in between Germantown Parkway and Appling Road, or visit them at their new location in Jackson, Tennessee. That number is 731-660-5900, or visit them on the web at wolfchaselemembrace.com.
Dedicated our life to yours. Wolf Chase Limb and Brace.
One thing I really admire about Central Barbecue is their commitment to quality.
Then why do they let you do their commercials?
I'm talking about their food. Everything is prepared with devotion to taking the time and effort to create perfect barbecue.
Oh, I know. That's exactly why I was wondering why...
They're not kidding with that slow-smoked Memphis-style slogan. They smoke their pork for 14 hours. Do they have to? They do if they want to be the best barbecue in Memphis, and they are.
And yet they let you just throw together...
There's nothing better than Central Barbecue because they care.
Except apparently about their radio ads.
Hewlett & Dunn, nestled on Old Town Square in Collierville, has 4,000 square feet of the largest boot selection in 200 miles. International boot legends Luke Casey, Double H, Red Wing, Ariat, Justin, and Tony Lama. Hewlett & Dunn has rubber hunting boots by Dry Shod, and recently has expanded the selection of safety work boots. Filson Hunting Gear, biggest selection in 3 states, and now carrying Duckhead. Western wear, hunting attire, jeans, belts, hats, and more at 111 North Center Street, Collierville on Old Town Square. You need to stop by Hewlett & Dunn, you bet your boots.
Hi, this is Troy Five Ash, owner of Five Ash Roofing. It's an exciting time to be a Memphis Tiger fan, and we at Five Ash Roofing have decided to share our excitement. We are proud members of the Tigers home team, which means we sponsor the Tigers athletic department, and we're also season ticket holders to both the football and basketball programs. We will be giving away 2 and sometimes 4 tickets to most of the games this coming year. To have a chance at winning the tickets, find our Facebook page, like, and share our post. The more you share, the more chances you have to win. We also want to give away some tickets to those who wouldn't otherwise get a chance to go. So, you can go to memphisroofer.com or 5ash.com and send us a note why you or someone you know should get the tickets. And as always, 5Ash Roofing is fair, honest, and ethical. We're experts in all forms of roofing for both residential and commercial buildings. 5Ash Roofing, 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com.
5Ash Roofing, it's what we do. We're here for you.
Will and the Ad Council.
Jason Horowitz, glad to welcome you back to Westwood One's coverage of college football from our Progressive Insurance Studios. Quote, buy and save on home insurance with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, only at Progressive.com. Washington beats Washington State yet again, so it is 7 straight in the series for the Huskies over their rivals. We'll get you caught up on what else is going on around the nation, and you think 7 straight is long. How about Virginia Tech? Heading into the day, Hokies had 15 straight over UVA, but today in Charlottesville, winner to the conference championship game scenario, and the Cavaliers trailed 27-20 to the 4th. But the offense got back on track. Took a field goal lead with 1:30 to play and closed it out with defense.
Booker's out of the shotgun. Takes the knee-high snap. Straight drop back. Time to throw this time, and now it's getting away. He's sacked in the end zone. Mandy Alonso comes away with it. Knocks it away. Touchdown, Virginia. The Cavaliers had taken the lead, stretched it even further. It's a touchdown. Flags fly. No one cares.
Dave Kane on the Virginia Sports Radio Network. That snapped a 15-game skid, and for the first time, 39-30 the win, clinched a spot in the ACC championship game. By the way, UVA, the 7th different team from the Coastal into the title game the last 7 years. They'll get a shot at third-ranked and unbeaten Clemson next Saturday night. American Championship on the line. Different situation today in Memphis. 18th-ranked Tigers beat number 19 Cincinnati, and the two would again meet next week. Bearcats win would open the door for Navy to play Cincinnati. Memphis was clinging to a field goal lead late.
There's the snap. Here's a handoff up the middle. It's A.G. Gibson. He's got room 20, 15, 10, 5. What a touchdown, A.G. And there's breathing room again.
Dave Woloshin from Learfield IMG College, the call. Memphis 34-24 win against Cincinnati. The Tigers in the American title game for a 3rd straight year. And again, next week, they will host Cincinnati with a winner take the conference title. Number 20, Boise State, headed into the day knowing that it'll play Hawaii for the Mountain West title next week. But they're still in the running for the highest-ranked Group of 5 team in a Cotton Bowl bid. They got the win today at Colorado State, 31-24, to reach 11-1 on the season. Central Michigan, 49-7, knocked off Toledo. Chippewas clinched the MAC championship game at 8-4 on the year. Their first trip to the title game since 2009. They'll play Miami of Ohio, who did lose today to Ball State 41-27, but the Redhawks had already clinched the spot in the title game for the first time since 2010. Number 17, Iowa. They blew a 24-10 halftime lead at Nebraska in search of a fifth straight win over the Huskers. Hawkeyes were shut out in the second half until it mattered most.
So here's for the win. Duncan from 47 yards. Here's the snap. The boot is on the way. It is good! Good! Keith Duncan, wearing Babe Ruth's number, has just hit it out of the park. And the Hawkeyes pull in front 27-24.
Gary Dolphin from Learfield IMG College the call. Iowa's 27-24 win finishes a 9-3 regular season, dropping Nebraska to 5-7. That is 3 straight losing years in Lincoln for the first time since Nebraska had 6 straight losing seasons from 1956 to 1961. Texas 49-24 knocked off Texas Tech. Longhorns finished 7-5. Red Raiders at 4-8. Missouri snapped a 5-game skid. 24-14 win at Arkansas. Tigers, they're ineligible for a bowl season. They finished the year 6-6. Razorbacks 2-10, and now looking for a new head coach after firing Chad Morris a couple weeks back. Washington knocks off Washington State right here on Westwood One for a 7th straight season. We'll wrap it up when we return. You're listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
Hey everyone, Tiki Barber here. Instead of running to the end zone these days, I'm running to business meetings and broadcast studios. Seems I'm always on the go. And when I need energy on the go, I choose 5-Hour Energy. Why? It works fast, works long, and it tastes good. And with 0 sugar and 4 calories, there's nothing holding me back. Try it. It could work for your on-the-go life too. 5-Hour Energy. Energy on the go. For more information and to find a retailer near you, visit 5hourenergy.com.
7th straight season, Washington shuts down Washington State's offense. This year, 31-13. Huskies knock off the Cougars. In association with Learfield IMG College, you've been listening to the 5-Hour Energy College Football Game of the Week on Westwood One. For energy on the go, it's got to be 5-Hour Energy. Works fast, works long, tastes good. And with 0 sugar and 4 calories, there's nothing holding you back. We want to thank our crew for this afternoon, our studio producer Michael Martino, our studio coordinator James Johnson, spotter Riley Michelle, statistician Brad Cummings, engineer Lloyd Glazer, producer Ivan Sokowski, director of digital and social media Aaron Cummins, coordinating producers Larry Costigan and Mike Eby, and the executive producer of Westwood One Sports is Howard Deneroff. Join us tomorrow in Ann Arbor, number 1 Ohio State, 13th ranked Michigan. Ryan Radke, Derek Rackley have the action. Coverage begins at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. A reminder, if you can't get to a radio to hear us every week, you can again listen to every college football game we broadcast this season for free by downloading the TuneIn app and searching for the Westwood One channel, or by going to our website and listening online at westwoodonesports.com. Again, the final score from Seattle, 31-13, Washington over Washington State. Now for Steve Rabel and Al Groh, I'm Jason Horowitz. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to NCAA football on Westwood One.
We are Sports 56, WHBQ Memphis, WIVG-FM Tunica Memphis, and WPG-FLP Memphis, Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
As fans, you have to separate the two. It's not all equal, right? And you can say, well, the NFL cares more about this than that. I can tell you this. They really care about the product that's on the field and the integrity of that. I can promise you that.
Having lived it, having been in that moment, you can attest that more than anyone. And, again, it's not as if they're turning a blind eye to any of these off-the-field issues.
Yeah,
that's not the case at all.
And that's when people make that argument, they're making it seem like, oh, well, I could beat my wife and still play. What are you What are you talking about? What? No. Right? But you could beat your wife and still work at the post office.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
You beat your wife and still be a police officer. Right? So you can't do that. You can't just make a blanket statement. The NFL, I hear this all the time, and I take offense to it because I was a member of that fraternity, still am. But I'm a retired member now, and when people say, oh, the NFL is just full of thugs and domestic violence abusers and no, it's not. It's not at all. It's guys who have a special talent that less than 0.1% of the population of the world can do. And they're showcasing their abilities, their God-given talents, and the things that they've worked so hard for. It's a lot of loving husbands, fathers, mentors, and all of that. You cannot sum up a whole by the actions of a few. And I'm tired of that. I'm tired of that being the narrative, because I was one of the guys in the league that did everything right. I didn't get fined. I didn't get suspended. I went to work every day. I worked hard for 13 years. I gave everything I had for the sport. So when you lump guys like myself and others into that category of thugs, I take offense to that because it's not true.
I do a radio show with a guy who played on the offensive line for years, and he says the exact same thing that you just did. And you hate it because, and it's, again, we talk about football nonstop 24/7 because it's a love and it's a passion, and we make these blanket takes and statements based on very minimal evidence. Oh, they're all this and they're all that. Not true. And there's so much good that comes out of the NFL. It's just sad that we paint this brush with a handful of really, really bad apples. But that's in any walk of life, man. That's good stuff, Ephraim. Hey, we're due a break. When we come back to the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, I owe you some Jerry Jones. It's a final in Fort Worth. Ooh, and a Donnybrook between two teams that will finish 5-7. West Virginia beats TCU 20-17. We're talking Jerry Jones next. And for the Odd Couple, he's Ephraim Salam. I'm Chris Plank on Fox Sports Radio.
3, 2, 1. Let's go. Yes, the store is open. Time to get those deals. Let's go. Look out, Edna. Oops, sorry. Was that yours? Go away. Ouch. Not anymore. When you do your holiday shopping, take your 10-ounce gloves and us with you. This is Fox Sports Radio.
Odd Couple here. Blink's Black Friday Cyber Monday event is on. Blink before you buy and protect those holiday deliveries sitting on your porch. Before you order anything, get the Blink XT2 security camera to keep an eye on holiday deliveries. During Blink's Black Friday Cyber Monday event, you'll save a ton and get a free Amazon Echo Dot with any Blink system while supplies last. Blink XT2 cameras are wire-free, set up fast, and run on 2 AA batteries for up to 2 years. That's motion activated. So as the delivery guy approaches your door, you get an alert and a video clip on your Blink smartphone app. And the two-way talk features lets you talk to him. Wow. Blink's Black Friday Cyber Monday event is on. Save up to 28% on Blink cameras and systems from November 28th through December 2nd. And get a free Amazon Echo Dot with any Blink system while supplies last. Visit BlinkProtect.com/sale. BlinkProtect.com/sale. BlinkProtect.com/.
Hannah complained of a headache. It was a rhabdomyosarcoma. Within a few days, Hannah was in treatment because we were told that the tumor was very aggressive. And it very quickly became clear that St. Jude was the ultimate place to be. So we've essentially put our lives in South Africa on hold. Incredibly blessed to be here. St. Jude is an asset to the world. The research that is developed here is offered freely to the rest of the medical world. The entire way that the place operates is just to give and to care. I think it's the kind of place that not only stands as a beacon for pediatric cancer, but I think it could teach the world a couple of lessons about how to treat people. And I think if those lessons could be learned, even in their most basic form, this world could be a better place.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
As a small business owner, you're always on the go. So how can you make sure you never miss a customer's call? Grasshopper. With Grasshopper, you get all the features of a business phone system. That's right, Grasshopper turns your cell phone into a business phone system that's affordable and incredibly easy to use. Get a toll-free or vanity phone number that's memorable and professional. Customers are forwarded to your phone and connected to you or your team wherever you are. And with our app, your outgoing calls and texts show up as your professional phone number. We'll transcribe your voicemails and send them to your email so you can determine their importance at a glance. So whether you're always on the go or working from home and need to keep business calls separate, or you simply want a professional tone, Grasshopper makes it happen. Set up your account in just minutes. There are no long-term contracts and support is 24/7. Get your calls, stay connected, thrive. Now get $20 off your plan when you visit grasshopper.com/radio. Grasshopper.com/radio.
Hey, how you doing? Educational videos, top quality, right here.
You'll never hear anyone selling education on the street.
Yo, what's up, baby? Wanna learn some history?
I got live learning, beautiful books inside. And don't expect anyone to just offer you an education.
Who needs a high school diploma, huh?
And fortunately, you can't buy a diploma from some guy with a briefcase. But there is one way you can get the educational skills you and your family need for free, with free family learning programs. Call 1-877-FAMLET-1 for information on free GED, computer training classes, and other family learning programs. That's 1-877-FAMLIT-1.
Check it out, check it out. Win your GED right here, guaranteed, ma. Come on, check it out.
After all, you can't get your education on the street. Free family learning programs from the National Center for Family Literacy. The first step to a better life. Brought to you by the National Center for Family Literacy and the Ad Council.
I loved playing high school sports. I loved the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, all the pageantry, and I wanted to keep playing. But I graduated. No colleges called, and neither did the pros. So, to stay close to the game I loved, I decided to become a high school official. You know, a referee. When I played high school sports, I learned the importance of integrity, good sportsmanship, and respect for the rules. Now, as a high school official, I get to help model these same values to others. Maybe the colleges and the pros didn't call, but the kids in Tennessee did. And now, I'm enjoying the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, and all the pageantry of high school sports all over again.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
There are so many ways to like us.
Let's go to the stat sheet.
Following us on Twitter at Fox Sports Radio.
I like them a lot.
Listening on iHeartRadio.
I like it tight.
Listening right here.
We're here about the truth.
Podcasting.
Huh.
The list goes on and on.
I like how you took that to its extreme.
And this is why you like us.
This is why.
We don't tie you down.
Good for you. I like that.
So be free and find that listening side piece.
And with that,
we are Fox Sports Radio.
This
is FS1. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
With Ephraim Salam, I'm Chris Plank. We're sitting in for the Odd Couple here on Fox Sports Radio. 877-99 on Fox. Someone brought up a good point. Said I'm rooting for Josh Shaw to end up on the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, wait. We'll have a year to get him used to that, but it's gonna be interesting though. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, Ephraim, but I don't think it's gonna be as big of an issue again now that you have legalized sports wagering in other states. So maybe again, if we're going back to whenever you and I were graduating from college and kind of in the infancy of controversies like this, I mean. I saw someone label this a scandal. I don't really know if I call this a scandal. This is one guy who was busted for gambling on his own team. I don't know if I look at this and say this is a scandal involving Josh Shaw.
No, it's not a scandal because he wasn't playing.
Right.
We didn't even know who outside of him lying about jumping out of a window to save his nephew in the swimming pool when he was in college. We don't know anything about Josh Shaw. So when this broke and we look and say, oh, my God, what position does he play in? Did he directly have an effect or on the outcome of any game? Oh, he's not playing? Oh, okay. What's the next story? Oh,
Wait a minute.
Right?
Wait a minute. Aren't we supposed to be losing our minds about guys screaming in a locker room after a loss? Because, Ephraim, guys have never screamed in a locker room after a loss before. I got to admit, and I promise you, we're getting to Jerry Jones and we're getting to the Cowboys, but I've covered enough locker rooms, and obviously with your NFL career, you've been enough locker rooms. I laughed so hard whenever people came out last night on Twitter and said shouting can be heard from the Cowboys locker room. And I thought to myself, I don't know that I've ever been part of a locker room where a team lost where someone wasn't shouting or frustrated. I mean, why do we act like that's not natural whenever you're frustrated? Now, again, I understand you can hear certain things go, oh, wait a minute, that's a little bit over the top. But come on, aren't you supposed to be mad when you lose a game like that? Don't you want your guys to be mad if you lose a game like that, Ephraim?
It's supposed to be some emotion, right? Football is an emotional sport. Very emotional. For those who don't know, you send your – I can remember who was I? I was playing for Jacksonville at the time. I think we were playing the Steelers. And it was such an emotional game. And we lost at the end. And I remember sitting in the parking lot on the phone with my dad saying, I don't know if I can take this. Like, I don't know if I can take this range of emotion. Because it's number one, it's not healthy for you, right? To deal with that and to try to process it. In another instance, we were playing Tennessee at home when I was with Houston, and we scored 28 points in the fourth quarter. And it would have been the biggest NFL comeback in history. And we took a 2-point lead with 50 seconds left in the game. Like, I mean, it was unbelievable. And 3 plays later, they kick a field goal and win the game.
Oh.
Do you know what that does? Yeah, so in that locker room, it might have been some screaming, right? It might have been some emotion. It's a roller coaster ride out there. You win some, you lose some. So I'm not – it needs to be screaming at practice. That's where the screaming needs to be happening.
The screaming needs to be taking place to get your guys ready for game day, but – of all the stories that I saw last night coming out of that Cowboys loss, and I get it, everyone. And Michael Gelkin, by the way, is coming up with us next hour, and we'll talk with him. He was front and center for it, the old Las Vegas Tribune writer who was on the Raiders beat to start the season. Now he's covering the Dallas Cowboys. But, again, of all the stories that you can take away from Thursday in the NFL, yes, Jerry Jones being mad. Yes, people want Jason Garrett fired. Yeah, maybe there was some yelling in the locker room. Ephraim, why haven't people taken time to realize that Buffalo's damn good? Why haven't we seen more conversations about the Bills and how good they are?
Look, for those out there who just have watched the Buffalo Bills play yesterday, who didn't realize why an 8-3 team was 8-3, then pay attention. The Buffalo Bills, outside some erratic quarterback play every now and again, are darn fine football team. They will hit you in your mouth. Ask New England, who scraped by. Ask New England how good Buffalo is, and they'll see them in a couple weeks. But that Buffalo team is not to be played with. So it wasn't like Dallas had a gimme, and I think that's where a lot of people are thinking, well, it's Buffalo. Yeah, this wasn't last year's Buffalo team. This is this year's Buffalo team. And that defense, as you saw on display on national television, the most watched Thanksgiving Day game since '92, now you know who Buffalo is. So don't try to take anything away from them and what they accomplished. It's not all the Cowboys. They got hit in the mouth.
You heard Ephraim mention the number. And again, I'm not real big on TV ratings in trying to tell a story, but in this case, I think it does. The Cowboys-Bills game, or Bills-Cowboys, sorry, Buffalo fans, averaged a 13.5 rating, which if I understand ratings correctly means 13.5% of the country's TVs were tuned to the Cowboys and the Bills, which gave it an audience of 32.54 million viewers on CBS, making it the largest regular season NFL audience since Thanksgiving of 2016. It trails only the 2016 game as the most watched regular season telecast since 2007. which, by the way, was a game that combined the ratings on all three networks in order to make the number as big as it was. So, and again, there's another number where it's the biggest since, the late 90s or early 90s, since we've seen TV numbers that high. So the Buffalo Bills took advantage of their only national television opportunity, at least with no other game going on this season, to put on an absolute show. And I know that we're just starting to scratch the surface of this, but my gosh, they completely changed a narrative. And when we come back to the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, that's what I want to talk about with Ephraim Salaam, because I think we see it in college football. I think we see it a lot in the NBA, and we're starting to see it in the NFL. Narratives are set without putting your eyes on exactly what's happening. We'll try to change that when we come back. He's Ephraim Salaam. I'm Chris Plank. We're filling in for Broussard and Parker. It's the Odd Couple right here on Fox Sports Radio.
We are Fox Sports!
Great news. There's a quick way you could save money. Switch to Geico. All it takes is 15 minutes to find out if you could save 15% or more on car insurance. And Geico offers coverage for more than just car insurance. Got a motorcycle? Geico's got you covered. Got an RV? Covered. Got a boat? Covered. And there's so much more Geico can help you with. Plus, don't forget the discounts. Go to geico.com today and see how much you could save. That's geico.com.
I'm Dr. Jeff Gooden, and I treat pain with Salonpas. That's because practicing good medicine is my responsibility as a doctor. For back or joint pain, I agree with CDC guidance that recommends using topical pain relievers first, like Salonpas Patch Large. Salonpas is powerful, FDA approved to relieve debilitating moderate pain, yet non-addictive and gentle on the body. Look for the green Salonpas box in the pain relief aisle. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Hi everyone, I'm Kristen Bell, and I invited you here to my hotel room to talk about your cheeks. Your big, beautiful cheeks. Get your mind out of the gutter, I'm talking about swabbing them. Did you guys know that each year 20,000 Americans with blood cancer are searching for their life-saving marrow match? Can you even believe that? I mean, people need marrow, you guys, and we have it. So here's how we can help. It's really, really simple. All you have to do is swab your cheek, this cheek. Then go to Gift of Life Marrow Registry. It's so easy, anyone can do it. And in case you're wondering, if you're a match, donating, it's a lot easier than you think. So wherever you are, go ahead and swab that cheek. Go to giftoflife.org and get a free kit sent to your home, or find a donor drive in your area so that you can swab a cheek and save a life. It's only a minute of your time, but it can give someone else the rest of their life.
Hannah complained of a headache. It was a rhabdomyosarcoma. Within a few days, Hannah was in treatment because we were told that the tumor was very aggressive. And it very quickly became clear that St. Jude was the ultimate place to be. So we've essentially put our lives in South Africa on hold. Incredibly blessed to be here. St. Jude is an asset to the world. And the research that is developed here is offered freely to the rest of the medical world. The entire way that the place operates is just to give and to care. I think it's the kind of place that not only stands as a beacon for pediatric cancer, but I think it could teach the world a couple of lessons about how to treat people. And I think if those lessons could be learned, even in their most basic form, this world could be a better place.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
As a small business owner, you're always on the go. So how can you make sure you never miss a customer's call? Grasshopper. With Grasshopper, you get all the features of a business phone system. That's right. Grasshopper turns your cell phone into a business phone system that's affordable and incredibly easy to use. Get a toll-free or vanity phone number that's memorable and professional. Customers are forwarded to your phone and connected to you or your team wherever you are. And with our app, your outgoing calls and texts show up as your professional phone number. We'll transcribe your voicemails and send them to your email so you can determine their importance at a glance. So whether you're always on the go or working from home and need to keep business calls separate, or you simply want a professional tone, Grasshopper makes it happen. Set up your account in just minutes. There are no long-term contracts and support is 24/7. Get your calls, stay connected, thrive. Now get $20 off your plan when you visit grasshopper.com/radio. Grasshopper.com/radio.
Hey, how you doing? Educational videos, top quality, right here.
You'll never hear anyone selling education on the street.
Yo, what's up, baby? Wanna learn some history?
I got live learning, beautiful books inside.
And don't expect anyone to just offer you an education.
Who needs a high school diploma, huh?
And fortunately, you can't buy a diploma from some guy with a briefcase. But there is one way you can get the educational skills you and your family need for free, with free family learning programs. Call 1-877-FAMLET-1 for information on free GED, computer training classes, and other family learning programs. That's 1-877-FAMLIT-1.
Check it out, check it out. You want your GED right here, guaranteed, ma. Come on, check it out.
After all, you can't get your education on the street. Free family learning programs from the National Center for Family Literacy. The first step to a better life. Brought to you by the National Center for Family Literacy and the Ad Council.
We are Sports 56 WHBQ Memphis, WIVG-FM Tunica Memphis, and WPG-FLP Memphis. Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
Fox Sports Trending now.
In college football today, 17th ranked Iowa was a winner at Nebraska 27-24 on a late 48-yard field goal, so Nebraska will miss a bowl game, finishing 5-7, a total of 18 punts in the game. Top 20 matchup at Memphis went to the Tigers over Cincinnati 34-24. Next weekend it'll be again Cincinnati at Memphis. That'll be for the conference title this time. Number 20 Boise State won at Colorado State. Right now 25. Appalachian State is up at the half, 34-13 at Troy. And Virginia had lost 15 straight years to the Hokies, but beat number 24 Virginia Tech today, 39-30. Online car shopping can be confusing. Not anymore with True Price from TrueCar. Now you can know the exact price you'll pay for your next car. So visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. In the NBA today, Brooklyn beat Boston. I'm Steve DeSager.
We are Fox Sports. Do you know who this is? Fox Sports Radio's Odd Couple. One guy's married, one guy is divorced, one guy has no kids, one guy has two beautiful daughters, one guy went to college in a cornfield in Ohio, one guy went to an Ivy League school in the big city, one guy spends his Sunday morning seated in the pew.
Sweet Jesus.
The other spends it throwing money at the pole. Can these two sports writers share a radio show without driving each other crazy? From the Geico studios of Fox Sports Radio, here's the Odd Couple, Chris Broussard and Rob Parker.
The guys are off tonight, so we're filling in. He's Ephraim Salam. I'm Chris Plank. Welcome as we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. You know, honestly, Ephraim, I thought we were treated to a pretty good day of NFL games yesterday. I think we got an entertaining slate coming up on Sunday. The college game last night gave us quite the moment as well, too, in the Egg Bowl between two less than stellar programs. So far, thumbs up, I think, on the football weekend we've had so far.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the NFL games. Yeah. I thought that was, starting off in the morning with Chicago and Detroit and watching Chicago try to right the ship, but then watching Detroit and, their upstart quarterback that no one knew anything about, and and David Blah.
It led to a lot of creativity with the last name.
Blah, blah, blah,
blah, blah, blah. That throw was just blah.
But the way he started that game, it was like, who's this kid? Right? And that's what sports and the NFL is all about. It's about opportunity, getting an opportunity to showcase your talents when you get it, when you get that chance, and what are you going to do with it? And he started out on fire, and it was one of those days where it was like, oh, okay, we got a kid who's trying to, start his career, because that's what you do, especially when you're a rookie and you get a chance to get in the game. I went through that myself. You have to – that's how you start your career. As for some, it comes later, but for me, my rookie year, opening week, first game, I started, and I was going against the great Kevin Green.
Ooh.
And it was hey, do you belong or don't you belong? I'm 21 or 22 and he's 32. You know, it's do you or don't you belong in this league? And that's what it's all about. So when I see stories like David Blah and him, you know, being the fourth quarterback on the roster and then all of a sudden getting an opportunity to come out and play, and then he comes out and he's on fire. He started out on fire, and it was like, oh, wow, this is going to be – and then you look at the other side, I was like, wow, now, you know, Matt Nagy, if you get beat by a guy who, I mean, could literally be fixing the printer in the office, then that's a different conversation. And it caught up to him, and as it does for most of us, especially in the quarterback position. But it was an entertaining game. I was captivated. I know these two teams with undesirable records at Chicago coming into the game at 5-6 and Detroit at 3-8-1. But it was entertaining, and that's what you look for in sports, especially on Turkey Day, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I maybe follow too many Bears fans on Twitter.
Just possibly.
But because this keeps popping up, and I think I'm going to lose my mind about it, Ephraim. So give me some calm, or maybe I just need to mute or unfollow a bunch of people. I don't know if I've ever seen a needier fan base than Bears fan right now. And maybe part of it is because they were so lauded and celebrated after the Khalil Mack trade last year, and it was the greatest thing we've ever seen, and John Gruden's an idiot, and maybe he is. I mean, I don't know. But, I mean, this is not a good football team. But yet, they put together back-to-back wins against the Giants and the Lions. And by the way, I even saw one person that covers the team that says maybe the Bears have righted the ship. They've won 3 of their last 4 games.
Whoa.
Hey, man, all love to Matt Patricia. But my man that was their third-string quarterback. Their defensive secondary is, so I'm losing my voice getting fired up over this. I'm getting very triggered by you, Bears fan. I don't know what it is and where this is coming from, but this whole idea that wins over the Giants and 2 over the Lions have this team back. And don't get me wrong, that was a really nice second half for Mitch Trubisky. He threw some flat-out dimes in that fourth quarter. But they're a 6-6 football team. They're not going anywhere. They've got the Cowboys, Packers, Chiefs, and Vikings to wrap up the season.
I was just going to say, let me give you some antacids to help with that heartburn by just letting the people know their remaining schedule. And you're absolutely right. The Cowboys, Packers, at the Packers, Chiefs, and at the Vikings. Yeah, I don't know what ship they ride it, but I don't want to be on it because that thing is sinking.
I mean, and again, I think some of it is in jest. I think the Chicago Bears were a very popular preseason pick by a lot of people, right?
Yes.
And I get it. It makes sense. That defense is nasty. You got Mack and Floyd. Their interior is ridiculous. I know they've had some injuries there, and that's hurt them. Roquan Smith, Danny Trevathan gets hurt. That hurts them as well, too. They've got some inexperience, but they got some ballers in their secondary. The problem is, though, they still have this dude named Mitch Trubisky as their quarterback. So I appreciate that passion, and maybe I need to kind of clean out my follow list. But, Ephraim, I think deep breath for me, because if this team is back, if 6-10 is back, okay, because I think Dallas, even though Dallas didn't look all that great, I think Dallas is going to beat them next week. And you're telling me that suddenly you're going to right the ship and you're going to be knocking off down the stretch in 2019 a really good Packers team when you got to go on the road to Green Bay. Chiefs game should be interesting. That's a Sunday night football game. And then you got the Vikings. Get out of here. I mean, that is a murderer's row to end the season. You got your feel good against your bad football teams. Now stop trying to declare you're back until you beat a team with a winning record.
I agree with that. I think they have a better shot out of the last 4 remaining games. I think they have a shot with the Cowboys playing at home. The weather is going to be terrible.
True.
We saw how Dallas couldn't respond or operate in inclement weather. Just inept. Right? And just an inept ability to capitalize on the highest paid running back and one of the highest paid offensive lines when the weather is bad that's what we dream. As a former offensive lineman, I dream for that because I know we're going to pound you into submission. And the fact that what had Jerry Jones snapping after that game 2 weeks ago was the fact that why didn't we run the ball? Why didn't we dominate the ball? It was tough to catch. It was tough to hold the football in terms of throwing it. So, and then you come yesterday and you drop an egg against a really good Buffalo Bills team. And now Chicago, with the notion of beating two bad teams in a row, the notion of riding the ship, their confidence level changes. I'm just talking about inside that locker room.
Why are you doing this to me?
But just listen. Just wait. No,
okay,
I'm not. Just listen. Just listen. I don't want you to get too fired up. But what I'm saying is, outside of following those Twitter fans of the Chicago Bears, when you look at the situation, the next week's game is set up perfectly for Chicago, right? You have a fledgling Dallas Cowboys team that doesn't have an identity, that's having problems all the way from the top to the bottom. Perfect opportunity to welcome them into your home and stomp them out. But outside of that, that'll be 7-6, and then they lose the next three, so they finish, at 7-9. That doesn't do anything for you. But the fact is, next week for the Chicago Bears, I can't wait to see what that line is. But next week for the Chicago Bears, they should have an opportunity and be in a good place to beat that Cowboys team.
I might have to mute the words Chicago Bears back for much. Maybe that's what I need.
Just get rid of all of the nonsense. Just get rid of the nonsense.
Lee, teach me how to do that on Twitter so I can just mute that out. Now, because we've got a good conversation coming up here in our next segment, we're going to go in depth on the Dallas Cowboys with Cowboys beat writer Michael Gehlken, who is fantastic. Let me give you a little Jerry Jones because I think you did a good job, Ephraim, in going back to where this frustration started 2 weeks ago. And I made this comparison going back 3 years. And I everything for me goes back to the Raiders, okay? Because that's my team and that's who I cover. And I don't even know if cover is the term. Maybe fanboy out for is more appropriate. That's who I scream and yell and throw my remote at the TV. But in 2016, they were a really good football team. And if Derek Carr doesn't get hurt, who knows what happens? They come back in 2017, and they're just it struggles. It's kind of what's happening in Chicago this year, kind of what you see happen since Jacksonville, made their AFC Championship run. Something wasn't clicking. And I'll never forget, after the Raiders played the New England Patriots in Mexico, it was just one team was playing chess, and one team wasn't even playing checkers. They were playing
Go Fish or something.
Yeah, exactly. They were
Candyland.
High-low. I was like, high-low. High. And I think, Mark Davis saw that, and you guys can make fun of Mark Davis all you want, but Mark Davis saw that and thought, we're never going to beat New England. Maybe it's the roster, but definitely when it comes down to schematics, we're not going to beat New England. And Arnie Spanier and I argued about this on Sunday night. It's not necessarily saying that, I'm going to go win the AFC. It's just that's the gold standard, what the Patriots are doing and what Bill Belichick is doing. And I think you fast forward to 2 weeks ago, I guess now it's not 2 weeks ago, last week, I kind of sense that's what Jerry saw whenever the Cowboys played the Patriots. And as you brought up, in adverse conditions, they didn't have a game plan that would benefit those conditions, nor a game plan that could beat the New England Patriots, even though he felt like he had gave them a roster that should be able to compete and beat them. So I can't help but wonder if that was finally the moment, like it was for Mark Davis and the Jack Del Rio regime 2 years ago. Ephraim, I can't help but think that was the foundation for Jerry, and some Cowboy fans are probably yelling and screaming and saying, well, it took you long enough for him to say, we're not where we need to be with the roster that I think is capable of being competitive. And I want to play this for you real quick before I get your reaction, because here was Jerry's take yesterday about the future of Jason Garrett and kind of his role in trying to get this done for the Cowboys.
I know Jason very well. I've had a wonderful opportunity to spend a football life with him, so I know him very well. You know, without a doubt, you've seen it. Nobody wants Jason, wants it to go. And I'm going to tell you this right now, he's got my back too.
So that's a really nice way of saying he is fired, so fired. But I think Jerry saw in the last 2 weeks a guy that's going to get beat when it comes to game planning, and that's what happened the last 2 weeks.
It was, and you're right. When you start talking about, think about what he said, when you start talking about a football life, right, that is, that's for things in the past. Right? Things that have happened. It's a segment, it's a show on NFL Network of football life, and we're talking about the past accomplishments of great players. Right? So subconsciously, when you start using phrases like that and speaking like that of current employees, you're subconsciously already what we call that's the writings on the wall, right? And no one can make you feel like Jerry Jones can when you're on the wrong side of that. You got to remember, he also loved Des Bryant like a son, right? Had to walk away from that. He wanted to adopt Tony Romo. But the one constant in the Tony Romo regime and in now the Dak Prescott, Ezekiel Elliott, Amari Cooper regime is Jason Garrett. So are we going to allow ourselves to go through another decade of what we went through with not being the Dallas in their roster and what they had going on with them when they had that defense and had all the weapons supposedly offensively? Are we going to allow the offensive line allow ourselves to let Jason Garrett take this new roster of talented, young, well-paid players into the next decade of mediocrity?
Doesn't sound like it, does it?
You can't do that as an owner. You have to look at the reality. The reality of the situation is he's been outcoached in games where the opponent was formidable. Period. Look at the record. Teams above 500, no wins. A game they should have won, 2 football weeks ago in with the Patriots. You can't overlook that. And yeah, it's the Patriots. They're 10-1, and they were done in that game. They had no answers offensively. But you get a punt block, and you set them up for the only touchdown that they have. And you can't take advantage of, on paper, you have the better team.
Mm-hmm. Top to bottom. All right, when we come back to the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, we'll go more in depth on exactly what it's like in Dallas. Michael Gelkin from the Dallas Morning News breaks it down on The Odd Couple here on Fox Sports Radio.
Here we go.
The sounds. The play call.
58.
The coaches going nuts on the sidelines.
Somebody's got to block him.
It's week number 12 in the NFL.
I gotta move. Give me the truth.
This is Fox Sports Radio.
How you like that?
In sports, data and analytics is everything. It's the critical information that coaches, athletes, and organizations depend on to make the right decisions. It's no different when it comes to buying or selling your next car. Whether you're evaluating players or evaluating car shopping sites, you need the right information. And the data points to TrueCar. But don't take my word for it. Let the numbers speak. TrueCar shoppers save over $3,000 off MSRP on average. In fact, in 2018 alone, TrueCar users saved $1.697 billion off of MSRP across the country. And now, according to J.D. Power, TrueCar and its affinity partners are the most visited and most useful independent websites among new vehicle shoppers online. So when you're ready to discover, buy, or sell your next car, visit TrueCar. Results based on the J.D. Power 2014 to 2018 new auto shopper studies.
Looking for the perfect gift? Get them a shirt from Untuckit. Untuckit shirts were designed to be worn untucked. They fall at that just right length and always look sharp. Get 25% off everything with the Black Friday sale going on now at Untuckit's 80-plus stores and, of course, at Untuckit.com. With more than 50 fits, Untuckit has the perfect gift for every shape, every size, every body on your list. Remember, get 25% off your entire purchase today at your nearest Untuckit store or at Untuckit.com.
I'm Dr. Bob Arnott, and I treat pain with Salonpas. Before you take anything for back or joint pain, I recommend applying topical pain relievers first, like Salonpas Lidocaine Patch. Salonpas Lidocaine contains the maximum strength lidocaine available without a prescription. It blocks pain receptors, providing effective, long-lasting, and non-addictive relief. Also available in roll-on or cream. Look for the silver Salonpas box in the pain relief aisle. Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Bria's Fashion Boutique is the worst. First they asked me if I needed help finding anything. Just because I'm gorgeous doesn't mean I need help.
No matter how hard you work for your small business, online reviewers will find something to complain about.
Then they tell me they're having a sale. Oh, so you're assuming I'm poor. Cool.
And while Progressive can't save you from these trolls, we can help you save money on commercial, auto, and business insurance.
Also, they tried to give me the friends and family discount. I'm not your friend, so...
Get a quote online today at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliated and third-party insurers.
Hewlett & Dunn, nestled on Old Town Square in Collierville, has 4,000 square feet of the largest boot selection in 200 miles. International boot legends Luke Casey, Double H, Red Wing, Ariat, Justin, and Tony Lama. Hewlett & Dunn has rubber hunting boots by Dry Shod and recently has expanded the selection of safety work boots. Filson Hunting Gear, biggest selection in 3 states, and now carrying Duckhead. Western wear, hunting attire, jeans, belts, hats, and more at 111 North Center Street, Collierville on Old Town Square. You need to stop by Hewlett & Dunn, you bet your boots.
For a smarter holiday home, come to the Home Depot, where right now, the Google Nest Learning Thermostat is a very smart $70 off, and save $50 on the Google Nest Hub. Adjust the thermostat from across the room at a holiday party. Get recipes from Google Hub. And right now, do it for less. Get holiday savings now on Google Nest, only at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. U.S. only, limit 2 per customer, cannot combine with any other offer, valid through December 4th.
At Jason's Deli, you can stuff yourself full of great deli food that's healthy, fresh, and best of all, it's not expensive. Jason's Deli is all about choice. Whether you're looking for a gluten-free menu, vegetarian sandwiches, healthy kids' meals, or if you'd like to invent your sandwich via the build-your-own selections, Jason's Deli has you covered. And they only use fresh, wholesome ingredients. Choose from the club and specialty sandwiches, paninis, wraps, soups, salads, pastas, and much more. I love the cleanliness in the restaurant, the hospitality, and of course the cost. They have a huge salad bar and great soups, including Southwest chicken chili, fire roasted tortilla, organic vegetable, tomato basil, and many, many more. And if you're planning an event, their catering department is fantastic and can handle any size party. Go check out Jason's Deli's 4 locations. On Ridgeway in the Park Place Center, that's my favorite, on Germantown Parkway in Cordova, at Poplar and Highland, and on Goodman Road in Olive Branch.
You already know you can listen to Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7 anywhere with the Sports 56 app or at sports56whbq.com. But you can also keep up to date with everything going on by keeping up with Sports 56 on social media. Be sure to follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch for information on breaking news, chances to win prizes, and video of all the shows. Don't miss out on anything that's going on. Stay in touch with Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7 on social media.
There are so many ways that you can get this talent. There's radio.
You can stick with us on radio.
Podcast.
Everything you hear, we podcast it.
Streaming.
Listen on demand anytime you want.
YouTube.
And don't forget,
Twitter at Fox Sports Radio.
Got some tweets I want to get to.
Oh, there's Asking Alexa or Google Play.
So blame it on that damn social media.
There's so many ways.
I feel like Oprah. You get the show. You get the show. You get the show.
We're audio and we're all over the place.
We're all set.
We're Fox Sports Radio. Sports Radio. Tomorrow starts Saturday strong on Fox with a big noon Saturday game of the week. The Michigan Wolverines go head-to-head with the Ohio State Buckeyes. It all starts at 10 Eastern with a big noon kickoff pregame show on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, ram, hogs, dogs. Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, chicken, turkey,
I like it. It's The Odd Couple. He is Ephraim Salam. I'm Chris Plank, sitting in on Fox Sports Radio. Well,
you name it.
Is the man in charge when you call 877-99 on Fox. Steve DeSager on updates in about 10 minutes. But right now, let's welcome in a man whose Thanksgiving was all about covering disappointed locker rooms, angry owners. The Dallas Morning News beat writer for the Dallas Cowboys, Michael Gelkin, joins us. All right, listen, I'll let Ephraim ask you about the Cowboys. Michael, I got to ask about the most important thing in football. You started this season on the Raiders beat. Broke my heart to see you go to Dallas as a diehard Raiders fan. Are you surprised at all to see what John Gruden has done and to see this Oakland team in contention?
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing story. I wouldn't have been able to tell you before the season began, just as they were parting ways with Antonio Brown and looking to have a young football team, although they were relying from their rookie class, that they would be where they are. I was high on their offensive line. I was high on certain parts of the roster, but a lot of real questions about their ability to get to the quarterback. And Max Crosby's done a phenomenal job. It's that much more impressive what Paul Guenther as defensive coordinator has done, given first-round pick Jonathan Abram is out with shoulder injury and pretty much missed the entire season. So I haven't been following the Raiders as closely, obviously, as I would have otherwise, but you can't help but see what they've done, and certainly a credit to their coaching staff.
All right, enough of that. Come on now. I don't even know. That just came out of left field. Okay? So let's just talk about the elephant in the room coming from the comments after the game, the locker room, the shouting, Michael Bennett being heard, I guess imploring his team to be better. What's going on there?
Well, it's funny because Michael Bennett, he got here last month. So right before the trade deadline, the Cowboys acquired him from the New England Patriots. And although he wasn't here in OTAs, he wasn't here in training camp, he wasn't here for the first handful of games of the season, he has been to the Super Bowl. And when you are a former three-time Pro Bowler who has a ring, that gives you immediate credibility into whatever locker room it is that you're joining. And so when Bennett speaks, guys listen. And he was speaking very long, very loud, following that loss last night to the Bills. And guys heard him, but words are words. And this team at 6-6 needs a whole lot of action. And so, I'm not saying that Michael Bennett's words are empty, but all the speeches in the world aren't going to mean anything if you as a football team don't figure out how to execute. We could go on and on about why they've had these shortcomings, but a good place to start is the unit that Michael Bennett is part of, which is defense, and they have 0 turnovers forced in 4 straight games. It's tied for the longest streak in the NFL this season, and it's the longest active streak in this league.
Here's what's interesting to me, and Michael Gelkin is our guest, covers the Dallas Cowboys for the Dallas Morning News, Michael, is they still are probably going to make the playoffs. And they still are probably going to host a first-round game, and I don't think anyone would want to have to go to Dallas with that roster they have. I mean, is this just as simple as putting together a couple of wins? Because, there were times this year where this looks like one of the best teams in the NFL.
Maybe. It might be that way, where if they can just get a few wins down the stretch, they'll win a very weak NFC East. But I think they need it to be even weaker than we think it is, because the Eagles, you look at their schedule in December, they have 5 games, and the Cowboys are probably the real, opponent when you look at that schedule that has a chance of keeping the Eagles from going 5-0. They've got the Dolphins, they've got 3 games between the Giants and the Redskins, and then they play the Cowboys in Week 16. And so that, if you're the Cowboys, right now you control your own destiny, but you do not want to, say, lose in Chicago next Thursday and then watch as the Eagles work their way through a cupcake December month. And it's very easy to see how, even in a weak NFC East, the Cowboys could let this thing slip. And I think that's the urgency that you're hearing from the locker room, is they understand that they have had a whole lot of opportunity to put this division race in the books. This thing shouldn't come down the way it has. They shouldn't have lost to the New York Jets. They shouldn't have lost, both those games against the Packers and the Saints. You figure you get one of them, and then they look back at a number of others, but certainly this past Thursday where they just didn't show up and couldn't make a play on defense, and offense couldn't really get it going either. They feel that they are their own worst enemy, but when the Eagles are slowly creeping into the picture here, if they can win this Sunday, I think there's going to be another enemy that the Cowboys are going to have to really take a hard look at. That's the Eagles.
So when I look at the Cowboys and what they've done, or the lack of what they've done this year, and you look at their schedule and you look at their wins, and then you look at their losses, right? Before the season, everything on paper, this was the team, right? That was the sentiment there. This was the team that can get Jerry Jones back to the promised land. That's why we're going to shell out the money for Zeke. That's why eventually we're going to pay Dak what his worth is, and Amari Cooper. This is the team, a young nucleus to get us to the promised land. And then they come out and they play this season, and they can't beat any other team that would have felt the same way, right? They can't beat the Vikings. They can't beat the Patriots, the Bills, the Packers, the Saints. All of these teams with aspirations of playoffs and further. So is Dallas a good team? That is the question that people want to know. Is Dallas a good football team?
They have good players in a number of areas, but they haven't beaten anybody. They're certainly not a great team. They haven't shown that they are a great team. I think you mentioned there was all these expectations surrounding this team. They were able to get hot at the end last season, got to the playoffs in large part because of their young talent. But you look at the young talent this year, by many estimations, Jalen Smith has taken a step back. Leighton Vander Esch has taken a step back. He's missed multiple games now with a neck injury. We'll see if he plays Thursday in Chicago. There seems to be a decent chance that he won't. And then this rookie class, I mean, what rookie class? Tristan Hill, as a second-round pick, was the team's only, or first draft pick that they had, given that they traded a first-round pick to acquire Amari Cooper in October of last year. But you look at the second pick, Tristan Hill, he's mostly been inactive this season. Third-round pick, Connor McGovern, he has a pec issue and barely practiced at all this offseason. He's on injured reserve. It doesn't look like he's going to return. Tony Pollard is closest seen to an impact rookie that the Cowboys have, and he's a bit of a bit player. There's been a number of games where he doesn't see double-digit snaps on offense. So the use of this team, I don't think has quite measured up to the expectations of the organization, and that's part of the reason the Cowboys find themselves where they are.
Now, Michael, before I let you go, I don't need you sniffing around Norman, okay? So I don't expect to see you driving up I-35. But with that said, is there any chance that – and Garrett's going to probably finish the season. I mean, barring getting blown out by Chicago next week, he'll get that chance. But, I mean, this is it. And if it's it, is it Lincoln Riley and Urban Meyer or bust, or could it be Richard? I mean, which direction do you see Jerry going if he makes that change, or maybe more so when he does?
Yeah, it's looking more like when and not if, unless the Cowboys have this fairy tale ending, this surge in December that is difficult to forecast. But I should say not just December, in January, because getting to the playoffs probably won't be enough to save Jason Garrett here. I think we're past that point in Dallas. But as to who it'll be, I don't know. I think probably the most comfortable thing I say is that it doesn't. Jerry's not going to fire Jason Garrett. They've been through too much. This is the final year of his deal. It can be a nice mutual parting of ways in January if this thing ends the way the Cowboys fear, or when this team season ends. But as opposed, as it relates to the conversation of who the successor would be, that requires some phone calls. That requires sort of legwork that just isn't really feasible at this point. I can't tell you that I know exactly who Jerry Jones is keyed on as the next Cowboys head coach, because I don't know if Jerry Jones knows who he's keyed on as the next Cowboys head coach. But no doubt you can't help if you're Jerry Jones to at least have some idea of a short list, because it seems like that's where we're headed here.
Stay out of the 405 area code, Gelkin. I appreciate your time, buddy. I know you'll be covering it like crazy, man, and we appreciate you on a post-holiday edition finding time for us here on Fox
Thank
Sports
you, Michael.
Radio, man. Great work.
My pleasure, guys. Take care.
All right.
Michael Gelkin. By the way, the 405 area code is Oklahoma City, for those who don't know. Stay out of here, Jerry Jones. Don't need you sniffing around Lincoln Riley. He's fine here. All right, when we come back to the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, let's hear a little bit more from Jarrah. A little bit more on the late game, which ended up being fairly interesting between the Saints and the Falcons, plus the weekend slate ahead. But first, Steve DeSager is in the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. We got games going on all around us, Steve.
We do. A lot of college football today. We have a lot of NFL news to pass along as well. College hoops plenty, including holiday tournaments. Let's start with the college football. As 17th-ranked Iowa kicked a late 48-yard field goal to win at Nebraska 27-24. Victories in the top 20 for Memphis and Boise State. And Virginia had lost to Virginia Tech 15 straight years, but beat the 24th-ranked Hokies today 39-30. In progress, number 25-ranked Appalachian State up 41-13 over Troy late third quarter. And ladies and gentlemen, South Alabama, which was 1-10 this year, got a victory. They were 1-10, and the only win was against Jackson State in September. But 34-30, they have beaten Arkansas State. So there. Tomorrow, Fox TV, noon Eastern time, number 1 Ohio State at number 13 Michigan. Saturday night, Oklahoma against Oklahoma State. And the Eagles gave All-Pro tackle Lane Johnson a 4-year extension. The Broncos say linebacker Von Miller with his bad knee is 50-50 to play Sunday. Arizona quarterback Kyler Murray listed as questionable against the Rams with a bad hamstring. The Patriots officially signed kicker Kai Forbath and released Nick Folk. Quarterback Tom Brady practiced fully and feels good after his sore elbow. Steelers wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster is out this weekend with a bad knee, and running back James Conner listed as doubtful with his injured shoulder. Dallas guard Connor Williams out for the year with a torn ACL. He'll have surgery next month. As for college basketball, number 1 Duke, well, they won't be number 1 much longer. They're 6-1 on the season. They are struggling at home against Winthrop. It's Duke 57-53 with about 10 minutes left in this game. Duke is shooting 5 of 10 from long distance, close to 50% overall, but they can't put away the visitors just yet. Also, we had the tournament final in the Bahamas today. Michigan wins again, beating 8th-ranked Gonzaga 82-64. Now Michigan, 7-0. I think they'll be ranked next week. Michigan plays at Louisville on Tuesday. You know, Louisville could be the new number 1 team. They haven't been ranked number 1 in nearly 7 years. For the moment, number 2, Louisville was a winner in Nashville over Western Kentucky, 71-54. Victories for Maryland and North Carolina. Right now, it's Florida State early second half, leading number 17 Tennessee 38-29 in the Emerald Coast Classic in Florida. 13 NBA games after none on the holiday yesterday. Brooklyn beat Boston today 112-107. Golden State has a 4-15 record. They're already down end of the first quarter 41-21 at Miami. Meanwhile, the Milwaukee Bucks have won 9 in a row, and they're up 20 at the half at Cleveland, 67-47. The Clippers have won 7 in a row. They're just about to get underway at San Antonio. The Lakers have won 9 straight. They have the late game hosting Washington. Back to today's Odd Couple.
That's a fair way to put it. Today's Odd Couple, as we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. It's easy to save 15% or more on car insurance with Geico. Go to geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. The only hard part, figuring out which way is easier. So I want to pose this before we move past Dallas, and I think as far as Sports Talk Radio is concerned, with the way things are going with the Dallas Cowboys, I don't think we'll be moving past them anytime soon. But is an in-season coaching change, especially this late, could it truly be beneficial, or is it something that's not going to really matter in the end? Because there's some that say, is Richard or Richard, their defensive coordinator, Chris Richard, give him an opportunity and let's see what he can do in kind of rallying the troops and bringing some energy. Richard, thank you. Chris Richard, the defensive coordinator, appreciate him, embrace him, because he's the guy that can really help bring more energy and he can maybe rejuvenate things. But is it really going to make that big of a difference for him, you think?
I think Michael was right when he said that, Jerry Jones and Jason Garrett have been through so much together.
Right.
And I don't think he'll make a move on him. I don't think that's the way he wants this chapter to end. And like he said, his contract is up, right? They'll shake hands at the end of this thing. Thank you for your services. Here's the gold Cowboys watch. And, so now he's not firing him, right? He's just not extending him. That's a better narrative than firing him in the middle of the season. He's going to allow him to save face, right? He's got to think that Jason Garrett can pull off at least getting to the playoffs, winning an undesirable division that they're in. But it's going to be tougher than they think because the way they're playing, I just don't see them. Like I said it earlier, them going to Chicago next week, that's a tough game for them.
Right.
That's going to be a tough game. All right. And then it's really going to come down to the week before the end of the season when they play Philadelphia. That's going to be the win or go home game for them. And I would have to lean towards Philly, just given how disruptive everything is in terms of that locker room and the confidence in the coach. Once you start losing stuff like that, once the confidence is going and players are looking at the coach like, and that narrative starts with Jerry Jones.
Right.
You can't come out and attack the coach expecting the coach to bounce back and pull off a win. What happens when they don't? The confidence is gone. So now, the confidence is gone between those guys and those 53 guys on that roster and the head coach.
They've also lost Connor Williams.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Connor Williams, we just learned just as this show started, he's out for the year with a torn ACL.
Yeah.
And that's an offensive line. And I know, Ephraim, you probably watch the offensive line closer than anyone. That's an offensive line that's supposed to be much better than it is, but it shows you what happens when you get into injuries, right?
Yeah, you're right. And they've been outplayed. That offensive line has been outplayed. That pedigree and that money that they spent there and their history, right? Their history and what they've been able to do up until this year, they're grossly being they're grossly playing underplayed. They're not dominating games. Dak Prescott was under duress, right? He was under duress yesterday, and that's not supposed to happen. Now, Buffalo's offensive line, on the other hand,
man, those some road graders right there. Holy
I
smokes.
was looking at them like, boy, that's some big boys right there. Whew, good. I think I could play quarterback behind them. I mean, they were just dominant, right? They were dominant. That's what we expected to see from Dallas's front five. And you look at Buffalo and what they're very quietly putting together. In terms of a phenomenal season, I mean, goodness gracious, we're the sky's the limit. I'm telling you, if Josh Allen can continue to just play within himself and not turn the ball over. Now, Buffalo's schedule is tough, right? They got the Ravens, which I don't think anybody wants to play right now.
No, not at all.
Hey, anybody, and we could talk about them a little later. But at the Steelers, which we don't even know what's going on at the Steelers, and then they get a get back game is what I like to call it at the Patriots, right? So they get a get back game at the Patriots that I think with that defense playing the way they're playing, the way they were able to dominate and run the ball up front and protect Josh Allen, I think they have a chance, even though they'll be underdogs in that game, and then they finish up with the Jets. So, look, at 9-3, they win 2 of those games. Let's just say they lose to the Ravens and lose to the Patriots, and they beat the Jets and the Steelers. That's 11. That's 11-5. That's playoffs.
Raise your hand if anyone out there had the Bills going 11-5. I see no hands up outside of Bills.
Raise your hands
members.
if you had them going 9-7.
9-7. Hey, when we come back, I want to get into this conversation about narratives because it really fits with the Buffalo Bills. So we'll do it next. But first, how many holiday packages will you have delivered to your home? There's a lot of cool stuff sitting there without parental supervision. This year, keep a sharp eye and blink before you buy. Before you order anything else, order the Blink XT2 security camera to help keep an eye on your holiday deliveries, wherever you are. Blink's Black Friday Cyber Monday event is on. It's your chance to save a ton of money and get a free Amazon Echo Dot with the purchase of any Blink system while supplies last. Blink XT2 cameras are wire-free, set up fast, and run on 2 AA batteries for up to 2 years. They're motion activated, so as soon as the delivery person approaches your door, you get an alert and a video clip on your Blink smartphone app. With the Blink XT2 two-way talk feature, you can talk to the delivery person and say where to leave your package. Blink's Black Friday Cyber Monday event is on. Save up to 28% on Blink cameras and systems from November 28th through December 2nd and get a free Amazon Echo Dot with any Blink system, but only while supplies last. Visit blinkprotect.com/sale. That's blinkprotect.com/sale. blinkprotect.com/sale. It's The Odd Couple on Fox Sports Radio.
Doing that holiday shopping? Make your checklist. Let's see. Taser, Band-Aid, ice pack, bail money.
We do things the right way, and they're all going to jail.
Oh, and don't forget us.
Appreciate all of you joining us here.
We're Fox Sports Radio. Sports with attitude.
The holiday season is here, and it's time for our best offer of the year during the Ford Black Friday event. Now, for a limited time, get 20% estimated savings on select 2019 Ford models. You're ready, and so are we. Start the season off right, and don't wait to enjoy our best deal of the season. That is 20% estimated savings on select 2019 Ford models. The Ford Black Friday event ends soon, so hurry in today. Eligible on select 2019 model year vehicles. Vehicle must have arrived at dealer at least 61 days prior to the sale date. Estimated savings include an average dealer discount based on a sales survey of average discounts offered by Ford dealers nationally. Discount may vary. Dealer determines price. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by December 2nd, 2019. See participating dealer for complete details.
Bria's Fashion Boutique is the worst. First, they asked me if I needed help finding anything. Just because I'm gorgeous doesn't mean I need help.
No matter how hard you work for your small business, online reviewers will find something to complain about.
Then they tell me they're having a sale. Oh, so you're assuming I'm poor. Cool.
And while Progressive can't save you from these trolls, we can help you save money on commercial auto and business insurance.
Also, they tried to give me the friends and family discount. I'm not your friend, so...
Get a quote online today at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliated and third-party insurers.
Now this is barbecue weather.
You say that about every kind of weather.
That's because it's true. Central Barbecue is perfect for every time of year. But the fall, when the leaves are turning and the air is crisp and cool, what better time for delicious Central Barbecue?
You know how I hate to agree with you. I mean, I really hate having to agree with you, but...
Ha! Even you have to admit, autumn and Central Barbecue are perfect together.
With the cooler weather and Tigers football and Grizzlies basketball...
It all says, let's just have some tasty, slow-smoked Central Barbecue.
There is something about that smoky smell when you walk in the door.
When you walk in the parking lot.
Ooh, that does feel particularly special. Of course, next month you'll say winter and Central Barbecue go together.
You don't know that.
For a smarter holiday home, come to the Home Depot, where right now, the Google Nest Learning Thermostat is a very smart $70 off, and save $50 on the Google Nest Hub. Adjust the thermostat from across the room at a holiday party. Get recipes from Google Hub, and right now, do it for less. Get holiday savings now on Google Nest, only at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. U.S. only, limit 2 per customer, cannot combine with any other offer, valid through December 4th.
Hi, this is Troy Five-Ash, owner of Five-Ash Roofing. It is that time of year where the weather is unpredictable, and given the recent storms, it's a good time to discuss insurance claims. So here's a few things you should know. Always hire a local contractor, because if you have a problem with your roof down the road, you want to be able to find him. Never allow anyone to pressure you into signing a contingency contract. They're used as sales tools, making you feel committed, and the truth is, those contracts are not worth the paper they're written on. Be careful of door-knocking salesmen. Some are reputable, but many are not. They canvass the neighborhood and tell everyone to file a claim, working their percentages and not caring if you file a claim even when they know the likelihood of it being approved is low. Some will even damage your roof, hoping to convince the adjuster it's storm damage. That's fraud, and contractors have gone to jail for that. So do your research and know who you're hiring. Five-Ash Roofing, the official roof of the University of Memphis Athletic Department. Fair, honest, and ethical. 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com.
Five-Ash Roofing, it's what we do. We're here for you.
At Victory Auto Sales, that's victoryauto.org. We always ask our customers what they want most of the used car.
I want a car that runs when I turn the key. I want my appointment over there just waiting on me. Buddy. Throw away the cable. You'll never be late with one of our cars because they are just darn great. I want a car that runs down the road, that doesn't leave me stranded while it's getting towed. I want brakes on my car so I can stop when I'm driving too fast and when I see a cop.
They want a car that starts. They want a car that runs. They want a car that stops. Victory Auto Sales, 901-380-5800. That's victoryauto.org. Check us out. We are at 4885 Elmore, just off Covington Pike. In-house financing, of course. Generous credit approval. Of course. Don't forget to ask about our layaway. That's victoryauto.org, 901-380-5800. Fill out the credit app online or come by or give us a call, 901-380-5800.
We are Real Sports Talk. Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7. Available on your radio dial at 560 AM, 96.1, and 87.7 FM, as well as online around the world at sports56whbq.com. Take us with you everywhere on your phone or tablet by downloading the Sports 56 app. And at home, tell Alexa or Google to play Sports 56. If it's happening in the world of sports, we've got it covered. Wherever you are, stay tuned to Real Sports Talk. Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7. There's so many places to listen to us. You can listen while in line at the store,
Sir, can you get off the phone, please?
while pumping gas, on the toilet, in an Uber, Lyft, bus, plane, train. Point is,
We are in the air everywhere.
you can listen to us everywhere,
Everywhere.
even on SpaceX.
Oh, my Lord.
We're Fox Sports Radio,
They make my job easier, though.
and you can listen everywhere. Radio.
Our social media channels, you can interact with us that way.
And we're the audio you choose every day. FS1.
Please me, baby.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Right. Oh, we are family on The Odd Couple. Chris Broussard and Rob Parker getting the holiday off. He's Ephraim Salam. I'm Chris Plank.
Rob Parker.
All right, I got something for you here real quick. Every so often, Ephraim, I'll have these ideas of what I want to talk about, and we'll tease it, and we'll go to break. And then Twitter is like the shiny object, and I'll see something, and I'll start chasing it like a cat or a dog, right? It's like, oh, we're going to talk about these narratives and how we're all full of it, and no one ever wants to admit when they're wrong, and no one wants to do the work to research. Mike Leach said something. Shiny wall. Shiny dot on the wall. I'm going to chase it and play this for Ephraim and see what he thinks. So, you ready to hear an angry Mike Leach after losing, how about this, the 7th straight Apple Cup for Washington State? 7th straight time Washington has beaten Washington State. So they were getting into a conversation about why this happens. And there was a question by a writer named John Blanchette, I believe I'm saying it right. And let's just say, Ephraim, Mike Leach was none too happy.
You know, and you run your mouth in your little column and stuff like some sanctimonious troll, and where, you know, you've never been fair or even-handed with us, so I really don't care what you think. Okay? And write nasty things, and if that makes you feel even, you go right ahead. Okay, next.
Wow.
He basically did everything but call him fake news or tell him to go to his mom's basement.
Soundbite of the year.
Wow. He referred to him as a sanctimonious troll and then decided just to tee off on him.
Your little meager column.
I don't know what someone did to you to make you so negative.
What's happening in your life, basically. The sadness that you go home with every night has made you lash out at us, and I don't know why.
Oh, fantastic. But we haven't touched much on college football, and if you didn't miss it today, the Apple Cup didn't nearly quite have the oomph that it did, say, 2 or 3 years ago, whenever this was potentially for a playoff spot. But as has typified this matchup in recent years, the Washington Huskies rolled by a final score of 31-13. And I guess the big game today, as far as ranked teams are concerned, if you care about the mid-majors, Memphis beat Cincinnati 34-24, so they'll host the American Athletic Conference Championship next year. Oh, by the way, did you see the end of the Iowa-Nebraska game? That was fantastic. Their kicker drains a 48-yard, or nails, I guess, a 48-yard field goal, this Duncan kid. And Scott Frost had called timeout. So this is in Lincoln. Nebraska had bounced back to make it a game, and we're tied at 24 late. So he drills this 48-yard field goal. They'd called the timeout before he actually kicked it. Then he lines up, nails the second one, and turns to the sideline and starts talking gas to the Nebraska sideline. Hey, he's lucky he didn't have that officiating crew from Ole Miss, Mississippi State last night. They might have flagged Keith Duncan. That was a pretty good win. But I don't think anyone cares to talk Iowa, Nebraska, Ephraim. They want your take on what we're going to see tomorrow morning. What do you expect in Ohio State and Michigan in the Big House on the 50-year anniversary of the 1969 team pulling off an upset over Ohio State in almost exact similar situations, except, it was 50 years ago. What do you think?
That's what we like to call must-see TV.
Let's go.
All right? Because what's been the narrative for Michigan, right? Since Harbaugh was – so Harbaugh was hired for one reason, okay? He was hired to beat Ohio State and Urban Myers.
True.
Am I accurate with that?
You're exactly right.
Has he done that?
Nope.
And now you want to talk about the importance of this for Michigan. If he can't beat Ohio State, which probably has the best team out of all of the years that Urban Myers was there, their team is better now.
They're loaded.
So tomorrow morning, we get to witness literal self-destruction. If he can't pull off that win against Ohio State without Urban Myers, his time has to be done there. It has to be.
And they're going to be enraged if they don't pull it off. But, I mean, not only have they lost, but there's really only been one close game. So we'll talk more about the 4-team playoff ramifications when we come back. But, oh, my, what a big game tomorrow in the Big House, Ohio State, Michigan. We'll talk about the college football slate on Saturday and the NFL Sunday next. It's The Odd Couple on Fox.
We are Fox Sports!
Great news! There's a quick way you could save money. Switch to Geico. All it takes is 15 minutes to find out if you could save 15% or more on car insurance. And Geico offers coverage for more than just car insurance. Got a motorcycle? Geico's got you covered. Got an RV? Covered. Got a boat? Covered. And there's so much more Geico can help you with. Plus, don't forget the discounts. Go to geico.com today and see how much you could save. That's geico.com.
MVP Patrick Mahomes for Helzberg Diamonds.
Who's the MVP? You are. Especially when you shop at Helzberg Diamonds. They have just the right gifts for everyone on your list. And with helpful people, great gift advice, and no pressure shopping, you can't go wrong. When you give a gift from Helzberg Diamonds, you'll win the holidays and feel like an MVP.
Get a free 40-inch Vizio Smart TV when you spend $699.99 or more during our Black Friday event, now through Sunday. Limited time offer while supplies last. See online or in-store for details.
Hi, folks. Rob Walker, General Manager, Infinity of Memphis. Your source of calm and logic in an otherwise hectic and chaotic holiday season. In that regard, I'm here to tell you that we won't be participating in Black Friday. We've all been led to believe that Black Friday is the day for very special deals. If you get out of bed at some ridiculous hour, stand in line in the cold, and risk life and limb in what usually ends up in a stampede. Getting a special deal on a new vehicle should never be that difficult. In fact, it should be easy, simple, and fun. And that's what we do Monday through Saturday, 52 weeks a year. I say, bah humbug to Black Friday. It's too complicated and restrictive. The Infinity Limited Engagement Winter Event with the most attractive offers of the year on the entire line of Infinity Luxury Performance Vehicles is on through January 2nd. Come see us at your convenience.
Find out more about this and all other offers online at infinityofmemphis.com.
Bria's Fashion Boutique is the worst. First, they asked me if I needed help finding anything. Just because I'm gorgeous doesn't mean I need help.
No matter how hard you work for your small business, online reviewers will find something to complain about.
Then they tell me they're having a sale. Oh, so you're assuming I'm poor. Cool.
And while Progressive can't save you from these trolls, we can help you save money on commercial auto and business insurance.
Also, they tried to give me the friends and family discount. I'm not your friend, so...
Get a quote online today at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliated and third-party insurers.
There's a new commissary in town in Collierville. Germantown Commissary is doubling. Yeah, they're still going to have the old Germantown Commissary by the tracks, but now there's a huge new Germantown Commissary in Collierville at Poplar and Houston Levy Road. It's huge, too. There's a drive-through. There's plenty of parking. No telephone pole to get in your way. A cool patio. It's right by the track, so the tradition continues. And this is a tradition that's been around forever. That commissary is famous for hickory-smoked, slow-cooked Memphis-style barbecue. They've got a private party room at the new one in Collierville. Self-catering still continues. Party packs for $5.95. Basically, the great ribs, the great pulled shoulder, the great deviled eggs. Everything is there in Collierville and Germantown now. So there is now a Germantown and Collierville style of barbecue. It's called Germantown Commissary.
Hi, this is Troy Five Ash, owner of Five Ash Roofing. As most of you know, I don't have a history of bragging or boasting that Five Ash Roofing is the best roofer in the Memphis area, but did you know we are the only diamond-level roofing professional in the area? We are one of very few local roofing companies that have been in business for 20 years. We've never had a justified claim against us. We are locally owned and family operated. Our labor warranties are for the life of the shingles. We're experts in insurance claim. We do residential and commercial work. We are the official roofer of the University of Memphis Athletic Department and a proud member of the Tigers home team. We support local youth sports and St. Jude's. We have worked with churches and veteran services to help those in need by providing services at a deep discount or even for free. We are currently working with Young Life to give them a free roof on the historic log cabin in Germantown. Five Ash Roofing. Fair, honest, and ethical. 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com.
Five Ash Roofing, it's what we do. We're here for you.
You already know you can listen to Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7 anywhere with the Sports 56 app or at sports56whbq.com. But you can also keep up to date with everything going on by keeping up with Sports 56 on social media. Be sure to follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitch for information on breaking news, chances to win prizes, and video of all the shows. Don't miss out on anything that's going on. Stay in touch with Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7 on social media. We are Sports 56, WHBQ Memphis, WIVG-FM Tunica Memphis, and WPG-FLP Memphis, Flynn Broadcasting Station.
The following is a presentation of Learfield IMG College.
And the move forward, the crowd! Kermit Davis lets out a loud scream. The Rebels just came from 20 down.
And we talked about at halftime about fighting for our culture, fighting for identity. It was just a player's win. That's a terrific win over an NCAA tournament team.
Schuler takes it all the way down the floor. Finger roll, scores! Long pass to Tyree, pulls for a three. Good! What a bucket! A three in transition. Blocked by Muffin. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. A very big win for the Ole Miss Rebels.
Ole Miss basketball is on the air. This is the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield IMG College in partnership with TeleSouth Communications. Our coverage of Rebels basketball begins with a Countdown to Tip-Off show. The Countdown to Tip-Off show is brought to you in part by Mid-South Ford, the Ford F-150, the official truck of your Ole Miss Rebels. ExxonMobil and Blue Sky, proud partners of Ole Miss Athletics. Regions Bank, a proud sponsor of Ole Miss and the official bank of the SEC. By C-Spire, customer inspired. And by Coca-Cola. Grab an ice-cold Coca-Cola and stay refreshed throughout the basketball season. Now to courtside, here's Eli Savoy.
After overcoming a 21-point deficit for a thrilling win on Wednesday night, the Ole Miss Rebels come into tonight's game looking for a championship of the NIT season tip-off. to get that title. They'll have to knock off an undefeated Oklahoma State team that beat Syracuse on Wednesday to earn their spot in tonight's championship game. Brooklyn and the Barclays Center have been good to the Rebels. They're now 3-0 all-time in this building. Hello, everyone. I'm Eli Savoy, along with Mark Dukes. We've got all the exciting action of the Rebels and Cowboys coming your way from the Big Apple. But first, stay tuned for Countdown to Tip-Off on the University of Mississippi Learfield IMG College Sports Network.
Question. Would you rather refuel while earning Exxon and Mobil Rewards Plus points on every gallon? Or would you rather refuel while sitting through my sales pitch for an exciting new timeshare opportunity? Interesting. You'd prefer the points. Well, that's proof. People prefer earning and redeeming with Exxon and Mobil Rewards Plus over owning a condo that's actually my shed. Earn points in-store and at the pump with Exxon and Mobil Rewards Plus. Sign up today. Terms and conditions may apply. Available at participating Exxon and Mobil locations.
At C Spire, we're happy you're happy. An independent study showed customers are over twice as likely to recommend C Spire compared to the wireless industry average. Now that's happy. It starts with transparent billing, a network that's 2 times faster, 1-hour certified phone repair, and more. Get happy. Try C Spire. You'll notice the difference. C Spire, customer inspired. Black Friday starts now. Get the 11 on us plus free activation online. Details at cspire.com.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield IMG College.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
You're listening to Ole Miss Basketball on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Bria's Fashion Boutique is the worst. First, they asked me if I needed help finding anything. Just because I'm gorgeous doesn't mean I need help.
No matter how hard you work for your small business, online reviewers will find something to complain about.
Then they tell me they're having a sale. Oh, so you're assuming I'm poor. Cool.
And while Progressive can't save you from these trolls, we can help you save money on commercial auto and business insurance.
Also, they tried to give me the friends and family discount. I'm not your friend, so...
Get a quote online today at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliated and third-party insurers.
For a smarter holiday home, come to the Home Depot, where right now, the Google Nest Learning Thermostat is a very smart $70 off, and save $50 on the Google Nest Hub. Adjust the thermostat from across the room at a holiday party. Get recipes from Google Hub. And right now, do it for less. Get holiday savings now on Google Nest, only at the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. U.S. only, limit 2 per customer, cannot combine with any other offer, valid through December 4th.
Welcome back to the Regions Bank Countdown to Tip-Off Show. Regions Bank is the official bank of the SEC. Eli Savoy, Mark Dukes with you here. We are sitting courtside at the Barclays Center, Brooklyn, New York, and the first game of the night has a minute 14 remaining. It looks like Penn State, who the Rebels defeated on Wednesday in such dramatic fashion, is going to get the win over Syracuse, as it's a 78-64 game with just over a minute remaining in this one. And Coach, that's good news for the Rebels. Once you beat them, you want them to keep winning.
Absolutely, you do. And for your tournament resume at the end of the year, and and Penn State's a really good team. I've seen that here again. I saw it last night, how good they were, and see it again here today. They've pretty much dominated the Syracuse team.
Meanwhile, the Rebels, it's still. I still, as I think back to Wednesday night, I still can't really figure out exactly how that happened.
I've never seen that against two really good basketball teams. Someone come from that far behind ever in all my years of being around college basketball, and I've seen it with some games where you're a mismatched type deal, but I've never seen it with two good, well-coached teams and that kind of thing happen. But it was exciting for the Rebels.
There's no doubt they were down 21 in the second half. They were down 19 with 12:29 remaining in the game. And then with 6.5 minutes left, it was a 14-point game, 66-52 with 6:30 to go. Rebels never led until the final 13 seconds of the game. That is one that not only what it does for your tournament resume, but That's one of those wins that can just mean a lot because there's the confidence. Now you're never out of a game. There's a lot of things that come with a win like that.
Absolutely, and the new guys that came through, like Bryce Williams, and that played really good coming off the bench in the second half. That helps those guys to get a game experience like that and realize, hey, I can play in this league and I can do this.
Yeah, and there's no doubt. And tonight it's another very tough task. This Oklahoma State team coming in at 6-0 on the year. And the Rebels tonight, talked with Kermit Davis a little bit about this, and you'll hear that coming up in a little bit. But certainly you want to get Devontae Shuler going. Didn't have any points in that game. You still were able to get a win without him scoring. But he's got a tough matchup tonight because the point guard on the other side is really, really good. So you'd like to see Shuler get going early in this one if he could.
It really would. I mean, he's got to get going. I mean, he's one of the keys to this team, no doubt about that. And I was wondering and thinking about today the matchup and how that's going to be. Is he going to be guarding Isaac Likely, or we'll put a bigger man, because Likely's 6'4", and big, strong guy. Now he's a real player, and I just wonder how our matchups are going to go defensively.
If you look at the numbers between these two teams, there's a lot of similarities. Both teams extremely good defensive numbers, and this is we saw this with Penn State as well. But the two teams, Ole Miss is 4th in the country, allowing teams to only shoot 23.5% from three-point range. Oklahoma State is 16th in the country. Opponents only shooting 25.7% against them. So these teams really both very good on the defensive end.
Yeah, they get out and guard on the three-point line, and that's one of Kermit Davis's pet peeves. You do not give up open threes, and so Coach Boynton at Oklahoma State obviously has that same thought pattern of, look, we're going to get up and guard the three-point line. Something's got to give tonight with these two teams going with that kind of defense. Somebody's got to step up and have a great game.
Well, and the other thing that they have is a big-time shot blocker. We saw what happened the other night, especially in the first half, when they had a big-time shot blocker. Tonight, you face another one in Yor Ane, who's over 100 career blocks, and he's only a sophomore. He's averaging over 3 blocks per game. So another guy who can really protect the rim, which allows their guards to be more aggressive, because if a guy blows by you, you got a reinforcement back there.
There's no doubt about that. And we watched the first half here before we left last night, and it is obvious that he is a real talent in the lane, protecting the lane, rebounding, running the floor. He's just an athlete at 6'10", sitting in there, and that creates problems. It did last night, obviously, as Mike Watkins had 8 blocks against us last night.
And the other thing, too, is much like Watkins, he's not just a defensive guy. He's their second leading scorer on the other end, so you got to worry about him on the offensive end.
Yeah, he makes things happen. He runs the floor. He's good around the basket. It's going to be a tough matchup with those two guys now, with Likely and Ane. It's two really tough matchups, and Hadim C and Sammy Hunter and those guys have got to step up and really, they're going to take the challenge of that big guy in the lane.
Yeah, and the other night, Kermit Davis told us after the game that with Hunter, he just didn't seem right necessarily. Maybe it was a little too big for him, so he didn't see much action. But yeah, I mean, especially with a big guy like this, there's a good chance he's going to have to get that opportunity tonight.
Well, I don't think there'll be any doubt about it, because he's the kind of guy that gets you in foul trouble. I think C, and it's going to take 2-3 guys playing that position, and Sammy Hunter really, really needs to step up and get physical and play with some confidence.
The Rebels have had a lot of success in this building now. They won the 2013 Barclays Center Classic here, winning 2 games. Of course, they had to win the other night, so they're 3-0 all-time in this building. 2 of those wins are against Penn State, but they are looking for their first championship in the NIT season tip-off. Of course, this is their first appearance. They've never beaten Oklahoma State. They're 0-2 all-time against Oklahoma State, but the last time they met was 1953. I don't think we could tell much from those previous meetings.
No, as old as I am, I don't even remember that game, Eli. So, it's been a while back.
1948 and 1953, the 2 previous meetings between these 2 schools, and Oklahoma State was a winner in both of them. Oklahoma State, coached by Mike Boynton Jr., he is a Brooklyn native, so this is a homecoming for him. Back home here, he's in his 3rd year with the Cowboys, 39 and 35. They're picked right in the middle of the Big 12. They're picked 6th in the preseason poll. Of course, Ole Miss was picked 8th in the SEC. It's a team that returns all 5 starters from last year, so that's an experienced group.
Yeah, that's the thing about them that I think is so important is when you bring 5 starters back that all played together for a year, it's huge. I mean, just the playing together, the feel for each other, the knowing each other, and that's why they're off to such a good start, I think.
And this is a team that the other night against Syracuse, speaking of quick starts, they were up 11-0 in the blink of an eye in that game. Syracuse did not get a field goal. We're talking about the defense. Syracuse didn't get their first field goal till like 12 minutes remaining or something in the first half. Like, they locked Syracuse down the other night.
Yeah, they guard. I mean, that's obvious. This is 2 teams that get up and guard, and then you can say what you want, and you got to be able to do that, and I think this is going to be a hard-fought battle here tonight.
And hopefully we get another show from Breein Tyree, who, after being scoreless in the first half the other night, went for 18 in the second half of that game. He told us afterwards he's got about 30 friends and family here, as he's just from 50 miles away, Somerset, New Jersey. Not sure if any more have added to that collection today, or if we're still at the 30 mark. But this is, it's going to be another fun game tonight against a very good opponent, as the Oklahoma State Cowboys and the Ole Miss Rebels both out on the court getting warmed up. These Oklahoma State jerseys are quite bright.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot of orange in here because Syracuse people are actually leaving now, but I believe this may be brighter orange than Syracuse.
Yeah, man, you almost have to squint to look at those things. It's like a highlighter, like orange highlighters running around out there for Oklahoma State. So we've got, they're going to tip this off, they tell us, at 9:37. So that's the official tip time that we have here at the Barclays Center for this championship game of the NIT season tip-off. Coming up, we will still hear from head coach Kermit Davis. Evan Williamson will have scores and stuff around the country. A lot of basketball, a lot of football. Just a lot of things going on with the holiday weekend. And I tell you what, we've been really lucky on weather here in New York.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a little colder today.
It is,
but man, it's the end of November in New York. It could be a lot colder.
I was looking at the temps the last 2 days, and it was colder in Oxford, Mississippi, than it was in New York for the last 2 days. I mean, not today, but the 2 days previous. And that was amazing to me.
I went and did the Statue of Liberty today in Ellis Island, and we had to stand in line for probably close to an hour. It got cold eventually, but still, standing in a line and outside in New York at the end of November for an hour, you could easily freeze, or heck, it could be snowing at this time of year very easily. But no, we've been very, very lucky as far as the weather is concerned, and it's the teams have been able to enjoy it. I know everybody yesterday enjoyed a great Thanksgiving because of the win they were coming off on Wednesday night. We'll take a break. When we come back, Evan will have those scores from you. Also, Kermit Davis, and we'll come back a little bit later on, take a deeper look into these Oklahoma State Cowboys, the opponent tonight for the Ole Miss Rebels, as we continue on the Regions Bank Countdown to Tip-Off Show. Again, brought to you by Regions Bank, the official bank of the SEC. We'll be back with more after this on the Ole Miss Sports Network.
When you're getting ready to cheer on the Rebels, bring more flavor to the game with Cheez-It and Pringles. And now, Cheez-It and Pringles give you the chance to win the biggest prize of the season, a trip to Atlanta to hoop it up with the stars at the Celebrity Crunch Classic. Visit CelebrityCrunchClassic.com for entry details and official rules. No purchase necessary. Ends 3/8/20. Void where prohibited. Stock up on Cheez-It and Pringles. Enter for your chance to win. And Hottie Toddy.
At Baptist Memorial Home Care and Hospice, it's all about helping people. We know it takes dedication and strength of a strong support team to deal with health challenges. That's why our local professionals work together every day to deliver the high-quality, compassionate care you need. If you or someone you know is recovering or facing a serious illness, our skilled medical team can provide greater confidence and peace of mind. Visit us today at lhcgroup.com to learn more about health care in the comfort of home. Baptist Memorial Home Care and Hospice. We bring health care home.
This is Ole Miss basketball on the Ole Miss Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Come to Holly Chevrolet in Marion to take advantage of end-of-year savings. Right now, save over $9,400 off MSRP on the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever. The all-new 2019 Chevy Silverado Double Cab LT Z71 All-Star Edition. Or get a great deal during their Black Friday sales event. Take 20% off MSRP on select 2019 Traverse, Impala, Malibu, Cruise, and more. Stop by today and check out Holly's large selection of new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs ready for you to enjoy. And at Holly Chevrolet, it's a no-pressure, no-hassle environment. As a matter of fact, there's no Badgers. And never pay a dock fee. Find new roads at exit 14 off I-55 in Marion, just 15 minutes from downtown Memphis, and online at hollychevrolet.com.
2019 Chevy Silverado Double Cab LT Z71 All-Star, stock number N3607. 20% off MSRP on select models only. All discounts, rebates, and incentives are included and applied. And must qualify and finance with GM Financial under 2005 on the original product. Prices don't include X tag, title, and registration. Take delivery by 11/30/19. See dealer for details.
It's a championship Friday night here on the hardwood for Ole Miss Rebels taking on Oklahoma State for showdown here in the preseason NIT championship game coming up in just about 20 minutes or so from the Barclays Center there in Brooklyn. Evan Williamson with you now inside the Learfield IMG College Network studios. Before we tip things off, let's take a look at the SEC and Top 25 scoreboard around college hoops. Right now it's number 17 Tennessee battling Florida State as part of the Emerald Coast Classic, and it's the Seminoles running the floor using their athleticism to attack the Vols in transition.
Trent picked up his dribble, now gets it back from Kaprovica. Now cuts left, tries to go baseline to the rim, finds Williams, a thunderous two-handed dunk. What a cut to the basket for the freshman. What a pass by Forrest.
Tom Black from Learfield IMG College. Florida State currently leading Tennessee 56-49, trying to hand the Vols their first loss of the season. Noles up 7 with a minute and a half to go. Meanwhile, number 24 Florida State